screen there. But as we were discussing, Shugato, what we can see right now playing out in Andhra Pradesh is a bit of a role reversal. Like Chandrababu Naidu has actually scripted a comeback for the NDA in the state, and the way Jagan did it back in 2019, this seems to be a same, it's just the main characters have kind of changed in this way.
Absolutely. It's a role reversal in every which way. Jagan comes out of jail and he wins the elections. Right. Chandrababu Naidu comes out of jail and he wins the elections.
For 2 months, yes.
So it's a complete reversal of the situation, and it was quite expected, although one did not expect these kind of numbers to be, especially the assembly numbers. In a house of 175, the NDA has 158 odd seats, which is quite astounding. So it's a complete surprise, and in terms of numbers, but in terms of the social engineering that the BJP could manage or Chandrababu Naidu could manage was quite formidable, because the Kapu Kama vote came together, they isolated the Reddy thing, and there was a lot of anti-incumbency that you saw, sort of tilting the balance for YSRCP and Jagan Reddy. So I've been telling this, that everybody spoke about Jagan Reddy's welfareism. Yes, he did a lot of good. He did reach out to a lot of people, but I think he upset the old patronage system that existed in Andhra Pradesh. See, politics is ultimately about that kind of patronage. So he brought in a new tier of volunteers who were actually ensuring the delivery of the welfare programs, which sort of subverted the existing structure, political structure. And if the existing political structure is upset, that means the MLAs are unhappy, the Gram Panchayat members are unhappy, the Taluk Panchayat members are unhappy. Right. So it's a kind of game which got upset and subverted. Right.
Yeah. Mr. Tiwari, I wanted to also ask, do you think it's also a matter of strategic alliance that the TDP could actually stitch together? The TDP, Janasena and the BJP actually managed in Andhra Pradesh? Or as Shugato was also saying, that Andhra probably has a bit of a, whether swinging is the right term to use or not, but essentially the fact that 2019 people gave Jagan a chance, but he did not, in a way, he must have disappointed certain sections. But is it a strategic alliance which really worked out in the favor of TDP?
Yes, because TDP under Chandrababu Naidu has won the state only in alliance with BJP. No. So BJP is sort of a lucky charm for Naidu after he has taken over the party from NTR. That's number one. Number two is that it's a simultaneous election. Yeah. In simultaneous elections, I have been saying this clearly here, the party which wins the Vidhan Sabha elections will go on to win the maximum seats in Lok Sabha. Right. That's what's happening, and that is what is happening in Odisha. For BJP to gain this massively in Odisha, they have also won the Vidhan Sabha elections. Beyond a point, split voting in a simultaneous poll does not take place.
It's a risk, it's a gamble being taken by the incumbent government probably. But for the moment, let's go across to Maria as she gives us more detailed analysis from the big screen.
Yes.
There.
Because, Tanima, it's 1:30 and let's try and put the spotlight on seats where the margin is less than 10,000. In fact, 127 seats which are spread across Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Bengal, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and also Tamil Nadu have less than 10,000 margin. So let's try and look at Uttar Pradesh in particular, as we have been talking about surprise number gains, Amitabh, that's coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Just look at Amroha and Fatehpur Sikri. The margin between the BJP and the Congress is around 6,000 votes. Let's go further. Again, another seat, which is Allahabad. The margin between the BJP and the Congress is 5,389. Another seat, Mirzapur and Farrukhabad in Uttar Pradesh. The margin is less than 5,000 votes. And if we were to do more micro-analysis, West Bengal's Behrampur, important constituency there, the margin between the TMC and the Congress, the BJP is really not in the fray. It's party number perhaps 3, when there was perhaps that strategy of not going for alliance seemed to have worked in Bengal in particular, because if you look at the gap, the contest is happening between the TMC and the Congress on this seat of Behrampur. Again, in Alipurduar, it is in West Bengal. The battle is between the TMC and the BJP. The margin is around 3,549. So, you know, again, Uttar Pradesh, if we were to look at it further, Banda, the seat where there is a contest between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, after almost 7 to 8 rounds, the margin is less than 3,000 votes. Uttar Pradesh, Phulpur, look at this number. It is Samajwadi Party versus the BJP. The margin is 2,028 votes. Uttar Pradesh again, Unnao, the margin between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, 1,352. So when we look at these numbers, is this consolidation? Because by 1:30 we usually tend to come to conclusions, Amitabh. And if we were to look at UP, because that's a huge surprise coming in UP in particular, 42 is what India is standing on right now. And the NDA, which includes the BJP, the Apna Dal and smaller parties such as Nishad Party, is at 39.
See, a 10,000 margin is nothing in a Lok Sabha election. However, one thing which we have to see here, and I think the team needs to pull that out, is how many of these 127 seats is the NDA leading on and how many of these 127 seats is the UPA leading on, because that is the key. And normally what happens is that the close contest seats are also distributed in the same ratio or the proportion of the overall seats. So I think that's a very key number. That's a fantastic stats which you have pulled out. But I think additional information will also give insights, more insights to the viewer as to how this election is not yet over.
Break it down further, there are a number of seats, but most of the seats that are coming in from West Bengal, interestingly, it is BJP TMC, because Ranaghat, for example, it is less than 10,000, 9,000 to be specific. Let's go further. Srirampur, TMC versus BJP, BJP trailing by 8,000 votes. In Damdam, interesting battle again, 8,794. If we go further, let's look at more West Bengal seats. Bangaon, between the BJP and the TMC, the margin is just 7,000 votes. Maharashtra is again a state where the India bloc is seen to be making massive gains, be it in Bid or in Bandara Gondia. The margin is just around 7,000 votes. So, you know, while we look at it, it's becoming increasingly clear that these numbers are consolidating, and NDA hovering somewhere around 290 and India around 233. Amitabh.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how these 127 seats, the trends and the results pan out. The margins are fairly close. It is still, I think, more than 10 to 12 rounds still left. These could be the deciders, but I think we will have to see how many of these is India leading in and how many NDA leading in, because that's a crucial number. I don't think it should be significantly in favor of anybody at this stage in these 127 close contests. And West Bengal, even in 2019, was a very close election. I mean, 22 seats were decided on a vote margin of less than 10%, and TMC and BJP both had won 11 seats each. So it's, I mean, if you give 5% to one party, they could end up winning most of those 20 seats, and that's what we are seeing in the results also. If you see, or the trends also, if you see, the TMC is gaining by 8 seats, and at the cost of BJP, which is trailing in 7.
All right, Krishna Hegde of the Shiv Sena will be joining us shortly. On that note, Tanima and I are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the BJP falls short of a majority on its own. India bloc defies poll predictions. Samajwadi Party set for its best ever performance, leads in Uttar Pradesh, India bloc leading in the state. Return of the regional parties as Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, TDP, Uddhav Sena perform. TMC dominates in West Bengal. TDP makes a comeback in Andhra Pradesh. And TDP alliance leads in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly poll, stalls Jagan juggernaut. Chandrababu, as per sources, Chandrababu Naidu to take oath as Chief Minister on June 9th.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन ओरिएंट BLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV. A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
And if we were to look at these numbers that are coming in from multiple states, it's only solidifying and it's converting now into results. In fact, what we are being told is that a number of these candidates who have won have been given certificates by the Election Commission already. So which means that these numbers are going to be more or less around the same. Krishna Hegde, not much for you to celebrate. Did you get your reasoning and planning and realignment before the elections wrong?
No, not exactly. See, firstly, I would like to congratulate the BJP and all of us at NDA because we are going to make the government for the third time under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And in the recent past, I don't think any Prime Minister has managed to win 3 times and become the Prime Minister. This sole credit goes to Narendra Modi ji for his achievements across the country and even outside the country
No,
where
but
he's
Mr.
placed
Hegde,
India.
will you accept that the people of Maharashtra, the election commission may have given you the symbol, but the people of Maharashtra have settled the debate about the real Shiva Sena. The real Shiva Sena, according to them, is Uddhav Thackeray with 11 and you are at 5.
Yeah, according to the statistics I have got and the seats I have got, the Uddhav Thackeray's party is at 10 and we are at 7. They contested 21 seats and they have a winning strike rate of 50%. And we contested 15 seats and we also have a winning strike rate of 50%. So there is no way
if you are
that
not
they
able
are the
to
real
negotiate with
Shiv
your senior partner in the BJP, then why should Uddhav Thackeray be blamed for that?
No.
That's your negotiating power or lack of it.
We had 13 MPs when we joined with the BJP. We got 13 seats in the Lok Sabha. So there is no question of negotiation. It is we work together as partners. Our vote share has transferred to BJP and BJP candidates have also won. So we are a Hindu party, BJP is a Hindu party, we share the same ideology and therefore the vote transfer has been very easy between two of us. We have made some mistakes which we will introspect. One was that we have changed 5 of our sitting MP candidates and second thing, 4-5 of our candidates got the nomination on the last day and they did not have much time to prepare. Apart from that, we are solidly with the BJP and yes, we admit that the show should have been better than what is now there. But if you look at the strike rate, Uddhav Thackeray's party and our party, Shiv Sena, are both at 50-50%. So I don't think we have failed anywhere.
All right, let's go straight to Tanishq Punjabi, who's joining us from Lucknow, outside the Samajwadi Party office. Where is Akhilesh Yadav? Because if you look at these numbers, India in Uttar Pradesh was led by Akhilesh Yadav, the SP Supremo. And if these numbers consolidate, it is looking at a much better rally, perhaps its best ever performance since its inception.
Well, of course, Maria, I'm right now standing outside the Samajwadi Party office and Akhilesh Yadav's house is just 200 to 300 meters away from here, and of course the party workers have gathered here. As you can see, the party workers have gathered here. But yes, it is definitely what we're seeing. If these numbers get converted, if these are the results, if the trends continue to be the result, then of course it is going to be a huge win, not just for Akhilesh Yadav but also for the India bloc here in Uttar Pradesh, because most of the exit polls predicted around 68 seats for the BJP and around 10 to 12 seats for the India bloc. But right now what we're seeing is that the India bloc collectively is crossing the 40 mark. Out of the 80 seats is collectively crossing the 40 mark here in Uttar Pradesh. Now, Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party, of course, is seeing is leading on many seats. But here, another story is of the
Jagan
Congress,
Mohan
because
Reddy
in 2019
will resign at 4 p.m. He is headed to the governor's residence at 4 p.m. where he will resign as the chief minister, and the process of government formation will begin. It's a humiliating defeat for the outgoing chief minister. YSRCP has been reduced to 4 in the Lok Sabha and has faced a huge, massive loss in the assembly elections as well. So Jagan Mohan Reddy all set to resign at 4 p.m. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tanishq.
Yes, Maria. I was saying, so, if you look at the seats at which Congress is leading, out of the 7 seats, in around 3 to 4 seats like Barabanki, Amethi, Raebareli, Allahabad, Saharanpur, in all these seats, the Congress is leading with around 30 to 40,000 vote margin. So of course, it definitely seems that the Congress can revive itself in Uttar Pradesh, but along in the partnership with Samajwadi Party. But what we can see, but we are here with Samajwadi Party workers. We'll just like to speak with them. आपको क्या कहना है? अभी बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन चल रहा है जिस हिसाब से लीड है सीटों पर. क्या कहना है आपको? जल्दी से 2 शब्द.
देखिए, इंडिया गठबंधन जो है ज़्यादा मार्जिन वोटों से जीत पाएगा. सभी जगह का यही रुझान है और अधिकतर हम जो है हमारे नेता राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी का दावा था कि क्योटो 1 सीट ये जीतेंगे सिर्फ, बाकी 79 सीट हम जीतने जा रहे हैं. इंडिया गठबंधन, इंडिया एयरलाइन.
दो यूपी के लड़कों की बात होती है जिसमें अखिलेश भैया और राहुल भैया आप लोग कहते हैं सब लोग है ना, तो उनको लेकर आपको क्या?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इंडिया गठबंधन ने जिस तरीके से चुनाव लड़ा, जमीनी स्तर पे बेरोजगारी हो, महंगाई हो, हर आदमी उससे त्रस्त है. किसानों का मुद्दा हो, अग्निवीर की समस्या हो, आप बताइए, उन मुद्दों पे चुनाव लड़ा. लेकिन यहाँ मटन, मीट, मछली और हिंदू मुसलमान और मंदिर मस्जिद के नाम पर चुनाव लड़ने वालों को समर्थन हिंदुस्तान की जनता नहीं देगी. ये आज देश की जनता ने साबित किया है. और उत्तर प्रदेश से हम एक नजीर खींचने वाले हैं इन जालिम हुकूमत के खिलाफ कि बुलडोजर से तुम्हारा राज नहीं चलने देंगे, बल्कि न्याय और इंसाफ से चलेगा. ये
So of course, excitement in the party workers here. But Akhilesh Yadav's house is just around 200 to 300 meters away from here, and he, of course, the party workers will be expecting him to visit the party office anytime soon. But yes, as of now, the India bloc seems to be in a stronger position in Uttar Pradesh. Yes.
44 is where the India bloc stands at present. Toniman, I'm looking at the Election Commission website. That is the numbers that are showing on Election Commission's website as well. Samajwadi Party leading in 38 out of that 44 of India bloc. The BJP in 33 out of the NDA of 35, and of course 1 is for RLD. So did that alliance go horribly wrong? What seemed to have worked is that the non-Yadav OBCs may have also shifted. Amitabh, that could be a reading besides what we have been talking about in the context of Jatavs moving, because Mayawati really did not take this battle seriously and she was seen not as a player in this election.
Yeah, so this time Samajwadi Party gave only 12 tickets to MY candidates. They have consolidated, or they appear to be consolidating the minority vote and benefiting from the decline of BSP. Now what has happened is that it was earlier estimated that the decline of BSP could help the BJP because the Jatav voters could shift to the BJP because the non-Jatavs have already moved. But here it seems that the way BJP weaned away the non-Yadav OBCs from Samajwadi Party because of animosity between Jatavs and non-Jatavs. Jatavs have moved towards the Samajwadi Party and not towards the BJP as was anticipated.
And so the Jatavs have moved on the issue of change in constitution, the narrative that was built.
Change in constitution, giving away of reservation. India bloc is leading in the SC reserved seats, if you see, and just marginally behind in the ST reserved seats. But the larger fact is that there is some level of animosity between those two communities, and they are not largely voting for the same party, and that is what has happened. Samajwadi Party has also given a high number of tickets to Kurmi Kushwaha candidates, again as you said, from the non-Yadav OBC community, and they seem to have made significant dents in the stronghold non-Yadav OBC vote of the BJP as well, as the numbers hold true.
All right, we are slipping into a short break, but the process of government formation and the transition has begun in Andhra Pradesh. Jagan Mohan Reddy will be resigning, and on 4th, Chandrababu Naidu will take oath as the Chief Minister in Amravati. And what sources are also telling us is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to attend his swearing-in ceremony on 9th.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तीर्दल एनराल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले। So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Bloc crosses 200 mark, NDA crosses simple majority. That is the big breaking coming in now, even as the numbers consolidate after the 7th round. Samajwadi Party set for its best ever performance. India Bloc rides Akhilesh's wave. And it is the return of the regional parties, the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, the TDP, Uddhav Sena perform well in their respective states. In fact, TMC maintains a huge lead over BJP in West Bengal. TDP makes a comeback in Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu to take oath on 9th. Jagan concedes defeat. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah speak to CBN. And markets slide over 5.5% on back of counting trends so far. Experts say that they were certainly not expecting such an underperformance by the NDA. Welcome back. Ankit and I are back with this special broadcast, and of course focus will be on the numbers that you can see on your television screens. We will be joined by our managing editor and Kiren Rijiju, the first union minister to speak so far, shortly. But first up, Ankit, should we go straight to the BJP headquarters?
Absolutely. But just before we do that, this is the first time since morning that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA has crossed 300 mark. For the first time at this moment, the BJP is standing at 301. That's an important psychological mark that the BJP and NDA would have wanted to cross. If not 400, people had started questioning whether it will be they'll cross 300 or not. At least at this moment, the NDA stands at 301. India Alliance 222 right now. BJP adding one more there. Because, you know, last Maria, when I had seen the results just about half an hour back, 71 seats were under the margin of 5,000 votes, out of which 21 the Bharatiya Janata Party was leading and 50 seats the Gathbandhan was leading. That means that the vulnerability of the Gathbandhan is more on those 50 seats for that result to be added. So at this moment at least, the BJP and the NDA moving past that 300 psychological mark at 301.
Yes, let me go straight to Vedant, who's joining us live from the BJP headquarters at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Some cheer now, Vedant, or are you of the opinion that there are no reasons for the party, and will we be seeing some celebration perhaps in the evening? Because, you know, whatever said and done, Prime Minister Modi is returning with, he's going to be the Prime Minister again.
That's right, Maria. In fact, some celebrations now here with Karyakartas gathering. In fact, the BJP headquarters, the mahal, as they say, was rather subdued in the past couple of hours. But, crowds gathering, Karyakartas coming. In fact, interesting visuals here. People from across the nation have come because, as you said, whatever said and done, the Prime Minister is all set to form the government, is all set to return for a record third term. So, that, of course, is a reason to celebrate for the BJP Karyakartas. In fact, let me get in a word from a young BJP Karyakarta here. तो आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं दिल्ली से ही हूँ.
जी.
I am.
अच्छा, तो ये बताइए कि जितनी आज यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेशन तो हो रहा है, जितनी उम्मीद थी उतनी सीटें नहीं आई.
नहीं, अभी भी हमारे पे समय है और हो सकता है कि हम और सीटें लेके आएं. अभी तो ये शुरुआती आंकड़े हैं जो आ रहे हैं.
शुरुआती तो खैर नहीं, मगर आप ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हैं. आप बताइए आज किस तरीके से पार्टी सेलिब्रेट करेगी यहाँ पर? पीएम फिर से गवर्नमेंट आप लोग फॉर्म कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एलाइज का जो से है वो ज़्यादा रहेगा. कहीं ना कहीं आपको लग रहा है कुछ असेसमेंट में गलती हुई लीडरशिप से? कहाँ पर आपको लगता है चूक कहाँ पर रहेगी?
आई डोंट थिंक असेसमेंट में कोई गलती हुई है. असेसमेंट सही रहा. ठीक है, 400 पार नहीं हो रहा है जो अभी तक दिखाई दे रहा है, बट आई एम वेरी मच होपफुल कि बीजेपी आराम से 272 क्रॉस करेगी और एनडीए आराम से 320 और 330 के आसपास.
आप कहाँ से? वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम?
मैं तमिलनाडु से हूँ और ऐसे बाहरी जिला से आया हूँ.
अच्छा, तमिलनाडु से. आप ही बताइए, काफ़ी मैं साउथ के कार्यकर्ता से मैंने बात करी, कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है, क्योंकि जैसे बीजेपी चाह रही थी कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ डेंट कर सके, वो नहीं हो पाया.
देखिए, जहाँ पर साउथ के अंदर आप देखोगे तो ADMK है और एक करुणानिधि की पार्टी है और एक आपका क्या नाम है उसका, जयललिता की पार्टी है. वहाँ पर उन दोनों का गढ़ होने के बाद ही बीजेपी वहाँ पर अपना गढ़ बनाया और वहाँ पर
गढ़ नहीं बना पाई ना.
देखिए, जब भी एक सीट तो आपकी ला रही है, अभी तो एक सीट आ रही है. आप सोचिए, जहाँ पर पानी में एक भी मछली नहीं थी, वहाँ पर एक मछली अगर जिंदा हो रही है तो धीरे धीरे पार्टी जिंदा.
All right, so Maria and Ankit, some sense of optimism here, and certainly, as I said, what seemed to be like a very dull and subdued sort of a BJP headquarters a few hours back, in fact a couple of hours back, now of course Karyakarta is gathering and they're building up to the Prime Minister's victory speech in the evening. Maria.
A quick one, please go ahead.
You know,
Ankit.
the thing is that, Vedant, the fact remains, of course, the target that was set, and that is why it seems that, you know, the 298, 299, they are not as enthusiastic, but the fact remains that it is a third consecutive victory for the NDA and for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a third return. So it's not a mean feat by any margin, but the fact remains at this moment that the kind of celebrations that the BJP Karyakarta and even the people are used to, maybe in that comparison, the BJP headquarters seems little mellowed down this time.
You're absolutely right, Ankit. In fact, I remember being at the BJP headquarters when the assembly elections took place in Karnataka, and by this time it was, you know, the celebrations were really sort of high voltage. There were dhols, you know, laddus all the way. But you know, that kind of celebration that we're used to, as you said, is perhaps not something that we're seeing this time around. Nevertheless, of course, you know, the Safa Bandi is happening here. All of them wearing saffron pagdis. So that's interesting. Let me get in a word from the. आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग दिल्ली से ही हैं, रोहिणी साइड से।
दिल्ली में तो 7 सीटें लग रहा है बीजेपी जो है वो जीतेगी, पर यहाँ पर जो माहौल है, जो भाजपा के हेडक्वार्टर्स हम ज़्यादातर देखते हैं, जो आपने उम्मीद करी थी, जो उम्मीद लेकर चले थे, उतना बीजेपी नहीं कर पाई, तो क्या कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कुछ चूक रह गई?
देश देखिए, ये देश 140 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। एक कोने से लगे दूसरे कोने पे पता नहीं लगता कहाँ से कहाँ हिंदुस्तान शुरू होता है। ये जो गिनती चल रही है, पूरा बहुत बड़ा देश है, बहुत बड़ी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी होती है, कई राउंड की गिनती है। जैसे वेट एंड वॉच वाली स्थिति है, धीरे धीरे देखेंगे कमल खिल रहा है और सवेरा निकल रहा है।
वेट एंड वॉच वाली स्थिति है,
बहुत कंफर्टेबल मेजोरिटी, बहुत कंफर्टेबल मेजोरिटी है, अभी 300 के करीब चल रहा है। और एनडीए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिसके नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, मोदी जी कर रहे हैं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, अमित शाह जी के नेतृत्व में, जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में हम बहुत कंफर्टेबल मेजोरिटी की तरफ जा रहे हैं। ये देश राम का है, ये देश कृष्ण का है।
So thank you very much. So optimism here certainly, but some degree of caution as well, Ankit, because I saw all these BJP Karyakartas sort of huddling around, watching very cautiously the leads there. But you have the flags out and Karyakartas gathering, dhols out as well. In fact, that man holding the Prime Minister's sketch there as well. So interesting visuals that have started, that we are starting to witness here at the BJP headquarters.
272 is the majority mark. And the BJP and NDA is right now at 298. This is a government which is returning to power after 2 terms. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has created history. It's about the swearing in and the process of government formation, which is going to begin any moment now.
Right.
But there is a great degree of, I would say, silent optimism. Not too much of celebration, which is unlike the party, but because the party is used to massive landslide victories. How is the party reading this? Perhaps Kiren Rijiju, Union Minister, will be joining us shortly with Nikunj to give us more assessment on that.
It's also very interesting. Like you've been saying that, of course, the third government, I mean, it's not easy. It's seldom happened after Prime Minister Nehru that, you know, the successive government a third time has come back. The fact also remains that this is possibly the first time that we are seeing that both the alliances, the winning alliance and the losing alliance, their vote share is more than 40%. At this moment, it's BJP and the NDA is at 46%, if I'm not mistaken, and the India Alliance is at 42%. And apart from that, it is what a usual Indian election has been. It is going back to the 1998 and post-election, other than the unusual elections that we have seen in 2014, one-sided 2019 kind of an election.
Yes, Hilal, what does it speak, you know, tell us about the Indian voter, their psyche?
They're basically committed to the idea of democracy. So they are actually, two things are clear in this election. One, that this is not a wave election, this is highly localized, state-wise election. That's why Odisha and Andhra Pradesh are outliers. They come out with a very different sort of a verdict. But at the same time, you see that there was something called one kind of, obviously Mr. Modi is going to form the government. That's more important. Third time, that's also historic. After Jawaharlal Nehru, that's the third time. And very similarly, if you compare 1962 election with this election, you find a lot of similarities. Numbers are going down, percentages of vote share is also going down.
We have Kiren Rijiju, Union Minister, joining us. Okay, he'll be joining us in 30 seconds because he's being mic'd up, and he has won with a huge margin, so perhaps he has reasons to celebrate, quite unlike several ministers who have...
That's what I was saying. May I add, among the few cabinet ministers who have retained and have won with a big margin.
Yes.
Also Anurag Thakur, who has won he's increased his margin there as well. Most of the ministers have been struggling. Hilal, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, that it's a typical Indian election where people express their vote, their verdict in a variety of different ways. For instance, Karnataka, they look at what has happened in Karnataka. Congress just got the assembly, but at the same time in the Lok Sabha, they are behaving very differently. So Indian voter knows very well the difference between national election and the local election. This election actually underlines that fact very well.
And Indian voter also believes in creating opposition.
Absolutely.
It's a strong message that's coming in from this kind of vote.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, both the targets which were set by both the opposition and also the NDA. 400 par is not happening, and the 295 is also not happening. But the Indian voter has given something to smile to both these, in fact, groupings. India Alliance and the Congress Party, after the drubbing that they saw in the last 10 years, they are back, and the opposition will be a much stronger opposition in the next 5 years.
And the opposition space, and as to which party is the fulcrum of opposition unity,
it's very clear now.
That is also settled.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very, very clear now that there are no questions on the Congress party leading the opposition. But, you know, very, very interesting. And I just, if I can get, Nishtha in on this. Nishtha, this, like we've been talking about the voter patterns, how intelligent the Indian voter is. Look at Uttar Pradesh and contrast it with Bihar. In Uttar Pradesh, it's an election which has been turned on its head. I mean, this is the story of this election, the way Samajwadi Party and the Congress have been able to, and largely on the back of the Samajwadi Party. But you go to a neighboring state of Bihar, there have been gains, but not as significant gains. RJD and, led by Tejasvi Yadav, have been the kind of high decibel campaign that they have, high energy campaign, have not translated into the kind of success that Samajwadi Party has been able to translate in Uttar Pradesh.
It is pure arithmetic at work in Bihar because of this tripod political situation there. So when two parties come together, it's very natural that the third party, which is also a very strong party, whichever that party is. So let's call them XYZ. So when X and Y get together, Z has to suffer. It is as clear as that. UP, the situation is very, very different. UP, the voter keeps you on your toes. The UP voter is like this diva, beloved, in the courtly love tradition. Let me get literary here, which has many suitors, and it chooses and punishes, right? It chooses and it punishes. So the voter is extremely, and I've been maintaining it, that the voter is not just vulnerable, it is also very punishing because it knows. It knows how to do it.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
How does it change the equations within the NDA? Till yesterday, we were talking about the speculation of a change in the chief ministership, Nitish coming to the center with the kind of numbers that JDU has been able to get. How does it change the situation within the NDA?
I'm just trying to understand that here is a state which has, which was not relying too much on the Kurmi 6%, which is Nitish Kumar's, contribution to this alliance. The Modi factor led to Nitish Kumar's gains in assembly elections which happened in 2020, and it's a complete reversal right now, Hilal. That's what we are staring at in the state of Bihar. And look at the neighboring state of Uttar Pradesh, where you have a situation in which Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party has come up with its best performance ever, and here the arithmetic was not in their favor. The arithmetic was purely in favor of the NDA, but it is about the expansion of social engineering, the social engineering which has been done in the state of Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav managed to carry forward that narrative of, unemployment. He said, 5 lakh naukriyan maine dilwayi hain. In the other state, it was again the same issue, but then Akhilesh Yadav managed to convince the voters much more.
Akhilesh's PDA worked and Tejasvi's BAP did not work on the ground.
Yeah, because I think, in my view, that's why this is called the return of the state politics. Earlier we often talk about wave election, but even during the time of wave election, it was highly state-centric. Now there is a return of the state-centric politics, both for both the coalitions. So it would be interesting to see how the state leaders, because they are now, they are more powerful relatively, not the central leadership. So they will bargain. The equation was very different when Mr. Modi was leading the NDA in the previous government.
This is quite an interesting graph that we are showing at this moment. It tells you versus 2019 and 2024. And we were talking about this right from the word go when the election, in fact, the whole process started. That India, and that is why stacks were against them, that you need a massive swing to try and even counter the BJP. The gap was so huge that forget winning, even to be in contention, you need a massive swing. That, a 19% swing, is an unusual swing by all standards, by any psephology.
Ankit, let's go straight to Aishwarya, who's joining us from a place where it's a done deal, everything is settled. It's only a matter of 5 days when Chandrababu Naidu takes oath. Where is Mr. Naidu and what about his son?
Well, right there, just across this road is the residence of Chandrababu Naidu. He is there at his residence meeting several of the leaders. There are multiple cars that are lined up to go inside Chandrababu Naidu's residence to meet him, because he is the man who had one-sided swing the entire elections, whether it is the assembly polls or the Lok Sabha polls, this time in Andhra Pradesh. One-sided victory for the NDA. And certainly over here, what we saw earlier is Pawan Kalyan's convoy. Also, Chandrababu Naidu met him and congratulated him. What we know so far is that it would be 9th of June when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath as the Chief Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah already had spoken to Mr. Naidu and congratulated him. It was also Prime Minister Narendra Modi who could be in attendance on June 9th as far as the oath-taking ceremony is concerned. But on the other side, it
Aishwarya,
is...
TDP workers have much to celebrate today. If you could just show us around what is really happening at the residence of the incoming Chief Minister.
Let me show you these visuals around. As far as the workers are concerned, they are gathered outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence, and there were firecrackers that were bursting all since morning. There you can see MLC's cars and MLS cars also now coming out from Naidu's residence. It was Pawan Kalyan who met Mr. Chandrababu Naidu a short while back and congratulated them on a victory. This is an NDA victory in the Assembly as well as the Lok Sabha polls. One-sided victory as we speak. Chandrababu Naidu is expected to go to the party headquarters. There are a lot of supporters who are waiting to see him. As far as the leader is concerned, and it would be 4th time that he would be taking oath as the Chief Minister. There you can see also the supporters over here who had been waiting and been celebrating. If there are some supporters, I can go across. How do you see this victory?
సూపర్ విన్నింగ్ చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. టీడీపీ రానందుకు చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. ఓట్స్ అన్నీ చాలా ముఖ్యమైనవి అందరివి. అవన్నీ గెలిచినందుకు నేను ఆనందపడుతున్నాను.
Well, there are several other leaders who could be also coming in. As far as as far as YSRCP is concerned, Mr. Jagan Reddy is going to tender his resignation at 4 p.m. He had sought time from the governor itself, because as far as the Lok Sabha polls are concerned, they have been reduced to 4. On the other side, in the assembly polls as well, they have gone past the majority mark and assured their victory. Certainly, yellow is all around as far as Chandrababu Naidu's residence and the TDP headquarters are concerned. It is workers from the TDP, from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also from the Jan Sena who had arrived and they were celebrating out together. We will also go across to some of the leaders who are coming out from Chandrababu Naidu's residence. After meeting him, we will speak to them as well as far as what they think of this victory and the numbers that they have got as far as the development politics is concerned. They assured the people people. A lot has been talked about. Remember Amravati as well, as to declare it as the capital of the state as well. So we'll go across over here to one of the leader who just met Chandrababu Naidu. Sir, a resounding victory for the TDP. This was expected. The numbers that have come, one-sided, complete landslide.
Yeah, see, in 2019, the 23 is a surprise to us. Now the below 22 YCP is a surprise. The landslide victory, totally the credit goes to the public, who has suffered a lot in the hands of the YCP, now taking a decision. Secondly, the combination with the Janasena and the BJP is a big hit in Andhra Pradesh.
Sir, you just met Chandrababu Naidu. What is his plans as far as he's coming to meet the workers at the party headquarters? What time it would be? And 9th of June is something what we're expecting him to take oath?
Today, Chandrababu Naidu's arrival to party is still undecided.
Okay.
Because he is talking with BJP leaders and other NDA leaders regarding future course of action. And he has got some political assignment here.
Okay.
So he is coming to party office today. His remote chances are there. Even if he comes before 6 o'clock, he cannot come.
Okay.
And the 9th is the oath-taking ceremony day.
That has been finalized. Prime Minister and Home Minister both have spoken to him as far as...
Yes, the Prime Minister we don't know, but Amit Shah has spoken to him. The time is 11 o'clock 53 minutes.
All right. So that was one of the MLC coming out from Chandrababu Naidu's residence, spoke exclusively to us. He had confirmed to us that Home Minister Amit Shah had just spoken to Mr. Naidu. Prime Minister also spoken to him a short while back.
Okay.
And it would be 9th of June when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh.
One simple line about politics, Indian politics, never write anybody's obituary. 20 years from 2004 to 2024, what a comeback for Chandrababu Naidu, not only in the state politics, but at the national level as well. My colleague Sam Daniel is also with us at this moment. Sam, Tamil Nadu was a keenly contested state. This is the state where the Bharatiya Janata Party was hoping to make inroads. If till yesterday you would have believed the exit poll, it seemed that there was a lot of cheer for the BJP. On the ground today, the situation seems to be different. AIDMK was completely written off. They are not the story to be written off with that ease.
That's right. Many questioned the exit poll results that gave around 3 to 4 seats for the BJP, Ankit. But as we speak now, it looks like the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu is all set to repeat its 2019 sweep. The DMK and its allies are leading at least in 38 of the 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. I come to you from the DMK headquarters, where an hour ago they were bursting of crackers out of celebration here, and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin could come here around 5 o'clock. And yes, in many of the constituencies, interestingly, the BJP comes number 2 as we speak now. Contrary to expectations that the key fight is between the two Dravidian arch-rivals. But while not a single leader from AIADMK or the BJP have won, at the moment, BJP ally NDA, PMK's Soumya Anbumani from Dharmaburi is leading. So if she manages to continue this trend, she may end up winning. In that case, the NDA may have 1 seat winning. As things stand now, but that will again reflect, we should make it clear, there's no seat for BJP or for the other Dravidian arch-rival here, the AIADMK. And all the big names, including Annamalai, the Tamil Nadu's BJP chief, the governor-turned-politician, Tamilisai Soundararajan, Union Minister Murugan, all of them are trailing. Some, of course, number 2, for instance, Tamilisai and Annamalai in Coimbatore have come number 2. Okay. And the larger picture, of course, is whether this is any cheer for the ruling DMK. Yes, for the second time they managed to retain the formidable alliance. But for 10 years already they've been without power at the center, and now it appears that they would have to wait for one more time. Let's speak to a party worker here. How do party workers feel about these numbers?
We are so excited. We are so happy about it. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our leader, my Talaivar M.K. Stalin, because this victory is completely the.
But still, the Congress or India Alliance is not forming the government. Is that a disappointment for you?
No, it's not. We are in alliance. We are on India Alliance only. If you go, the central government is forming, we are definitely in alliance. We are in form the government. We are in the government. Right. Just what we are very happy about it. In cricket and politics, anything will happen. Wait and watch. Definitely, we will form the government.
You will form the government.
Yeah, definitely, we will form the government. Anything will happen. Anything will happen.
Okay, some ray of hope for them still that the India Alliance could form the government. But otherwise, it's a big day for the ruling
Tamil
DMK
Nadu
here. At
to
least
Uttar Pradesh, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has just put out a tweet.
This election.
And this could very well be the giant slayer of this election, Kishori Lal Sharma. She has put out a picture with him, and I would ask the producer to put that on the... Yes, that is the picture with a message. Kishori Bhaiya, मुझे कोई कभी शक नहीं था. मुझे शुरू से यकीन था कि आप जीतेंगे. आपको और अमेठी के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों को हार्दिक बधाई. So that is the message coming from Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Tanishq, the picture has come, and the Election Commission website is showing that Smriti Irani is trailing by 91,000 votes.
Yes, Maria, the picture has come, and of course the larger picture is of course getting clearer as you know the time passes by. Of course, the biggest surprise here in Uttar Pradesh, where you know it was expected around 68, 69 seats, 67 seats by the BJP in many of the exit polls. It seems like the BJP is having a tough time crossing the halfway mark. But again, too soon to say anything, because on a lot of seats, the margin, you know, there's a very close fight going on a lot of seats. So anything can happen. But you know, yes, as you said, KL Sharma could be the giant slayer of this election. It was in 2019 when Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi from there, and then in 2024 Rahul Gandhi contesting from Raebareli, from where he is currently leading, and KL Sharma in his place. You know, if I talk about the campaign of KL Sharma, you know, there was of course a lot of confusion till the very last day of nomination that who will be fighting from Raebareli, and it was not until the morning of the last day of the morning of the last day of the nomination where KL Sharma's name came up that he will be contesting. After that, Priyanka Gandhi was campaigning very heavily in both Raebareli and Amethi. She first started, you know, at Fursadganj airport where the whole Gandhi family landed. Priyanka Gandhi left straight from Fursadganj airport.
And the message that is there coming in from that picture, carefully chosen by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, is that here is a humble party worker of the Congress party who took on...
Remember the kind of conversation there was around when... Tanish, I'm just coming to you.
Yeah.
That, you know, Smriti Irani was also... BJP wanted Rahul Gandhi to fight from this, a rematch sort of a thing. And a lot of journalists also questioned the Congress party. Why did you not do that at that moment? The Congress said that this was a trap being laid by the BJP. We don't want both our star campaigners, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, to be trapped in this local battle. And Hamara Karyakarta will take on the Smriti Irani.
She's saying, Kishori Bhaiya, I had faith in you. He is the campaign manager. He was the campaign manager of Rahul Gandhi. And
in fact, interestingly, Maria, I'll tell you, in 2019 election, when Rahul Gandhi lost the election last time in 2019, Smriti Irani was, of course, the giant slayer, defeated Rahul Gandhi. A lot of blame for Rahul Gandhi's defeat went to Kishori Lal Sharma. A lot of local leaders blamed Kishori Lal Sharma that it was his management, that because of that, Rahul Gandhi lost that election.
I want to understand what would be going on in the mind of Kishori Lal Sharma, Tanishq. You spoke to him that day and your video went viral.
Yes, of course. You know, he seemed like a humble man, and of course, he did take pride that he has been connected to the party for a very long time, and he said he always said that he knows Amethi and Raebareli better than anybody else. But of course, you know, at the same point of time, he made it very clear that he will take the party affairs in, you know, he will take everything very seriously, which he of course did. You know, the Priyanka Gandhi was campaigning very heavily in Amethi and Raebareli, and you know, if I would say, well, 60% of her campaigning was in Raebareli and the remaining was in Amethi. If we look at the whole 10 to 12 days or 15 days of campaigning that Priyanka Gandhi did before Amethi and Raebareli went to polls. So, of course, this credit should be given to KL Sharma as well for winning, if at all he, for winning the seat. But a similar sort of tweet was made by Priyanka Gandhi back then when KL Sharma's name was announced. Then also Priyanka Gandhi referred to KL
Samajwadi
Sharma
Party headquarters in Lucknow. I mean, Samajwadi Party is, of course, the story as far as this election is concerned.
Absolutely.
And there are two important parallels that you see. When the Congress came back in 2009 with a thumping majority, they came, with the UPA coming back in the power. It was Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Congress won 21 seats in Uttar Pradesh. And this time when you look at the fortunes of the Congress party, along with Samajwadi, it's turning in Uttar Pradesh. For the Congress or the opposition to do well, the underline is Uttar Pradesh is the state where you have to turn your fortunes. And KL Sharma, just one quick anecdote about him. He's a man from Punjab. In 1984, Rajiv Gandhi, along with 150 volunteers, when he fought in one Amethi, got KL Sharma along with 150 volunteers to be stationed in Amethi for better governance when the Congress was taking over in power. Most of those people, 150 volunteers, have either left politics or have become very big leaders. Many became PCC chief and ministers. KL Sharma, for the last 40 years, man from Punjab, has made Amethi and Raebareli his home. And today it has come to fruition.
That's what we keep saying, dyed in the wool Congress leader.
Yeah.
Hilal, the message that is coming in, whatever the criticism, the Congress may have got its Amethi strategy right. And the margin is only increasing. It's now 95,000 votes with which Smriti Irani is trailing.
I think it was a very interesting and strategic choice not to contest, not to field Rahul Gandhi from Amethi, rather from Raebareli. It worked. But, the larger point about the UP is that UP has got two significances. One is that UP is significant in terms of number of seats. Second is that the political narrative always gets some kind of attraction from UP. So you cannot ignore the kind of space that is provided to any narrative to succeed. If you compare 2009 and 2019 with this election, you will certainly get that the narrative that was actually nurtured in UP somehow became the national narrative. Not merely about the seat, it is about the message.
It's interestingly, this time, look at just before the election started, nobody would have given even one seat to the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. They're at this moment standing at 8. That's a +7. Last time it was only Raebareli, the seat that they were able to win. Just staying with UP, because as I said, it's a fascinating story. All right, what we'll do at this moment, I think in just a moment from now, Mr. Rijiju is going to join us. We've been waiting for him. Okay, I've just been told in 30 seconds he's going to join us. Our Senior Managing Editor, Nikunj Garg, in fact, is going to speak to him. So just in those 10 seconds, Sanesh, stay on with us, because when we come back, we would like to see the atmosphere at the Samajwadi Party headquarters, because that's the story. Akhilesh Yadav, though he was making a lot of claims, but yesterday he did say that there are at least 40 seats that the Samajwadi Party is winning. His number is bang on.
As we build up to that big interview which is coming in shortly, we are slipping into a short break. Stay with us. The first reaction from the Modi government is coming. So stay with us. That big exclusive coming in a moment.
Co-present.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड. एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन. ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
चल हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. रिजल्ट क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch result kya raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch result kya raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
On the day India counts its votes on one of the most challenging elections, at least history is being made today, I am joined by at least one union minister who's leading by a huge margin. Mr. Rijiju, welcome to NDTV. First of all, congratulations to you. You are leading by...
Thank you very much.
You are leading in lakhs. Now, since you are a very senior representative of the government now and of the Bharatiya Janata Party too, veteran MP of the BJP, Mr. Rijiju, sum up for me and my viewers, how do you see the election so far? How do you see the trends that have emerged so far?
Well, in my home state in Arunachal Pradesh, we are completely winning the election as per our expectation. But other states, as being reported by media and the Election Commission website, there seems to be some result or some trend which are totally against what we had expected. But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties, trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics. But still, Modi's leadership is being cemented, seem to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
So big headline there, Mr. Kiren Rijiju, you are giving us. You're the first union minister who has come out and openly said that Mr. Narendra Modi is becoming the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time. Again, as I said, history being made there. First time, again, after Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's multiple terms, this would be the epoch-making elections. However, Mr. Rijiju, many neutral observers would say that this is at best, and I choose my words carefully here, at best, a mixed bag of a result for you, your party, as in not for you individually, you are scoring a thumping majority, but for your party and the NDA. Would you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju?
See, Nikunj, in the democratic setup, we have to follow the norms, whatever is being practiced in the democratic system. And in a democracy, the mandate of the people is the guiding principles for all of us to function. In democracy, it is said that voice of the God is same as voice of the people. So voice of the people means voice of the God. We are guided by the people's decision. So whatever result comes, we will humbly accept and then continue to serve the nation. And remember, Nikunj, we will never have a leader like Modi ji again. And from a precarious economic political condition in 2014, India has emerged as a very strong and stable nation. And today the whole global world look up to India for economic stability. And moreover, inside the country, Modi ji has ushered in an era of peace and prosperity for last 10 years. So the same trend will continue in the future. I am absolutely clear and confident that in Modi ji's third term, India will achieve many more milestones, because in the last 6 decades of Congress and their allies rule in India, they reduced India to a poor nation. India's capacity and ability is much more than what the Congress party has reduced India into. So the third term will ensure that India's growth trajectory will get further momentum, and we are looking forward to serve the nation under the leadership of Modi ji. So let us be very clear that Modi ji will serve the nation again as the Prime Minister for the third time.
Mr. Rijiju, it's interesting that you say that you will continue the reforms or the progressive policies of your government in the third term. However, this will now not be a BJP government. As it stands today, as it stands at this moment at least, you are falling well short of a majority. Now, in that case, Mr. Rijiju, NDA will form the government. There's no, I mean, many will say that it will still be a BJP-NDA government. But do remember that coalition politics, which will be the NDA politics, will have its own compulsions. And you, Mr. Rijiju, have been a cabinet minister of some very senior portfolios, law minister, prior to that, junior minister in the Ministry of Home Affairs, the most sensitive ministry in the government. Then now you still hold 2 portfolios concurrently. You know the politics that goes inside a cabinet in running the government. How do you see those challenges coming to the fore and play, Mr. Rijiju?
See, if you look at Modi ji's policy as well as his style of functioning, he believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is only opposition parties who are trying to portray in a different manner. Modi ji always takes everybody along. It is Modi ji who said that it is not the battle for BJP alone, it is the NDA. So from the day one, of course, BJP had its own target, but the whole campaign is the NDA family. So it is Modi ji who has brought the entire NDA family together to ensure that India doesn't lose its momentum. The ability of Modi ji to take everybody along, not only political parties. Modi ji takes along everyone, even those who are not in the political system. They are also widely consulted and their confidence are taken into, and then they run the administration. So Modi ji's philosophy of taking along everybody with the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is the mantra with which India is going forward. So let us not make any mistake by undermining anything out of this result. And we are waiting for the final result to come. Still, the counting process is still going on. But we must always believe that the mandate of the people will be always respected, and India will continue to grow under the leadership of Modi ji. And Modi ji has the ability to make the whole country united to deal with any kind of situation. Some people may try to break the country and create divisions and fissures in the society, but Modi ji believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
So you think, Mr. Rijiju, that's an interesting point you make. You think, that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas will now also apply to the political allies. Now let me also put you a political question, Mr. Rijiju. और ये सवाल मैं आपसे हिंदी में पूछूंगा क्योंकि हमारे सहयोगी चैनल NDTV इंडिया जो है वो भी आपके साथ में आपको जोड़ना चाहता है अपने साथ में. मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये देखते हुए कि इस समय आपके जो 2 बड़े आखिरी मिनट के अलाइज हैं एक तरह से, जैसे कि चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी जिनसे आपका अलायंस ऑलमोस्ट आखिरी हफ्तों में स्टिच हुआ, उसी तरह से नीतीश कुमार जो इंडिया छोड़ के आपके पास आए, दोनों तकरीबन इतने नंबर्स ला रहे हैं जिनको मिला करके आपकी सरकार का काम पूरा हो जाएगा। ये अभी की स्थिति है, अभी की स्थिति के बारे में हम बात कर सकते हैं, शाम तक हो सकता है ये स्थिति बदल जाए। ऐसी स्थिति में आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये एलाइज ना होते तो ये चुनाव आपके हाथ से स्लिप भी कर सकता था?
नहीं, ये इस तरह का आंकलन करना सही नहीं है। अभी तो इलेक्शन रिजल्ट अभी तो आया नहीं, अभी तो ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं और जैसे ट्रेंड आते जाएंगे तो नतीजा भी उसके हिसाब से धीरे धीरे आते रहेंगे। लेकिन मेरा इतना कहना है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सारा एनडीए ने चुनाव लड़ा और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को देश ने भरोसा करके फिर से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी देने का कगार पे है। तो इस पे कोई कन्फ्यूजन हम लोगों का मन में नहीं होना चाहिए कि जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पूरे देश को एकजुट रख करके और हर समाज को साथ में समावित करते हुए सबका साथ सबका विकास के मंत्र से जिस तरीके से 10 साल में एक नई दिशा भारत को दिया है और बहुत मजबूत राष्ट्र के रूप में भारत उभर के आए हैं, तो आगे भी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश और आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। सब लोग यही चाहेंगे, हम सिर्फ नहीं, हर एक भारतीय यही चाहेंगे कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत एक ताकतवर राष्ट्र के रूप में उभर के आएंगे।
कम से कम आपकी ये बात जो सब भारतीय चाहेंगे, वोट परसेंटेज में ज़रूर दिखाई दे रही है। बीजेपी और 46% के आसपास के वोट शेयर में जा रही है। हालांकि हमें ये भूलना नहीं चाहिए, पहला चुनाव है जिसमें शायद दोनों बड़े धड़े जो हैं वो 40% से ऊपर वोट लेकर के बैठे हैं इस समय तक। मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये दिस इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग दैट यू से कि एनडीए के एकजुट होने और एनडीए के मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ने पे किसी को शक नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सारे एनडीए ने मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा। लेकिन ये बात आपके एलाइज भी मानते हैं क्या मिस्टर रिजिजू?
अरे सब इसमें मानने नहीं मानने का बात ही नहीं है ना, इसमें तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही हम चुनाव लड़े हैं और मोदी जी हर एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जाते हैं तो वो सिर्फ वो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट के लिए नहीं, वो एनडीए कैंडिडेट्स के लिए भी उतना ही मोदी जी प्रचार किया है जितना एक बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट के लिए किया है। इसलिए इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए और इसमें कुछ लोग तरह तरह का बातें करने का कोशिश करेंगे, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है, क्योंकि एकजुट होकर के एनडीए ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा है। तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का तो कोई मुकाबला तो है नहीं देश में। जो आपका जो इंडी गठबंधन है वो तो अभी से लड़ने लग गया है। वो चुनाव में तो आप देखा है, कोई ना पश्चिम बंगाल में साथ है, ना पंजाब में साथ है, ना केरला में साथ है। उनका तो एक कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी गठबंधन है। अब आप केरला में जाके देखिए, वो कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट के बीच में कितना मारकाट है। अब बंगाल में जाइए, कांग्रेस और तृणमूल के बीच में क्या हालत है। पंजाब में जाके देखिए, आम आदमी और कांग्रेस के बीच में कितना गाला गाली चलते हैं। तो उसमें तो कोई अलायंस तो था नहीं, वो तो एक अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस बनाया चुनाव के लिए, सिर्फ कुर्सी के लिए। लेकिन एनडीए तो कुर्सी के लिए नहीं, देश बनाने के लिए चुनाव लड़ा है। इसलिए एनडीए में तो आपने देखा नहीं होगा कहीं भी एनडीए के दलों के बीच में कोई कटास हो, कोई मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग, कोई आपस में तालमेल का कोई कमी तो दिखाई नहीं दिया। लेकिन जो इंडिया गठबंधन जो आप लोग कहते हैं उसमें तो पूरा विरोधाभास है। इसमें तो चुनाव लड़ने से पहले ही वो एक साथ नहीं थे और आगे तो टूट फूट होकर तो वो तो साथ में काम नहीं कर सकते। वो तो जो परिवारवाद को मानने वाले डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज लोग मिलकर के मोदी जी को गिराने का जो कोशिश किया है, देश तो मानेगा नहीं ना। ऐसा परिस्थिति में देश और मजबूत से मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा होंगे। आप आगे देखते रहिए, मोदी जी किसी भी हालत से भारत का तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन के देश को बहुत आगे ले जाएंगे। और
ये इंटरेस्टिंग है मिस्टर रिजिजू दैट यू ब्रिंग मी टू दिस पॉइंट ऑफ डायनेस्टीज इन उत्तर प्रदेश, इन द स्टेट वेयर इट इज सेड दैट डिसाइड्स द पॉलिटिकल फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडिया. Heir of Mr. Mulayam Singh and Samajwadi Party's young leader Akhilesh Yadav has certainly stunned BJP. And you have a state government there. BJP was banking on Ram Temple as well to put wind in its sails. What has gone wrong, Mr. Rijiju? Many people will say that, you know, the Uttar Pradesh results are completely diametrically opposite to what you people were expecting all along.
No, it is difficult to analyze the result right now because it is only the election trend which are coming. Let the result come, and party leadership will look into all the things, because election is not one time. Election is a continuous process. We have municipal election, panchayat elections, then Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. So in India, we have a vibrant democracy which keeps on having different kind of elections, and it gives different result at different time. But what I'm saying is the fundamental point where NDA has gone to this election with a complete, understanding as a team, whereas the India Alliance, they just formed a group without any kind of understanding or any kind of similarities. They are opportunistic parties coming together for the sake of occupying the power. So there's a huge difference between NDA and the India Alliance. You can't compare. I won't even call India Alliance as a proper formal alliance, because they are fighting each other before election, now and the future also.
They are fighting amongst each other, and NDA expanded at the last moment. We saw probably the largest number of parties joining NDA before the NDA finally took its latest shape. But Mr. Rijiju, an alliance will remain an alliance, and one will have to keep in mind that the alliances perform quite differently from what a single party or single party majority government performs. However, my question to you is slightly different. My question to you, Mr. Rijiju, is that many people, including the pollsters, had written off the regional parties. In the Northeast also, Sikkim saw the massive mandate for a regional party. In the entire country also, we are almost seeing the resurgence of regional parties, be it Andhra, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it some other North Indian states even put together. Do you think that India is now going back to a coalition era? Many neutral observers are saying that this is the return of coalition era. Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju, or would you have differing views on that?
Nikunj, as I had said earlier, before the final result is out, it is difficult for me or for anybody to make a political analysis of the ongoing election result. In a way, different states have different sentiments and different compositions and different political formations. So in some areas, the regional parties are strong. In many areas, national parties are strong. But one thing is very clear, that BJP is today the only pan-India national party. Congress is, reduced to a very, insignificant party in many of the states and union territories. So if you see that it's only because of Modiji's leadership that the party has grown, from North and Western centric party to pan-India party now. So I'm very proud as a member of Bharatiya Janata Party that today we have a party and a Prime Minister under whose leadership the country is standing unitedly and also marching ahead as a proud nation. So let us not mix up about the leadership and some of the regional parties winning some of the seats in the some pockets of our country. But overall, you can ask anybody. It is across the country where people believe that Modiji is the only national leader today who can fulfill the aspiration of the people of India.
Mr. Rijiju, before I let you go, I know you are a busy man today. You will have to not only track the results of your own constituency, but entire Northeast, and then some of your cabinet colleagues as well. Before I let you go, let me ask you one question. One question that is in the mind, or rather topmost in the minds of many, and one question that some people are trying to answer on their own. Do you think this entire slogan of Ab ki baar 400 par somehow was taken into a zone which made it as if there is something completely completely negative aligned to it, and that boomeranged on your party, Mr. Rijiju?
No, this kind of assessment and this kind of observation, may not be true because the winning and losing of elections are because of many reasons. Many things can be attributed to election victory as well as election loss. But because the expectation was so high, so people may think that, okay, the NDA has not crossed 400. But NDA is winning the election. That is a big thing. In politics, in Hindi also you have heard saying, no, jo jita wo Sikandar. So winning election as a as a true Democrat, as a person, as a citizen of this country, we believe in fighting the election in the true spirit of democracy, and we will go by the mandate of the people. So let us not go into deep analysis of the election right now, because most of the seats are still showing the trend. It's not the final result yet. So let us wait for some more time.
Very much, Mr. Rijiju. Mr. Rijiju says, "Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar," and he says, "Let's wait for a final word on the elections, which will crystallize." Thank you very much, as always, Mr. Rijiju. Kind and nice of you to join NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले। So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV।
चुनाव बने आंध्रे
NDTV.
নির্বাচন মানেই NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV.
নির্বাচন মানে NDTV. নিবড্ডুক म्हणजे NDTV.
ચુનાવ મતલબ NDTV.
Teirdal enroll NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts.
A parent's favorite question to school kids.
Me and Veera here bringing you all the very latest as counting of votes is still taking place, but the numbers have been rather surprising, Veera, with, we've been on this for a few hours now, but 239 is the BJP alone, 294 is the NDA.
Well, it's fascinating. It's going to go down to the wire, but let's take us through the headlines first, Gargi, before we discuss the numbers.
All right, let's take a look at the headlines. And the NDA scores a simple majority. We're a few hours into the counting, and that simple majority remains. The India bloc, though, crosses the 200 mark at 231. But the real amazing story is of the Samajwadi Party, set for its best ever performance. The India bloc rides the Akhilesh wave. And this election has meant the return of the regional parties with the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, TDP, Uddhav Sena performing. The Trinamool Congress maintains that lead in West Bengal, and phone lines are now being worked from Delhi. Jagan Reddy concedes defeat, will meet the governor, while Chandrababu Naidu, what a comeback, he will be taking oath. A spectacular show for the TDP in the Andhra Assembly polls.
Well, so all those fascinating results coming in, those numbers, Gargi, is going to take this down to the wire. 239 at the moment in terms of leads for the BJP, down 64, 99 for the Congress, up 47. Congress not able to get past the 100 mark. So I think the takeaway is that the BJP is still the single largest party by a mile, but well below 272.
And
the NDA, of course, numbers at 293.
And we just had Kiren Rijiju speaking to us, the first reaction from the Modi government on these results, and he did say, Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. Though one also, thinks of what Mamata Banerjee says when, that slogan of theirs, Khela Hobe, and we're hearing of, phone lines being worked from Delhi to the various regional parties, which have been the big story of this election as well.
That's right. The regional parties, the big story. We have... we'll get our expert political guests in a bit to weigh in on the numbers. One of the numbers I'm looking at is fascinatingly of the Karnataka results, where again Congress's state president DK Shivkumar's brother DK Suresh, the only seat that the Congress won in 2019, lost the election there in Bengaluru rural. Prajwal Revanna has lost in Hassan. But otherwise, the Congress getting to the double-digit mark in Karnataka, containing the BJP there as well. So it's a fascinating contest state by state. We have Shaina NC, spokesperson of the BJP, Advocate Ashpreet Kadal of the national spokesperson of the Congress, and we also have Deepak Shenoy, market expert, founder of Capital Mind.
Probably to reflect on how the markets, you know, have
That's
nosedived
right.
since these results. Well,
Let's
Sharad
cut across.
Pawar is speaking. Let's listen in.
जागा मर्यादित ठरवल्या सगळ्या मिळून आम्ही 10 जागा मिळवल्या पण त्याच्यामध्ये असं दिसतंय की 7 जागेवर आणखी काही त्याचा पूर्ण काउंटिंग झालेलं नाही पण 7 जागेवर आज आम्ही तुझ्या आहोत किती 7 होती 7 जागेंच्यावर आज आम्ही तुझ्या आहोत याचा अर्थ 10 जागा निवडून 7 मध्ये विजय मिळण्याच्या संबंधीचं चित्र याचा अर्थ स्ट्रायकिंग रेट हा राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा या निवडणुकीमध्ये निश्चितपणाने झालेला आहे. हा जो काही यश मिळालं ते यश मिळालं ते एकट्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचं यश आहे असं आम्ही मानत नाही. आम्ही ही जी महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाडी केली याचा उल्लेख माझ्या स्टेटमेंटमध्ये सविस्तर आहे. त्या आघाडीच्या वतीनं आणि विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्ष आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालची शिवसेना आणि आमचे सहकारी या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित जीवाभावाच्या वतीनं काम करण्याची भूमिका घेतली आणि त्यामुळेच हे यश जसं आम्हाला मिळालं राष्ट्रवादीला तसं काँग्रेसलाही मिळालं आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालच्या पक्षाला सुद्धा मिळालं. आणि या जे मी सुरुवातीला सांगितलं की परिवर्तनाचं वातावरण आहे आणि आम्ही तिघेही एकत्रित राहून उद्याच्या काळामध्ये आमची धोरणं ठरवू आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेची सेवा करायची खबरदारी घेऊ एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं आहे. उद्याची बैठक ही दिल्लीला आज संध्याकाळी करेल ठरेल आणि ती झाली तर त्या बैठकीला माझी उपस्थिती असेल. आज काही टेलिव्हिजनवर बातमी आहे किंवा मी चंद्रबाबूंशी बोललो आणखीन कुणाशी बोललो याच्यात काही तथ्य नाही. मी काही कुणाशी बोललेलं नाही. बोलणं माझं झालं असेल तर ते काँग्रेस अध्यक्ष आणि काँग्रेस नेतृत्व यांच्याशी झालं बाकी कुणाच्या संबंधित नाही. या चर्चा करणं इतरांशी याबद्दलचं धोरण हे राष्ट्रीय पातळीवरचे आमचे सगळे सहकारी आहेत त्यांच्याशी विचारविनिमय करून केलं जाईल.
सर सगळे म्हणतात की तुमचं वय झालं आहे. या ठिकाणी हे सिद्ध झालं आहे की टायगर बुडा हुआ तो क्या हुआ लेकिन जिंदा आहे.
सर हिंदीमध्ये प्लीज ब्रीफ कराल सगळं. सर
मराठी एकदा होऊ दे. मराठी झाल्यावर हिंदी घेऊ.
मदत तुम्हाला पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये मिळेल असं वाटतं का? नितीश कुमार यांची मदत तुम्हाला पुढे मिळेल असं वाटतं?
माहिती नाही. माझं काही त्यांच्याशी बोलणं झालं नाही. एका राज्याचे प्रमुख आहेत आणि त्यामुळे त्याची माहिती असल्याशिवाय त्याच्यावर मी कमेंट करणं योग्य नाही. माझा त्यांचा सुसंवाद आत्ता झालेला संबंध आहेत पण आत्ता बोलणं झालेलं नाही.
सर बारामतीची जी जागा होती त्यावर
नाटकी टक्कर होईल असं म्हटलं जात होतं मात्र निकाल तुमच्या बाजूने लागलेला आहे त्याच्याबद्दल काय सांगाल?
याचा उमेदवाराविषयी
अधिक सभा घेतलेल्या आहेत तुम्ही फिरलेला आहात.
निर्णय काय असं की माझं स्वतःचं असेसमेंट त्या मतदारसंघाचं असेल की याच्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल लागेल असं मला कधी वाटलं नाही. एक आणि बारामती हा जो विधानसभेचा मतदारसंघ आहे त्याच्यात माझा स्वतःचा गेले 60 वर्षाचा असोसिएशन आहे. माझी सुरुवातच तिथनं झालेली होती आणि कशा करू न करू तिथला सामान्य माणूस जो आहे नागरिक जो आहे त्याची मानसिकता काय मला ठाऊक आहे. आम्ही जावं अथवा न जावं तो योग्यच निर्णय घेतो आणि घेईल याची खात्री आम्हाला होते आणि मला आता किती टक्के
18वी राऊंड चालू आहे ना आता.
16वी राऊंड पब्लिश झाली.
पब्लिश 16वी झाली. किती झालं?
त्याच्या आधी बारामती विधानसभेत कसं मतदान झालं?
10व्या राऊंडला 22,000 होता. आता 35,000च्या पुढे लीड असेल बारामती विधानसभा.
एका विधानसभेमध्ये 35,000चं सुद्धा आत्ता लीड असेल आणि बाकीच्या मतदारसंघाचं तुमच्याकडे असेल.
हो म्हणजे बाकीमध्ये पण लीड आहे. खडकवासला थोडंसं कमी आहे, बाकी सगळे लीड आहे.
बाकी सगळे
गेल्या वेळेसपेक्षा खडकवासला चांगलं.
टोटल किती लीड असता अजून
या क्षणी
आता 16व्या राऊंडला roughly 76,000च्या आसपास आहे
आणि अजून 3-4 राऊंड
अजून 6 ते 7 राऊंड बाकी
अच्छा
आहे.
6 ते 7.
आज आजचा निकाल लागला आहे. यानंतर विधानसभेपर्यंत महाविकास आघाडी अजून जास्त एक ताकदीनं पुढे येईल असं वाटतंय का? चर्चा अशा होत्या की हा लोकसभेचा निकाल महाविकास आघाडीला सुद्धा म्हणजे वेगवेगळं करतील, सगळे पक्ष वेगवेगळीकडे दिसतील. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं? पक्की झाली अजून?
आमची साधारणतः जो विचार होतोय झालाय त्याच्यामध्ये महाराष्ट्र ही विकास आघाडी जी आहे त्या विकास आघाडीच्या वतीनं आम्ही सामूहिक कष्ट करू, प्रयत्न करू, लोकांच्यात जाऊ आणि उद्याचं महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचं चित्र बदलायला जे आमचे प्रयत्न चालूच आहेत त्याला हा निकाल आम्हाला अधिक प्रेरणा देणारा आहे आणि म्हणून हे काम आम्ही चालू ठेवू.
Alliance partners of the BJP to break away and come on the India Alliance side. Do you expect the alliance partners of the BJP from the NDA to break away and come on the India Alliance side? Do you expect that?
No, I don't know. Neither we have discussed, neither we have thought.
पवार साहब किस तरीके से चुनावी परिणाम को आज के देखते हैं महाराष्ट्र के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, पूरे देश भर में जो चुनावी परिणाम है उसे कैसे देख रहे हैं?
ये बात शुरू में मैंने कहा कि महाराष्ट्र में तो रिजल्ट अच्छा आ गया और सबसे ज़्यादा उत्तर प्रदेश का ये डिसीजन आएगा इस पर कोई सोचते नहीं थे. हिंदी में
Nobody had imagined that the India Alliance will be able to secure so many seats in Uttar Pradesh.
हिंदी बेल्ट में और मेहनत करने की आवश्यकता है या हम समझते सोचते थे और इसमें कोई ना कोई सुधार हो गया ये बात सच है. फिर भी मध्य प्रदेश और कुछ एरिया में और ज़्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है मगर उत्तर प्रदेश के जनता ने जो इसमें डिसीजन दे दिया एक नई डायरेक्शन सब लोगों को उन्होंने दिए. हम वहाँ के नेता लोग, वहाँ के कार्यकर्ता लोग और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जो इन सभी का हम आभारी है कि
We are thankful to the people, to the parties, to the leaders of all the parties of the India bloc who worked for the parties to secure so many seats in Uttar Pradesh, and we understand that we need to work even better for the people of Uttar Pradesh.
रेज करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं थी. जिनको आम जनता के बारे में कॉन्फिडेंस है ऐसे लोग उस लाइन पर जाते थे. उन्होंने कोशिश की मगर जनता ने इसका स्वीकार नहीं किया. यहाँ तक इस कैंपेन में आपने हमने लोगों ने देखा कि
the people decided the result of this election, and we, the India leaders, need not worry about what will be the final decision of the people of India who have voted for us in our favor for this win that we will get.
दो भैंस आपने रखी है, इनमें से एक भैंस को लेके जाएंगे. इस तरीके से या गलत चीज़ें हाईएस्ट पोजीशन देश के लिए जिम्मेदारी करते हैं इन लोगों ने की थी. ये बात बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं थी मगर हमारा विश्वास था कि आम जनता इस तरह की कैंपेन, इस तरह की लाइन, इस तरह का प्रोपेगेंडा इसका स्वीकार कभी नहीं करेंगे. और इसका अच्छा जवाब उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हो अखिलेश जी या उनके बाकी साथी लोगों ने ठीक तरह से दिया. और जो कुछ
The opposite alliance said that people were not confident in us, but it is the people who themselves answered, be it in our state or for Akhilesh ji and his Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh.
BJP has not crossed majority by their own. How you react to this, and particularly the fight of Baramati? We should know about overall your...
It's so early. We have to wait for another day or two. Then correct picture will come. when we sit in Delhi and discuss with our colleagues, then I will be able to tell what exactly it is.
Well, our take on the BJP not securing the majority this time, solely for that, there'll be a meeting that will be called of our party as well as the other sister parties, and we'll sit together and then decide upon the final figures that have come out.
दो लोगों के साथ हो गई, खड़गे साहब एंड सीताराम येचुरी, और वो अन्य साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे और फिर हमें संदेशा देंगे कि दिल्ली में मिलना है या नहीं। हो सकता है कि कल मिलने की स्थिति पैदा हो सकती है।
We'll also sit and discuss with Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge about the distribution of power ahead. The BJP has done the work of breaking parties and alliances.
इलेक्शन इस वोटिंग में लोगों ने दी है और हमें खुशी है कि ये गलत रास्ते पर एक राजनीति जो जिम्मेदार राजनीति उस रास्ते से जा रही थी, उनको जो कोई सबक सिखाने की आवश्यकता थी वो सबक आम जनता नहीं सिखा है।
Well, that's Sharad Pawar there, Gargi, indicating more about the Maharashtra politics, saying the MVA will work for the people. This is a reiteration that that's the original NCP that he holds, and the original Shiv Sena is with Uddhav Thackeray.
That's
so I
right.
think that's
and
fascinating.
Talking about holding a meeting and exploring at the national level as well, saying that we'll be at the forefront in collective contribution through the MVA at the national level. So interesting there.
It'll be fascinating to see how this plays out. The India Alliance meeting will be as important as the NDA meeting. But joining me now
and to talk more about this,
Leher Singh Siroya, Rajya Sabha MP of the BJP. Mr. Leher Singh, the Congress seems to have held to 10 seats. It's the best performance of the Congress from 2004. 2004 said this is the best performance of the Congress in a Lok Sabha election in Karnataka. What is the consequence of this result to the BJP state leadership?
देखिए, जहाँ तक मैं साउथ की बात ज़्यादा करूँगा क्योंकि मैं साउथ से हूँ
जी।
साउथ में हमारी सीटें बड़ी है और वोट परसेंटेज खूब बड़ा है। आंध्रा में और तेलंगाना में हमने काफ़ी प्रोग्रेस की है और आंध्रा में हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, हमारी कोalition गवर्नमेंट, और तेलंगाना में हमारे को 8 सीटें मिली और 8 कांग्रेस को मिली है और 4 सीटें जब कर्नाटका के मिली थी, 4 से हम 25 सीटों तक पहुंचे हैं। तो तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश और केरल में भी हमारा खाता खुला है। तो अब हम साउथ इंडिया की, पूरे साउथ इंडिया की पार्टी हो गए हैं। तमिलनाडु में हमारा वोट परसेंटेज 8 से बढ़कर 17% हो गया है। केरल में हमारा वोट परसेंटेज खूब बड़ा है और कर्नाटक में हमारा वोट परसेंटेज घटा नहीं है। हमारी कांग्रेस की सरकार की सारी कठिनाइयों के बावजूद भी हमने 16 सीटें जीती और हमारे अलाइज ने 18 सीटें हम जीत चुके हैं और शायद 1 सीट में कुछ फर्क चल रहा होगा। तो अच्छा, कांग्रेस के लिए पता नहीं कांग्रेस क्यों इतनी खुशियां और मनारी उछल रही है। कांग्रेस का हमारा जो वर्स्ट 116 का था में और हमारा बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस था 182 सीट, 182 सीट्स एट द टाइम ऑफ द वाजपेयी गवर्नमेंट इन 98 एंड 99। 182 में होकर के पूरे देश खुशियां मना रहा था। तो आज तो हम 245 के आसपास हम बीजेपी है और हमारा प्री पोल अलायंस जो है वो 295 सीट के आसपास बता रहा है, जो 1-2 सीट आगे पीछे हो सकता है। निसंदेह हमारा जो नुकसान हुआ है, जो हमारे को काउ बेल्ट की पार्टी कहा जाता है, उस काउ बेल्ट में राजस्थान और मध्य प्रदेश में, उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारा बहुत नुकसान हुआ। मैं मानता हूं इसके लिए पार्टी चिंता करेगी और क्यों हुआ ऐसा सोचेगी।
लहर सिंह जी, गार्गी, आई थिंक द क्वेश्चन सर, आपको स्टेट लीडरशिप बदलाव लेकर आया था। विजेंद्रा वाज मेड स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट, उन पर
येडियुरप्पा was given a free hand in terms of deciding the tickets as well.
उन पर क्या नतीजा हो सकता है ये रिजल्ट? क्या वो स्टेट
कुछ रीथिंकिंग होगी जो आपकी जो लीडरशिप है स्टेट में? कर्नाटका की बात कर रहे हैं हम।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं क्यों साउथ तो पहले साउथ की बात के लिए कर्नाटका पे आऊंगा। मैं कर्नाटका में जो है इस ऐसे स्थिति में जब पूरा देश में इस तरह का माहौल हो गया, फिर भी हमने हमारी सीटें बरकरार रखी, 18 सीटें बरकरार रखी हमने, और कांग्रेस की सरकार के बावजूद हम 18 सीटें मेंटेन कर पाए। और डीके सुरेश को जो हमने हराया है, जो डीके कुमार का भाई है, तो हमारी सबसे बड़ी जीत है। हम हर जगह हमारा आधार बढ़ रहा है और बेलगाम की सीट हम जीते हैं। आपको मालूम है वहाँ भी DK कुमार के जो लक्ष्मी हेब्बालकर उनका जो मिनिस्टर है उनका बेटा वहाँ खड़ा हुआ था और वहाँ भी उन्होंने खूब ताकत लगाई थी।
ओके, मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे, JDS के साथ अलायंस जाती रहेगी या will you rethink on that? What is your sense? I know you don't have a decision making this one, but I'm just asking you, आपका prediction क्या है?
नहीं, इस मामले में मैं डिसीजन मेकिंग भी आ सकता हूँ कि JDS के साथ हमारा कंटिन्यू रहेगा और शानदार तरीके से रहेगा और ये JDS के साथ हमारा अलायंस हम अगल बगल के स्टेट में भी किसी न किसी रूप में ले जाएंगे और केरला और तमिलनाडु में भी हम इनके साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ेंगे। और हमारे जो विजन रखे, जो जहाँ तक सवाल है हमारे अध्यक्ष का, मैं समझता हूँ कि अध्यक्ष के हाथ मजबूत हुए हैं और अध्यक्ष ने इस ऐसी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया है। तो मैं नहीं समझता कि इसका इन पर कोई नेगेटिव इफेक्ट आएगा, बल्कि पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट आएगा। और कर्नाटका और आंध्र और तेलंगाना हम मिलकर और साउथ में और ज्यादा नंबर से आगे जीतेंगे और साउथ इंडिया की पार्टी हम बनेंगे इक्वली जिस तरह से नॉर्थ इंडिया में है।
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us there, Leher Singh, and your comments on the BJP's performance in South and obviously and what we're expecting in Karnataka. But some breaking news now coming in. The BJP moving to form government now, and the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah have called Chandrababu Naidu. This according to sources. Also, an NDA meeting has been called for tomorrow. So really, you know, making those announcements, moving fast there, and also speaking with allies like Banji and Chirag Paswan. So all those moves are being made by, you know, even as the NDA number right now, it's at 296. Maria joins us for more on that. Maria, tell us, you know, what do we know so far? What are the moves being made?
Yes, so even as we speak, there is an important meeting which is happening at BJP President JP Nadda's home, where Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are present. Other senior BJP leaders are expected as well. So look, the NDA is trying to send that message that NDA together has crossed the majority figure of 272, and at present they are standing at 296. Of course, this is far less than what they had expected and what the exit polls had suggested, but the process of government formation has begun. Prime Minister and also Mr. Shah have spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. They would be participating also in his swearing-in ceremony, which will be taking place on 9th in Amravati. What we can also tell our viewers is Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to other allies from Bihar, which includes Chirag Paswan and also Jitan Ram Manji. So that the calls which are important in nature, including the calls to Nitish Kumar and others, are being made by Amit Shah and also Mr. Nadda and Mr. Rajnath Singh. Even as we speak, that meeting has begun. I think the party would be also deciding how should they be projecting this number of 296. Look, they have crossed the majority number. So as far as looking at the pre-poll alliance of the NDA is concerned, they are way above the majority figure of 272.
And may I add, Maria, that the BJP is the single largest party by a mile and a half. You see, the Congress is only at 99. So it will be, remember in 2004, the Congress was at 145 when it undid the Vajpayee government at that time. Does the Congress, will it work? We don't know. I think BJP really moving, you know, really fast there. But
and showing confidence, because you have to, you know, given the
That's
numbers
right.
that they
Let's
are,
put that question
it's
across to
disappointing.
Arshpreet as well from the Congress. Arshpreet, the BJP is still the single largest party by a mile and a half. While you've been possibly the India Alliance successful in bringing the numbers much below 272, it seems like the NDA still is poised to form a government.
Well, see, I want to start by thanking Mr. Nitin Gadkari, by thanking Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Shivraj Chauhan, Ms. Vasundhara Raje, Mr. Khattar, Mr. Yogi Adityanath especially, for all these leaders made it possible that the Bharatiya Janata Party's graph went so low. All these leaders, I would request that there's a little bit of an echo if the team would kindly take care of that.
Sure,
I'll
we'll
continue.
just get that.
So second of all, please, and second of all, these leaders made it possible for the Bharatiya Janata Party's graph to go down, because all of them are done with Mr. Modi and his dictatorial ways, because Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah do not want to listen to any other leader other than themselves. they do it with their own leaders, they do it with their workers, they do it with their allies. Therefore, the double-engine train could not reach the station. Before that only it stopped. And the reason behind that is JJP left them one ally, AIADMK left them, Samta Party left them, SAD left them, SAD Suyuk left them, others left them, people that had been given tickets left them. The only reason was Mr. Modi, Mr. Shah and the dictatorial ways. And second of all, the exit polls. Let's just get one. Yeah.
You know, you say about allies who left them. Would you have been better, much better in terms of numbers had you given convener post to Nitish Kumar for the India Alliance and got Chandrababu Naidu on the Congress's side?
See, as far as Mr. Nitish Kumar is concerned, I think it's good that he left the India Alliance and went to the NDA because he was a liability anyway. If he can shift so much, if he can change his ideology overnight, and that too so often, you know, it's even sooner than people change clothes. So he'll prove out to be a liability for the Bharatiya Janata Party. You'll see that very soon. And third, one thing is for clear that exit polls cannot be trusted. All the exit polls have been proven out to be wrong. This happened in 2004 as well, when the exit polls, the opinion polls, the surveys suggested that the Congress party would be losing the election. We did win the election, we did form the government, and back then also we had lost Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and MP. Despite that, within a few months we had made a comeback. Number three is that the people, when they went to vote this time, they had a couple of questions in their head for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Where is our 15 lakh? Where are the 2 crore jobs that you promised us? Where is the doubling of farmers' income? Where is the inflation reduction of diesel,
Let's
petrol,
put that question to Geeta Bhatt here in studio with us. And, you know, and Arshpreet, you know, you're talking about the exit polls, and I think that is one of the big stories of what the exit polls had predicted and what the numbers have actually come. But Geeta Bhatt, your response to, you know, what happened, while of course the BJP going on to form this historic, you know, third term and lead the government here, but still the story in UP and you know, and the fact that it's not even seen so far for the NDA yet.
Well, you know, one thing is clear that even if you look at the north side of India, BJP in itself was already at its peak, you know, and in terms of the numbers. So, and with the anti-incumbency being 2 terms already there, you know, sometimes some seats, I think it was expected that it may lose a few seats, but whether it will be able to gain that much if you go down south or towards the east.
Right, Geeta.
And they have been able to do well over there.
Okay, I just ask you quickly, as you make this point, would you concede then that the Ram temple did not work, A,
especially in Uttar Pradesh,
and B, that there was resentment and the breaking of governments in Maharashtra, breaking of the Shiv Sena, breaking of the NCP led to enormous emotional resentment, which coupled with agrarian distress to rout you in Maharashtra, and in Uttar Pradesh, the Ram Mandir issue did not work. Would you believe these two?
See, Ram Mandir issue, I think it was always meant to be a non-political issue. You know, it was the opposition which always tried to make it into a political issue.
But it was talked about on rallies and spoken about as well.
Definitely, it was something because it was an issue which was very close to the Bharatiya Janata Party as the only political party which actually stood and put it in manifesto, you know, as an agenda. But the point is that if you look at it, the people, did anyone, I mean, when Pran Pratishtha happened on 22nd of January, is it that the government had to tell anyone in the country actually to, you know, come out, celebrate it? You know, there was the kind of happiness and joy all around. So the people of the country were, you know, they had a lot of pride in it. So the point is that holding it to as a political issue, it is more to do with the opposition. They were trying to hold it as a political issue.
You know, we leave all, I just want to know what would be the key learning for the BJP at 241, because, you know, while the NDA is well past the 272 mark,
right,
the BJP needs to constantly look at its back, because the two allies who are going to give you the numbers, Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, are extremely, and I can't say it enough, seasoned. They've seen Indian politics for too long and they are known to jump sides. Naidu, remember, knocked on the doors of the Congress. They didn't want him. He came to the BJP made him wait. Today he could become the kingmaker. What would be the key lesson for the BJP?
Well, I think for any political party, it is very important to introspect and to look into that, if they were wanting to win a much larger number, and they of course, they are the largest party, but still, the kind of number that was being projected at, it is important probably to look at the candidates who were chosen, whether they went wrong over there, because for any party, not only just for BJP, I think for any political party, it is actually to look into that the candidate.
So the BJP did change many of its sitting candidates.
Many did, even Samajwadi Party did. Samajwadi Party changed many times their candidates at many places.
I'm saying at a level, and no, it was appreciated that you looked at it so granularly, that each seat was looked at so carefully, and candidates
three things I think could have changed the numbers today. One is UP. If the BJP had held on to it, it would have been 270, 272, close to that. The second is India Alliance alienating both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Had they been on his side.
So, but you have to, now this means the age of coalition governments, because now BJP is going to be in a coalition government in this third term, with, you need the allies, and so, take everyone along.
Yes,
and so the age of coalition governments back in the country.
Well, it seems so, looking at it right now at these figures, that this is going to be a coalition figure, because even if it is, right now the figure is at 240 for BJP, it may increase by 10, let us say 15 numbers.
Even here, it's a categorical BJP as a single largest party. If the India Alliance does a hodgepodge government, the BJP will be an extraordinarily strong opposition. But I think the BJP is in pole position to form its government as an NDA government, though. We'll take a very short break now, Gargi.
And we'll be back with more. Do stay with us. We'll get you more comments. A short break for the moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनराल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले। So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है, it's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election habadi NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results.
I'll tell you.
Kangna Ranaut won. Welcome back. Well, we're counting down and showing you the numbers there as the counting is taking place, and pretty much firmed up now, Veera, with the 296 for the NDA, 229 for India bloc, though it would see a little bit of change.
Don't say it's firmed up ever till you get the final results.
Yes, it's pretty much
because
firming up.
Some of those numbers are very close, and yes, you're right, it would possibly be in this trend.
Well, talking about firming up, let's go across to Radhika now, who joins us from Mumbai. And Radhika, what about the Mumbai North Central seat? That seems to be neck and neck. You have Ujjwal Nikam and Congress's Varsha Gaikwad, in that fight. And when Ujjwal Nikam was announced, that was a very interesting name to, throw in there into this electoral contest. Tell us what's happening.
That's right, fascinating results as far as Maharashtra is concerned, still going neck to neck, but MDA has almost called this election because right now we are looking at 20 for MDA, 27 for MDA and 20 for Mahayuti. And this is obviously something that was predicted by pollsters simply because of the change in political landscape. I'm outside Sena Bhavan where there's, victory dance happening, celebrations happening. This is outside Uttar Sena Bhavan where Sena workers are celebrating in large numbers. You can see the new symbol being flaunted by Uttar Sena members here, which is the Mashal symbol, and the flag that is being shown by people, by Sena workers, Sena members right outside Sena Bhavan here. So this is the kind of scenes we've been seeing in Maharashtra since morning. In fact, Sharad Pawar also taking a press conference. He was among the first few leaders who took a press conference, expressing his happiness over the trends that he's seeing now. He says that Maharashtra needs change, and that is what is being witnessed. Of course, he saying that MVA is committed to the people of Maharashtra. MVA was never there like a few years back. It's a newly formed alliance post-2019. And then, of course, Mahayuti also a newly formed alliance.
Radhika, is there a sense that this could impact the state politics and potential realignment there? Is this a reiteration that Sharad Pawar holds the NCP, Uddhav Thackeray holds the Shiv Sena? Do you see that happening? Is that what the buzz you're picking up there on the ground?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is going to impact state politics to a great extent simply because one, assembly elections are going to happen in a few months from now, and this is going to determine what will happen in assembly elections. This is just a prelude to assembly elections or something that several of the leaders are feeling, and this is certainly a big setback as far as Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar are concerned. Of course, as far as NDA is concerned, it is BJP that is the big brother that is, keeping Mahayuti afloat at this point. Almost 16 seats won by BJP, just about 6 perhaps being won by Eknath Shinde, and also nothing that is being won by Ajit Pawar. There were disputes even before the announcement of candidates and seats, even at, during the phase when announcements were being made as far as candidates were concerned. There were a lot of back and forth that we were seeing. So it was disadvantage Mahayuti to a large extent. Post the split, of course, post Eknath Shinde split, the government itself changed in Maharashtra. It strengthened BJP, it strengthened NDA for sure. Post Ajit Pawar split, the kind of reactions that we got on ground were mixed because there was a sense of betrayal. People did feel confused about the changed political
Right, well, it's great. It's interesting to see, Radhika, the celebrations behind you, and not just the assembly polls, Veera, there's also going to be, the BMC elections in Mumbai. That has been long due, and there you can see celebrations.
But
We
for
talk
the
about the breakup, 29 seats for the India Alliance, out of which
the
11
numbers
for
are on the
Congress,
screen, Gargi.
10, yes.
But for the Sainiks, it's a very emotional moment.
Absolutely,
Remember,
and
this was something very, very different. It's a very emotional
and most
party
of the political analysts did, because Maharashtra was so tough to call, but they did speak about, this sympathy wave on the ground for Sharad Pawar, for Uddhav Thackeray, and maybe that's why people read it wrong. But let's talk more about that. We're also joined by Kartikeya Batra, a political researcher, joining us. And Kartikeya, a big talking point right now is also about the exit polls and how wrong they went, and and what was being projected, what the reality has turned out today. Lots of questions being raised about it, and of course the Congress has made all sorts of allegations about these political pundits.
Yeah, so I hope you're not counting me as one of them.
Well, you have.
Well, we all are. We all are, Kartikeya. We all are.
Not the political pundits per se, but the researchers, the data analysts.
When there is a blowback, we're all one. We have to take it. You can't, keep one over the other. But I do know that there were some individuals who did make strong predictions. But what's the sense? What's the big takeaway?
It's been an intense day. I was just talking on a lighter note, but you're absolutely right that certain states were called wrong. And Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, I think, would be the top outliers in that sense. So I think in Uttar Pradesh, Veera, I think it's fairly interesting to see. I think the polls that got it wrong, including I am affiliated with C Voter in a small capacity. So I think one of the big differences was that we polled the BSP at roughly 14%, but the BSP's vote share has plummeted to less than 10%. And it seems that the India Alliance has been able to corner a large part of that vote, which is why you see the gains that they've clocked. But I mean, I think this is a great performance with Samajwadi Party and the Congress Alliance. And for the Congress to get 7 to 8 seats in UP is nothing less than a dream. West Bengal, I think I was at least very skeptical in the sense that what happens when people talk to you in the polls and what happens when they go and cast their vote are two different things. So I'm not surprised by the, because even the assembly polls, people got it wrong. Pollsters got it wrong in West Bengal. I think where they got it right is Odisha, where the BJP has swept. Where they got it right is Andhra, where the NDA has swept. Where they got it right is other parts of South India. Telangana, BJP, Congress emerging as the two strong parties, and BRS is decimated. Rajasthan, Haryana.
When you're giving me the national picture, at 241, the BJP mile and a half ahead of the Congress as the single largest party. The Congress under 100. In 2004, it was at 145 odd. So is it clear now that the Congress has to play the role of a strong opposition with those extra MPs, and the BJP will form the government as the NDA?
Veera, for me, the battle was always about two numbers. Can the BJP cross 272 and will the Congress get 100 seats or not? So for me, two numbers were at test, 272 for the BJP and 100 or 90 for the Congress. It seems the Congress has crossed that. I don't think the India Alliance was fighting I didn't think they thought they'd form the government.
Right.
I'm sure they were also fighting with the objective of denying the BJP a brute majority on their own, which they seem to have done.
And
now, yeah, Gargi, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that end of the day, what we do want is a healthy democracy, and a strong, opposition is definitely a part of that. It's going to be interesting going forward, seeing a coalition government being run, centered around the BJP, Prime Minister Modi running a coalition government.
And we don't know anything about it, Gargi, because neither in Gujarat nor in Delhi has either Mr. Modi or Mr. Amit Shah run a coalition government. These are uncharted territories. So I think we need to see what's going to happen. The other thing we need to understand is what's going to happen internally within the BJP, because not everybody was happy with the current dispensation. And what happens in states like Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP has lost seats? Do they change the chief minister, or does the chief minister say that it's I who gave you these seats, otherwise you would have probably been even worse? We've already seen change of guards in other states like Haryana. What happens in Maharashtra, Gargi? That's a big question. I think you were alluding to it. That do the two factions of Shiv Sena now come back? What happens to the NCP? What happens in the assembly elections? But I think the biggest takeaway is the Congress should take heart that finally, once again, after a long time, in a national election, it has become competitive against the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh will give, and to some extent Jharkhand, will give the Congress a lot of heart going into a lot of these assembly polls that are
That's
upcoming.
right. This is a big election year with a lot of state elections
One
due. Yes.
final point, and I'll put this to both Geeta and you. Is it then the lessons that the allies have been able to really bolster the numbers, whereas to really unseat the BJP, the Congress needs to have those 1 or 2 states where it can defeat the BJP fair and square and sweep them out. It needs those 1 or 2 big states where it's a direct BJP Congress fight, whether it is a Madhya Pradesh, whether it is a Gujarat, whether it is a Rajasthan, or whether it is a UP, where they can sweep them out. That's the only way their numbers are going to come back to where it was in 2004.
Kartikeya.
Absolutely, Veera, and there's no doubt about that. Now, imagine the kind of sweeps you see in Madhya Pradesh. By the way, may I say, Gargi Veera, an outlier seat that I think will go under the radar but should be given a lot of credit is Congress winning a seat in Gujarat after 10 years. Yeniben Thakur winning Banaskantha.
Banaskantha seat.
That was the only seat in Gujarat that saw an uptick in turnout, which meant that was the only seat probably where even the voters thought there was some competition, and the Congress has won that seat. So I think that is one. But you're absolutely spot on. If you go to 2009, Veera...
I might just butt in there and say that Banaskantha, possibly the Rajasthan effect there, given that it's the added top state district
No, but Veera, no. But that region of Rajasthan is the tribal dairy OBC region where the Congress has been traditionally strong. Even in 2022, when it was routed in Gujarat, in that region, it got whatever it did.
Both parties have symbolic victories, Geeta. BJP has one in Kerala. Thrissur is the one seat. It seems like Thiruvananthapuram was a close fight, but not happening.
But Veera, to answer your question, in 2009, when the Congress did well, they did very well in Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi, Uttarakhand. So I think to your point that you need at least 2 to 3 Hindi heartland states going your way. And if in this election, the Congress had picked up 5 odd seats each in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, then probably the BJP would have come down even more. So yes, the resurrection of the Congress in the Hindi heartland states is a necessity for them.
Madhya Pradesh lost that one
to be able to form
Uttar Pradesh Congress has done well, but even if you look at Uttarakhand, I think all 6 are going to BJP. Right, same as with Madhya Pradesh.
The Himalayan states.
Yeah, Himalayan state and even Madhya Pradesh.
But let's talk Kerala, in that sense that one seat that the BJP has, Tamil Nadu doesn't seem to have worked out. But Kerala, that one seat, Suresh Gopi winning it, remember there was a Christian-Hindu consolidation there that the RSS was working on.
Absolutely.
It seems to have worked.
It has, and so it has opened the doors for BJP. And these are in the southern states also, Veera, if you look at the vote share, whether it is in Karnataka, even Karnataka also, although the number of seats are down, but vote share still for BJP is the largest.
Look at that Kerala map, split between 2 sides of blue, North and South Kerala, with Central Kerala held by the BJP and the CP.
If you understand Kerala, you know that...
And even if you look at Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, Andhra Pradesh also, they are in Tamil Nadu also, 17% vote share they have got. Right? So it is up quite a lot.
17%, Annamalai had said in the interview as well, 18% was a mark they looked at. The PMK has galvanized itself and built this up. You needed a significant vote share, and remember that 17% that you're talking about is concentrated, so it might have an impact. I think in hindsight also, Geeta, is that this catchment area, I will alienate the AIADMK completely, doesn't work. Had there been a potential alliance with the AIADMK, I don't know how it would have played out.
But you see, it takes time. If you look at, in terms of Telangana also, they have doubled their seats there.
Yeah, that's true. Telangana was a state
Odisha, nobody would have
but that's because the BRS collapse comes to the BJP.
Has its own story. But Kartikeya, you're talking about the lessons for the Congress, and hopefully that will be taken. But the BJP, one has to say, even if they don't get those votes, they still the next day you'll see top leaders still going to those states, politicking or holding meetings, holding rallies, etc. They really give it all, and even in Tamil Nadu, I have to say it's for the long haul. They're trying to build up that support there.
Ultimately, for the long haul, you also need seats. They were hoping, well, yes, the NDA winning 1 seat in Dharmapuri, which is Soumya Ramdas, Anbumani Ramdas's wife, and the day after elections onwards, local analysts and everybody started predicting that this was the one seat. The other one that they were looking at was the Tirunelveli seat, where Nayanar Nagendran, an erstwhile AIDMK leader, was contesting. The DMK was supremely confident that it was going to hold out.
They're
now,
a formidable alliance.
it shows
yes, the DMK.
that when you build three fronts, like if you had a splintered opposition across India, the BJP benefits. That same way in Tamil Nadu, when you have a splintered opposition between the AIDMK and the NDA, it benefits the DMK to hold on to its, bastion there.
Is Kartikeya?
No, nothing to add. Veera is absolutely spot on that I think the BJP's strategy, Veera and Gargi, over the years to reach into new states has usually been find an ally and make sure that you poach it, or in a way make sure that you appropriate it over time, which is something you will now see in Odisha. It is happening in Bihar.
That's right.
You will now see it in Odisha as well. And I won't be surprised over time in Punjab also they do something similar.
Okay.
So I think
I want to ask one very quick question to Geeta. You know, in the 2014 election campaign, there was a very interesting analogy in Andhra Pradesh, which had just been, bifurcated. And they said Namo stands for Naidu and Modi. Is that going to hold true over the next 5 years? Chandrababu Naidu could well be a key ingredient in this NDA along with Nitish Kumar.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the way the numbers are, we can see that, and as you mentioned, Veera, that the two important coalition partners, the JDU and the TDP, they are going to be very important in forming the government. And yes, we can, in alignments in politics, we have seen they keep changing. But now, as you said, that TDP, the Congress decided to not let them in, and now when they are doing so well in Andhra Pradesh, they are forming the government. The numbers, the assembly results are already out. So Chandrababu Naidu is already forming the government, the state government over there. And here also, I'm sure I think they have already exchanged pleasantries, the Prime Minister and the...
That saffron there, I must tell you, it has to be more yellow than saffron, because the TDP's color is yellow and the TDP is the one that's swept.
Yeah, I think
that's the YSRCP and the NDA.
But Geeta Bhatt, now with this coalition government in the works, clearly with 294 for the NDA and 240 for the BJP, and when, in the past, the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, now will we see, more of walk the talk on that front rather than this politics of hate we've seen on the campaign trail a lot, and that has been a big talking point. Opposition has been pointing out about this. So hopefully, do you think now, less of that?
Gargi, if you look in terms of the implementation of the policy, I think they have almost all the welfare schemes of the government, they have been delivered to across the section of the society, irrespective of, all class, community, religion. So there has been, this was, the agenda which was put forth during the political debate in the course of this election was because of the manifesto that had come up, it was with respect to that, the manifesto of Congress party. But otherwise, if you actually look in terms of delivering the goods,
Samajwadi Party, this talk of, Pakistan is supporting the Samajwadi Party, also that, should Samajwadi Party and Congress come, the temple will be brought down. Those are some of the more absurd
for that, I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi also has to be given some credit, because there were already rounds around that, if Congress comes back, we are going to rethink about the...
Dare I say there will be enormous repercussions and perhaps reactions to this result, both socially as well as in terms of other aspects, Gargi.
Right, Kartikeya, yes, and if you want to talk more on this point about, the kind of phrases, kind of things that we heard on the campaign trail, that there was a sense of othering as well. So perhaps that is something a lot of the young people.
Sorry, Kartikeya, we need to go across to LJP's Chirag Paswan, who's speaking live in Bihar. He could be another important leader.
हम लोग जीते, प्रधानमंत्री जी का कुशल नेतृत्व, मेरे मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी का गठबंधन को मजबूती देना, और हमारे तमाम घटक दल, आदरणीय जीतन राम मांझी जी, आदरणीय उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी का जिस मजबूती के साथ गठबंधन ने एकजुटता के साथ प्रचार किया है, ये उसी का परिणाम है। देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री जी की स्वाभाविक है, मुख्यमंत्री जी की एक अहम भूमिका इस चुनाव में और चुनाव के परिणामों में रही है। जैसा मैंने कहा कि गठबंधन के तमाम घटक दलों और उनके तमाम नेता कार्यकर्ताओं को इसका श्रेय जाता है। थैंक यू।
मैडम चलिए
Chirag Paswan there speaking. Well, yes,
He's one
Kartikeya,
from
one
Hajipur.
last. And saying that the
He's one
Gathbandhan
from
is strong.
Hajipur, and
Yes.
he's saying that the Gathbandhan is strong. Of course, Nitish and Chirag. Well, let's cut across to the man of the moment in Andhra Pradesh.
And what
That's
a comeback
Chandrababu
story,
Naidu with
huh?
his grandson wearing yellow. That's fascinating. That's the color of the TDP. He was standing on the doors of the Congress. He supported the Congress tacitly in the Telangana Assembly election. The Congress didn't want him. It didn't work out to become part of the INDIA alliance. He went to the BJP. He went to jail.
He went to jail.
Waited patiently, Gargi, and finally he has trumped. He is the man of the moment in Andhra Pradesh, and trumped by what? A mile. And it's not just, the smile is only half for Andhra Pradesh. The other half is after 25 years coming to a role of importance in the national capital. Remember 1996 and 1999, how Chandrababu Naidu has aged now, how he's going to use this for Vijayawada will be fascinating. Cutting cakes. Well, I think it's really time for the TDP to cut the cake and
Much
celebrate.
deserved celebration. Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. Of course, more coming up on the other side as we continue to track the results, and more or less firming up there. 239 for the BJP, 100 for the Congress party, and 293 for the NDA. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election habadi NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal enroll NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android, Well, guys, the creators of Android, जब उन्होंने बना लिया, ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Watching NDTV, and we're bringing you the results which have more or less, I think, firmed up now, and it's not exactly what was expected, not what the exit polls had predicted, not that 400 par slogan either. It's not even 300 par yet, but 293, and what we can say is that Narendra Modi will be forming the next government, so that in itself is quite a record.
Absolutely, it's a big election, and this election has, ladies and gentlemen, once again reaffirmed the power of the Indian voter. Though the Prime Minister is getting a third term, may even inch close to 300, but a stronger opposition is what the voters of India have put their faith in. We'll get you all the latest, a lot that is happening. Phone calls are being made from one party to another. All that latest coming in with the most sharp analysis here on NDTV. Let's take a look at the headlines.
First, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. And the first reaction from the Modi government, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju to NDTV says no doubt that Modi is returning as the Prime Minister. And he says about the numbers that Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar. The NDA scores a simple majority as the India bloc is across 200 at 230. The Congress currently at 99. The BJP at 242. But the big story of this election has been the Samajwadi Party and its performance in Uttar Pradesh. Its best ever in a Lok Sabha poll. The India bloc rides the Akhilesh wave. And it's a return to coalition politics. It's a return of the regional parties with the Samajwadi Party, Trinamool, TDP, also the Sena performing. The Trinamool Congress maintaining its lead in West Bengal, and TDP makes a stunning comeback in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, celebrations for the TDP as Chandrababu Naidu is going to be taking that oath. Jagan concedes defeat. The TDP has a spectacular show, and the oath-taking ceremony will take place on June 9th. All right, so those numbers coming in, 296 for the NDA. It's been quite a spectacular, showing by the India bloc, 229 and nothing, what the exit polls had predicted. I think that's also going to be a big talking point and something that's going to need its own analysis about the exit polls. And
I think it was a different election that the exit polls, the trends that they have picked up, and a very different election that actually happened on the ground. But let's, for a moment, go across to my colleague Vedant, who's joining us at this moment. He's outside Mr. J.P. Nadda's residence, the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. His house is going to be now a center of a lot of activities in the next 24 hours.
Already there's been a meeting which was held over there. Yes.
Nazir Masoodi, our colleague, is also joining us from Jammu and Kashmir. But Vedant, to you first. All the hotlines would be, in fact, ringing from Mr. Nadda's residence to every ally. They are much, much more important than they were in the last 10 years for the BJP.
Absolutely, Ankit. I come to from right outside JP Nadda's residence here in the national capital, where currently Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah are present. That meeting, that key meeting, is underway. What we're picking up from our sources, there are two aspects to this meeting. First, of course, calls being made to allies, as you rightly pointed out. Chandrababu Naidu has been reached out to by the Prime Minister himself. In fact, allies in Bihar also have been reached out to, including Chirag Paswan and Jitan Ram Majhi, crucial allies of the BJP. So that, of course, happening. But the other important thing here, Ankit, what we're picking up from our sources is that the strategy meet is also to discuss a unified message that will be sent out. Because remember, nobody in the top leadership has so far responded or reacted to the results that have come in. And let me tell you something very interesting also, Ankit. It was on the exit polls day, in fact, that the BJP media cell had circulated a message amongst all beat reporters saying that the Prime Minister will be making his victory speech at 7 p.m. This message was circulated on the exit polls day itself. And what we're picking up from our sources is that the Prime Minister will continue with that plan. The Prime Minister is expected to be at the BJP headquarters at about 7 p.m. is what we are picking up. And that is when he will make that victory speech, quote-unquote victory speech, at the BJP headquarters. So that is going to be crucial as well. The focus right now is to sort of look at what message has to be sent out. Of course, two important parts of that messaging, as sources indicate. One is the focus on Andhra and Odisha. That is something that will be the key focus of, that could be the key focus of the messaging of the BJP's top leadership tonight, because those are among the BJP's catchment areas, certainly. And secondly would be the Labharti model and how that has yielded and how that has paid dividends. That's what we're picking up from our sources. Remains to be seen what happens exactly, but these are the two key aspects of the meeting currently taking place here at Mr. Nadda's residence. It's been about Mr. Raj and Amit Shah arrived here.
Reporting from outside JP Nadda's residence over there. But let's listen in to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister, who, it seemed for a moment he was giving Shashi Tharoor quite that fight. But let's listen in. He has lost to Shashi Tharoor.
Communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose.
Will you able to continue here in Trivandrum?
No, my commitment to Trivandrum is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Trivandrum, and I stand by my mission. And all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Trivandrum forward.
BJP open an account in Kerala.
We are very, very happy. We are very excited, and we think it marks a very, very important milestone in the growth and expansion of the BJP in Kerala and in the south of India. Suresh Gopi has worked very, very hard in the Trichur for the last 10 years. He has contested earlier. This is his third time at electoral politics, and to win by such a huge, decisive margin and to put the Congress candidate into third place is certainly a very, very important signal and certainly an important encouragement for the BJP in particular in Thrissur and in Kerala in general.
BJP didn't cross 400 bar.
No, obviously it is disappointing given the fact that the last 10 years our Prime Minister has worked very hard and transformed India significantly. The expectation was that the NDA would be 350 to 400, and we have come short as I see it on TV. We will see the results, and we will see what the party and the leadership decides. Thank you. Thank you.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar there after losing to Shashi Tharoor, who has won once again from Thiruvananthapuram, but the lotus has bloomed in Kerala, and you do have Suresh Gopi of the BJP who has won from Thrissur. So that in itself is fairly remarkable. Remember how the left, in fact, mocked this idea that the BJP could even win any seat. But yes, one seat. So Ankit, that is something quite significant in this particular election, symbolically, that the BJP has managed to win that one seat.
That's right. And in fact, there is a story as far as the union ministers are also concerned, though a couple of ministers like Mr. Rijiju, who spoke to us a little while back, and also Anurag Thakur, they have been able to win with a big margin. But as many as 11 ministers from the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government at this moment are either trailing or have lost this election, including Smriti Irani from Amethi. She was the giant killer.
That is the big story.
She was the giant killer in 2019, defeating Rahul Gandhi. This time, tables have completely turned, and she's trailing by over 1 lakh votes as we speak at this moment. But
let's
for
go
the
across
moment, let's
now
just shift
to
our focus
Nazir.
to Jammu and Kashmir. Nazir Masoodi, our colleague, joining us from there. Important, Nazir, as we've been discussing, Jammu and Kashmir results would be seen with the prism of what is coming up as far as the state is concerned.
Big, the former chief ministers of the state, Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, both losing.
Well, both the regional parties have lost their faith in this election. Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah have lost this election. And when we talk about, political parties making calls to the leaders and the new MPs, will there be any call to Engineer Rashid, who is in Tihar jail for last 5 years, facing terror funding charges, be it BJP or the Congress, for his support? So he has won. He's a giant killer. He has defeated Omar Abdullah with a record margin. Already, when the counting is going on, he was leading by more than 2 lakh votes. And Sajjad Lone, who had backing of all the parties and accused of being Team B of BJP, has come number 3. Mehbooba Mufti has also been defeated by National Conference leader Mia Altaf in Anantnag constituency. In a sense, if we see, this is a vote for the people who are seen on the right side of the political sentiment. And also in Ladakh, BJP and Congress candidates have been defeated by independent candidate Haji Hanifa Jan. And I am joined by Sajjad Hussain Kargili, who is from Kargil Democratic Alliance, whose candidate was Hanifa Jan. You are also a candidate, but you withdrew in support of Haji Hanifa Jan. So you have finally won the seat and defeated both Congress and the BJP. But will you be part of India Alliance?
Thank you, Nazir Saab. People of Ladakh, they have rejected the decision which the government has taken on 5th August 2019. The first message people of Kargil have sent in 2023 during council elections, and this is the second message. The entire people of Ladakh, they have sent again this message that people of Ladakh have rejected this UT setup for Ladakh. Also, they extended their support with this referendum, which we call the referendum. Today's result resembles a referendum for Ladakhi people, that we are in support of the 4-point agenda which is taken forward by both KDA and Apex body. So I congratulate people of Ladakh, and also especially Haji Hanifa Jan. Our unity has won. We, the people of Ladakh, today we can articulate resoundingly.
But you are this election campaign was riding on the protests and the agitation for the statehood and the special status under the 6th schedule, which you have lost under 370. But you have been also now talking about reunion with the Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, certainly, because we, the people of Ladakh and our KDA, we went to Supreme Court. We were the petitioners in Supreme Court against the abrogation of Article 370. We have articulated the same thing during council elections, and now we are repeatedly again saying this thing, that we want to reunion with Jammu and Kashmir if government is not ready to give us separate statehood for Ladakh.
Thank you so much, Sajjad Hussain Kargili. So Kargil celebrating, Ladakh celebrating. They have defeated both Congress official candidate Haji Hanifa Jan is an unofficial candidate of National Conference. So while National Conference leader Omar Abdullah has lost elections, it has actually won 3 seats. One in Ladakh, Srinagar seat, and also South Kashmir, Anantnag seat as well. But people have made a statement after really politics remain in a suspended animation for last 5 years. People were frozen in fear. They have made a statement which side of the political narrative they are, or also what political party has said.
And you could see the assembly elections as well, taking place soon, given the Election Commission was so happy with the kind of voter turnout. But let's listen into what Union Minister Anurag Thakur had to say.
लगातार जिताने का मैं हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र की जनता का आभार प्रकट करता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का जिन्होंने दिन रात एक करके मेहनत की, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जिनके नेतृत्व में हमने 10 साल इस देश को आगे बढ़ाया है, और देश ने एक बार फिर मन बनाया है, फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार बनाने। और ये सरकार स्थिर निरंतर भी होगी। ईमानदार दमदार नेतृत्व मोदी जी का फिर मिलेगा और हमारा देश नई ऊंचाइयों पर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बढ़ेगा, ऐसा मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। देश की जनता का आभार प्रकट करता हूं जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए को जिताया और एक बार फिर सेवा करने का अवसर दे रहे हैं। सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हिमाचल प्रदेश की चारों लोकसभा सीटें एक बार फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीती है। हिमाचल प्रदेश ने चौका लगाया है और मोदी सरकार को बनाने में एक बार फिर हिमाचल ने अपनी भूमिका निभाई। मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Okay, so that is Union Minister Anurag Thakur winning. He's won,
I think the other talk from Himachal is Kangana Ranaut has defeated Vikramaditya Singh as well. So
that's also there are, you know, this election, Gargi, is more or less like a normal Indian election, where there are stories after stories in various constituencies and in different states. A very different story is being played out, where some gains for the India Alliance or the NDA from uncharted territories, and some bastions have completely been demolished.
Let's introduce our panelists now who've been waiting very patiently. Satya Prakash Mishra, leader JDU, with us in studio. Nishta Gautam, a political analyst, also with us. We're also joined by Sumitra Goenka, political analyst, and Meeta Chakrabarti, a spokesperson of the Congress party. They're joining us. And Meeta Chakrabarti, first to you, a much better showing than what was expected, what the exit polls had also predicted for the Congress party, and now with 99 hovering near that 100 mark, it keeps going to 100 and then coming down. What are your first reactions to the numbers right now?
Okay, first of all, we are still hopeful that the actual numbers and the actual tally will be more than what is being shown and what is being predicted now. I know that there are constituencies where the margin or where the difference is very, very tight. It's going to be a very tight contest in those constituencies, and we are hoping that our final numbers will be better than what is being shown right now.
That's exactly what the BJP spokesperson had also said just a short while ago. But yes, go ahead.
So yes, I do agree with that part of the BJP spokesperson statement that it's a close contest and it can go either ways, right? So I think both of us are effectively saying the same thing. And finally, yes, the fact that Congress has doubled the numbers and probably the India Alliance is performing much better than what was being projected, is probably because we have come together to safeguard the secular and fabric of the country, to safeguard the constitution and the federal structure of the country. And the fact that Rahul Gandhi ji took out Bharat Jodo Yatra and Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra, he walked for 4,000 kilometers. Our manifesto is just not being prepared by our manifesto team, but it's fact, it has the inputs that Rahul Gandhi ji gathered and his team gathered during the Bharat Jodo Yatra and the Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra.
Meeta, may I quickly ask you one? May I just intervene and ask you one question very quickly before we move on to our other guests? If let's presume, because it's already we are almost 4 o'clock, so largely a lot of fluctuation is not expected as far as these numbers are concerned, barring a few couple of seats here and there. If these numbers solidify at the end of the day, 294 to the NDA, 231 to India bloc, is the game still open for the Congress party? Are you still in the market to form the government? Are you reaching out to a Chandrababu Naidu and also to somebody who started the India Alliance, then of course Nitish Kumar went back to the NDA? So is the Congress still in the market in a hope of a government, or is it going to be an NDA government with a stronger opposition?
I believe our leaders are talking to different like-minded political organizations. However, this is not something that I'm in a position to disclose in a television studio debate. Of course, these are closed-door meetings, these are closed-door conversations that are taking place. Now, going back to what I was trying to say, that we did not get a level playing field. The fact that our bank accounts were frozen a few months back, the fact that there were chief ministers from opposition parties who got arrested, or the fact that opposition leaders were being constantly harassed by ED, CBI and income tax, and also the fact that the opinion polls and exit polls got it so wrong. They were way off the mark. A part of media was highly compromised. The opposition parties never got a level playing field. Despite that, we went to the people of India. We went and we spoke to them. We had the yatras, and hard work always pays off.
Nishta, may I
and the
just get you in
results
at
are
this
showing
moment?
that. We are hopeful
If we
that
go
the
by
results
what
will
is
actually
happening,
be still better.
in Jharkhand, where we see where the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister, was put in prison, there seems to be some sympathy that he's gaining. His wife campaigned. She became a big factor as far as the campaign is concerned, Kalpana Soren. But the same cannot be applied in a state like Delhi, where the Chief Minister was also sent into prison. He made this entire campaign about jail ka jawab vote se. In that sense, the voters have rejected this narrative in the national capital, though they have completely bought this narrative of sympathy as far as Jharkhand is concerned.
Because there is a difference when it comes to both the parties that have tried to play the same card. The Aam Aadmi Party came into being by attacking the Congress Party when the Congress Party-led UPA government was in power. So you just have to understand that the voter is actually not a fool. And this election has actually reaffirmed everybody's faith in the voters' intelligence, that even before Mr. Kejriwal was put in jail or any such thing was happening, any action by the agencies was directed against him, the moment he became part of the alliance and shook hands with the Congress Party, the core voter was upset. What has he done?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but we've seen that in Delhi, it votes differently, Assembly votes differently in the Lok Sabha elections. But Satya Prakash Mishra ji, congratulations firstly on the performance in Bihar. And I want to take from what Ankit had asked the Congress party about phone lines being worked. So many phone calls coming to Nitish Kumar.
There are so many phone lines going so many places. But one thing is very clear. Nitish Kumar is very much stick to NDA. He has supported Narendra Modi's prime ministership. And Narendra Modi ji has extended all the support to Nitish Kumar ji's chief ministerialship. So there is no acrimony between both the leaders. Both are on the same plane. Recently,
But what if some offer was made, some sort of offer?
Anybody can.
It's
not that you've not done business with them before.
In India
You've been in the
Alliance.
business with the alliance.
The India bloc was his brainchild in a
but
sense.
we are a very small party with 15 and 14 seats going to win in Bihar. Definitely NDA performed well in Bihar. We are very much thankful to the people of Bihar. But the last one line I wanted to, whosoever will be forming the government.
आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी
Congress party speaking at this moment, let's listen.
वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। दो कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये दो मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है। तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर साथ हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन एट शॉर्ट नोटिस टू कन्वे अ कंसर्न ऑफ आवर्स। इट वाज मोर अ कंसर्न, लेस अ कंप्लेंट। We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice.
They're speaking about how the counting has come to a stop with some sort of interruptions there. But let's go across to Maharashtra now, where Nana Patole is speaking, and that's been the big story to watch in Maharashtra. Let's listen in.
चांगले निर्णय करू असा माझा विश्वास है।
नाना, महाराष्ट्र के भीतर जिस तरीके से तोड़फोड़ हुई, जिस तरीके से 2.5 साल में सरकार चलाई गई, क्या उसकी वजह से जनता ने ये अपना निकाल दिया आप लोगों की तरफ से? और लगातार कांग्रेस ये कह रही थी कि महाराष्ट्र के भीतर जो चल रहा है उससे ज्यादा भयानक पूरे देश भर में चल रहा है। वो सारी चीजें जनता तक पहुंचा पाए और बीजेपी कहीं न कहीं निगेटिव हुई, क्योंकि अब बीजेपी के नेता कह रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र में 2 समाजों में झगड़ा लड़ाकर और जीत की गई।
देखो, झगड़ा लड़ाने में तो बीजेपी की उस्तादी है। मराठा ओबीसी का झगड़ा महाराष्ट्र में उन्होंने लड़ाया, धनगर आदिवासियों का झगड़ा लड़ाया, कितनी कौमों के झगड़े लड़ाया, उसका जवाब तो उनको ही देना है। झगड़े हमने नहीं लड़ाए, सत्ता में तो वो लोग बैठे हैं। सत्ता में बैठकर अपनी गलती करने का, अपनी झगड़े लड़ाना और लोगों के मूल इशू को डाइवर्ट करना। महंगाई के बारे में बीजेपी ने क्यों बात नहीं की? किसानों के बारे में नरेंद्र मोदी ने क्यों बात नहीं की? बेरोजगारी के बारे में क्यों बात नहीं की? गरीबों के बारे में क्यों नहीं बात की? आखिर ये सब सवाल का जवाब जनता मांग रही थी, लेकिन बीजेपी खुद की
All right, Nana Patole there speaking, saying no one is greater than the public. I think that has been the story, democracy, the voter, the silent voter.
This is a very interesting graph that we are showing at this moment. It's a very, very interesting data. Look at the swing, because before this election, the only talk was that the difference between the BJP and the opposition, or the NDA and the opposition, is mammoth difference with the kind of vote share that they had last time. Now, there has been a 17% swing in Maharashtra. 17% swing is a wave swing. I mean, it's not a usual swing that you will see in a usual election. So what this has done is largely, at least when you were in the ground and people were traveling in Maharashtra, this was a result possibly that the breaking up of 2 regional parties, 2 regional satraps, that did not go down well as far as the voters are concerned, and that is the punishment that they have.
Reporters and analysts who had actually, been on the ground spoke of this sympathy wave on the ground. But let's go across now. Omar Abdullah is speaking. He has lost. He conceded a short while ago.
मुकाबला मुश्किल होगा। शुरू में अल्लाह ताला को वो मंजूर नहीं था, वो सेगमेंट के लोगों ने जो फैसला सुनाया है वो हमारे सिर आंखों पे। मैं जानता था कि ये मुकाबला मुश्किल, और जिस तरह का सेंटिमेंट बना, जिस तरह नौजवानों ने, हमारी माओं ने, बहनों ने इंजीनियर रशीद की रिहाई के लिए वोट डाले, नतीजा अब आपके सामने है। लेकिन चलिए, कभी कभार इलेक्शन में जो है हार जीत होती है। ये पहली मर्तबा मैं पार्लियामेंट का इलेक्शन हारा हूँ, अब आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है। सॉरी, मुझे ये भी, क्योंकि मैं जम्मू कश्मीर में ही फंस गया। जहाँ तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, शरद पवार साहब और उद्धव ठाकरे ने महाराष्ट्र में, और जिस तरह कांग्रेस ने राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने, जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी। बीजेपी जो 370 की बात कर रहे थे, जो 400 पार की बात कर रहे थे, अब उनको कोalition गवर्नमेंट चलानी होगी। अब इस वजीर आजम के लिए, जिन्होंने अपने हुकूमत को एक डिक्टेटरशिप के तौर
And senior BJP leader Prakash Javadekar is joining us live. Mr. Javadekar, I appreciate your time. Certainly a huge shocker coming for your party from the state from where you come, that is Maharashtra.
No, yeah, but I have two things. I am in charge of Kerala. So Kerala is giving us good news. And one seat we have already won. And 2 seats very close. So that is one. And that is first time after 75 years, the bipolar politics has changed. And now BJP has arrived in a real manner. This is because of Modiji's vision, efforts, focus, and direct, and all Karyakartas working together. All this has happened. But as far as Maharashtra is concerned, let us understand what happened. In 2019, Shiv Sena fought along with BJP as a united front, as a yuti, and we won 160 seats. This was a clear mandate given by voters to BJP-Shiv Sena alliance to rule. In that, BJP was 105 and 5 additional members supporting us, plus Shiv Sena was 50. But they wanted chief ministership. So how it will be possible?
But
and
Mr. Javadekar, for all that has gone in the past, what this mandate, would you agree, suggests that it is the people of Maharashtra who have today settled that debate of which is the real Shiv Sena and which is the real NCP?
No, that is not the debate I am talking about. I am talking about one Shiv Sena which was with BJP and we won the mandate. They betrayed the public mandate in 19, and because they wanted to chief ministership, they aligned with the opposition parties, that is NCP and Congress. So that is the real history. From there on, Maharashtra's politics was always in problem. Now what happened? They could not keep their folk together. 40 MLAs from their parties, if they are dissatisfied and they don't want to be in that party, they joined us. And let me tell you, this is a very temporary thing what has happened. Now there will be assembly elections and you will see. People also realize that this is what they have done.
Yes.
First betrayal from Shiv Sena. That is the reason.
Okay. You're calling this betrayal from the Shiv Sena, but would you agree, and I'll repeat my question, that given the kind of mandate which has come for Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena and also for NCP of Sharad Pawar, it is the people of Maharashtra who have settled that debate of the legality of these parties?
I think that you will have to ask the Shiv Sena and NCP MLAs. We are one and we are, we take everybody along. But that doesn't mean we are not settling the dispute among them. We don't know, and we're not interested also.
Okay, will you accept that overall, it's your allies who have pulled you down in Maharashtra? Your numbers went down because of Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde.
Today, I am not talking about Maharashtra. I am talking about Kerala. I'm in Kerala.
Okay.
And Kerala, we have registered a massive, now at 6 p.m., we will have a gathering, all the 3 candidates. You know, Attingal and this Trivandrum, so near, so close. So first time BJP has arrived on scene. It's a huge development in the South India. And therefore, that is important. As far as Maharashtra is concerned or all India level is concerned, there always, ours is a thinking party. It takes time. But we don't discuss what has happened and what is not happened, what could have been done, what should not have been done. That everything we discuss, but that we discuss in party meetings, not on TV screens.
All right, Mr. Javadekar, really appreciate your time. So certainly you have one reason to celebrate as the party in charge of Kerala, but being a someone who belongs to the state of Maharashtra, there is a lot of introspection that the BJP certainly has to do. There's a lot of visuals that were coming in of Supriya Sule, who has won from Baramati, Ankit, an important constituency there.
Maria, what Mr. Javadekar did today, it tells you the story of the day. All political parties will look at the places where they have made gains, but they will be reluctant to speak about the places where the political parties have not been able to break even.
In fact,
as Maria was saying, that this is Supriya Sule, one of the most fascinating contests of election 2024, the Pawar versus Pawar.
Yes.
That's right. So maybe undue attention was paid to that, given the way the Pawar NCP has.
No, but it's interesting, Gargi. I was there on ground zero, and the message that was there was that for people of Baramati, it was Sharad Pawar, the giant, the patriarch of the party.
You're right. Even Ajit Pawar camp was using Sharad Pawar's photo in their posters. He had that kind of an influence, and he has re-established his stamp, his authority as the real Shiv Sena, as the real NCP as far as politics of Maharashtra is concerned, no matter what.
Well, to talk more about this, we're joined by Sumitra Goenka. And Sumitra, we'd like to ask you, so your big takeaways from these election results so far. Maharashtra has been a big talking point. The BJP winning that one, prestige seat in Kerala has been a big talking point. And then the Samajwadi Party and its performance in Uttar Pradesh.
First of all, a big lesson is that the exit polls got it all wrong, and that is one of the biggest lessons. And while I was expecting some of the swing states, Maharashtra being one of them, because I had recently been to Maharashtra and I am a Mumbaiite, so I know the pulse of the state. So I was expecting some jitters there, but this is more than what I was expecting. Secondly, Uttar Pradesh has really turned out to be a game changer here. And I was really not expecting this kind of result in UP. I think these two states are one of the biggest numbers.
Okay, ma'am, what we'll do, we'll slip into a short break. But as you were saying, the biggest lesson is to take the exit poll with caution. If any neta who had brought in laddus because they thought that they are winning, today is possibly not the day
and I'm
that
sure
you could have.
Many of those pollsters must be crying right now. But let's slip into a short break and we'll return with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन ओरिएंट BLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव रसाई मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनराल NDTV.
चुटणी એટલે NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड. वेल गाइज द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया यू नो ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV and we're bringing you the election results which are more or less firmed up now. In fact, we can go across to our reporters and
That's where the action is.
Absolutely.
Right now the action is on the field. Our colleagues are joining us. Pratibha Raman from Bengaluru.
And I can see a lot of crowd behind Saurabh and Radhika because Saurabh there in Kolkata and Radhika reporting from Mumbai. You're still at the Shiv Sena office, Radhika? Tell us about what's happening over there.
That's right. I'm still at Shiv Sena Bhavan and celebrations are still going on here. In fact, there were a lot of crackers that were burst just about a few minutes back. And as you can see, they were throwing colors at each other as well. So a lot of Sena workers gathered here. And of course, they've called victory. This is obviously a big day for Uddhav Sena. You know, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar had been having this legacy battle of sorts, identity battle of sorts for the last 2 years. And this is a vindication of sorts. But let me also show you that poster that's put up right outside Sena Bhavan, which you know says, which in Marathi it says, do you know who the real Shiv Sena is? And the public have in fact proved who the real Shiv Sena is. That's what it says. And then it says the next objective for Uddhav Sena is assembly. Of course, assembly elections are just a few months away. This is a prelude to assembly elections. So it is a privilege battle that we saw playing out as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. Post the split, the first time that an election of this sort happening. Of course, it was just NDA versus UPA in 2019. Now in 2024, a whole lot of realignments happening, splits happening, and internal feuds also taking place. But in a sense, this is you know sort of for Sena, for Uddhav Sena and for Sharad Pawar, this is vindication for sure, because they've been calling themselves the original Sena and original NCP. They lost the symbol, they lost the name, but they still put up a big fight in Maharashtra, which is what is being felt and seen on ground. Almost about 27 seats going to them, 27 seats as on now being won by MVA and about 20 being won by Mahayuti. So this is certainly something that Eknath Shinde will have to sort of you know, consider and perhaps will have to reflect upon, especially Ajit Pawar, considering that they had split from their original you know, parties and formed their own factions and joined hands with the BJP, calling themselves the real original Sena and NCP. Let me just show you the visuals here. let me just go across to a few workers here as well. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे रिजल्ट के बारे में? क्या कहना चाहेंगे रिजल्ट के बारे में?
रिजल्ट तो बहुत अच्छा लगा है। शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब, उनको जो विजय मुद्रा दी है, सब महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने
खरे शिवसेना खरी दिखाया लोगों को शिवसेना किसकी है.
So that's the kind of sentiment on ground. We are the real Shiv Sena. This is what is being proved through these elections, through these results, is what many of the workers here feel. Sharad Pawar taking a press conference. We believe that Uddhav Thackeray may also take a press conference because this is clearly a big
पता चला शिव सेना किसकी है.
I think that is going to be this battle that Shiv Sena said that it would be. People will decide whether real Shiv Sena is not who has the symbol or in fact the name. Saurabh, my colleague, is joining us at this moment. He's also standing in a state which is a remarkable turnaround state of this election. The big story coming in from West Bengal, while
and exit
everybody,
polls, when we talk about the exit polls getting it wrong, I think Saurabh, nowhere more than in West Bengal. Over to you.
Mamata Banerjee has the last laugh, Saurabh.
Absolutely, when those exit polls figures came out, the Trinamool scoffed at them, saying we'll see you on the 4th of June. On the 4th of June today, when the results are out, it's clear that the exit polls were way off the mark. The Trinamool has comprehensively beaten the BJP the second time between 2021 and 2024. And both times, exit polls predicted a massive victory for the BJP. None of the sort happened. It's the Trinamool which prevailed. Didi versus Modi was what had happened in this election. The Prime Minister held multiple rallies. The Prime Minister was involved very sincerely in the Bengal campaign. He took the battle to the TMC's doorstep. He was here. And let me tell you one thing. Sandesh Khali was something that was raised by the Trinamool Congress, the BJP, as something that they believed would yield electoral dividend as well. That hasn't happened. The BJP has won Boshirhat, I beg your pardon, the Trinamool has won Boshirhat by nearly 1 lakh or maybe a little over 1 lakh. We don't know how many it is actually, but it's over 1 lakh is what we were told earlier. And so that is something that's very clear, that Sandesh Khali as an election agenda hasn't worked. What happens here on is something that we don't know. And also what we know is, if I could list just a few issues apart from that, what seems to have gone, at least as far as the analysis of the Trinamool is concerned, is that one, Lokhir Bhandar, the stipend to women, that's worked on the ground. That was something we felt while covering the campaign, so much so that the BJP had to come around and say, we'll increase it to 3,000. Okay. Secondly, the other thing that worked was withholding of funds is something that the Trinamool ran a consistent campaign against. And also, before the elections, the Trinamool said they had used state funds to pay out some of those dues.
Okay.
That didn't go unnoticed by voters.
Right.
Thirdly, what the Trinamool latched on to was the Prime Minister's comment on eating fish when it came to Tejasvi Yadav. And Mamata Banerjee made it an election issue because you cannot separate fish and Bengalis.
So
it's a very
Bengalis
delicate
love
issue
their
here.
fish.
And that's something that the Trinamool pounced upon as the Prime Minister made that comment. And the last issue was there were certain orders from the Calcutta High Court during the elections. Those orders, while they came from the court, the Trinamool and Mamata Banerjee in multiple rallies said the BJP was behind it.
She made
Voters
this election
seem to have bought
an
that
undue
argument.
influence over the government of West Bengal. Two elections, 2022 Vidhan Sabha and 2024
We'll be
Lok
analyzing
Sabha
this
election
for
now.
a while, but let's go across to Pratibha now, who joins us from Bengaluru. And Pratibha, so the Congress getting 10 finally is what the leads are showing, 18 for the BJP, and so the Congress doing fairly well. However, DK Shiv Kumar's brother losing.
In fact, not as jubilant as expected. I'm coming to you live from the BJP headquarters here, and as you can see, a couple of the followers here, not as per numbers. आप थोड़ा disappointed हैं?
डेफिनेटली हम 300 प्लस एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे और अभी भी काउंटिंग चल रही है, बहुत पीछे नहीं है, शायद हम 272 लेने जा रहे हैं और मोदी जी के कार्य में निश्चित रूप से विकास कार्य काफ़ी हमने किया यहाँ पर। हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन काफ़ी अच्छी थी और मुझे लगता है कि जनता ने हमारा साथ दिया और शायद कहीं ना कहीं कुछ हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन से शायद हम पीछे रह गए हैं।
कर्नाटका के परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आपकी राय क्या है?
कर्नाटका में हमने अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया। यहाँ के स्टेट के जो स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट और यहाँ के स्टेट नेतृत्व ने बहुत ही अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया। लोगों से हमारा एक अच्छा कनेक्ट था और कर्नाटका में मोदी जी से लोगों का एक अच्छा कनेक्ट है और जिसका बिल्कुल लाभ मिला है।
Well, if you look at 2019 numbers, yes, the BJP had succeeded in gaining at least around 25 of the 28 seats. It has definitely come down to 18 with the Congress bagging 10 of those seats like you mentioned here. So that has definitely not gone down well with the BJP supporters as well as what you see in the BJP camp. There were several of the dancers who were ready to dance, but then all of them now just seated on the stairs of the BJP headquarters here. But then will this really affect the state leadership here? I did speak with the leader of opposition from Karnataka, Mr. R. Ashok. Please do watch that. We have with us Karnataka's leader of opposition, Mr. R. Ashok. So thank you so much for joining us. So the numbers not as per expectations in the BJP camp?
Yeah, naturally we expected our aim is we will cross the 400. But for the encouragement of party workers, we given a slogan of 400. But actually we thought we will cross 350. But now we are not reaching 350 also. More than 50 seats minus now. So the result is not happy, but better. We will form the government. That is the good thing. Number two agendas. One, Narendra Modi will become the Prime Minister. That is one agenda. Second agenda is we will cross the 400. But 400 is not possible now. But another one agenda will pass now.
All right. So interesting, in fact, results there in Karnataka as well. Let me go across now and take you to Punjab and Haryana, where my colleague Gurpreet Cheena is joining us. Very, very interesting results, Gurpreet. First of all, talking about Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party not making the kind of inroads or the victory that they would have hoped for being in the government, while the Congress is sort of making a comeback. And interesting is what is happening in Khadur Sahib as well.
Well, yes, of course. Somewhere down the lane, it seems Aam Aadmi Party development model has not been accepted by the people of Punjab, and specifically free electricity and other facilities which has been given by Aam Aadmi Party. And so many times we have seen they have been boasting that they had provided a lot of things to the people of Punjab, and this development agenda will definitely work for this Lok Sabha elections. Now, if we can see the political calculation at this point of time, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party hasn't crossed more than 3 seats. At the same time, we have seen Shromani Akali Dal has got 1 seat from Bathinda and 2 independents, specifically from Khadur Sahib. We have seen jailed Amritpal. He is able to make a mark in this election. At the same time, in Faridkot, an independent candidate, he is able to win from there. Neither the Aam Aadmi Party nor the BJP nor the Akali Dal, they were able to even win that's Faridkot seat. At the same time, we have seen the Congress is able to make a comeback. We have seen there was a lot of discussion at the time when this India Alliance was being forged at the national capital, and specifically Punjab leaders, they had been protesting against this alliance. But today it seems that has really worked out in the state of Punjab. If we can talk about Haryana also, we have seen so many times the BJP candidate, they say they will be in a position to win all the 10 seats, but we have seen Bhupinder Hooda's son Dipinder Hooda made a very well entry into this Lok Sabha elections. At the same time, we have seen Kumari Shailja, he has made a big margin there. So these are the situations which we can guess, and it seems that the farmer protest has also played a major role in both the states. And somewhere down the lane in Punjab, we have seen the BJP is not able to even open its account despite so many rallies were being held by Prime Minister there.
Right.
Back to studio.
Right. Well, let's now, thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. You know, with a roundup of Punjab and Haryana, and Amritpal Singh winning is quite significant, but is interesting rather. Let's go across to Vasudha now, who joins us from the BJP headquarters. And Vasudha, first tell us what's happening around you, and what is the strategy now, given that, you know, the numbers haven't been quite what the BJP expected?
Absolutely, Gargi and Ankit, right from the morning, in the morning when I came here, there was like a lot of euphoria. There were like laddus and jalebis and puris being made. But of course, when the numbers came out, there has been a certain sense of disappointment. There's been anxiety, of course. But, this is a party that believes in preparations. UP has been the biggest setback for the party. And what I understand when I speak to leaders is that they've already started thinking about what the problems were. Clearly the gains made by Narendra Modi in 2014 and 2017 with the whole non-Yadav OBC and non-Jatav Dalits moving to the BJP has been completely undone in the last few months. So clearly those, if you look at the Pasi belt from Amethi, Sultanpur, Prayagraj, BJP is actually trailing in a place like Prayagraj. So these are extremely worrying signals for the BJP. So that's why it is really worried about. But of course it has, very consolatory sort of like, prizes here, like, Odisha government it's forming. But clearly that's nothing comparison to in comparison to losing core areas, core states like Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. What I understand right now is, like we know, there's a meeting, high-profile meeting going on in Mr. Nadda's house. Mr. Nadda is the president of the BJP. There have been meetings yesterday as well. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, has just left from the house. The meeting seems to be ending. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was expected to come here around 7 o'clock. People tell me that program is still on, but sources are saying that there is a lot of boardroom discussions. There's a lot of there's a lot of discussions going on as to what needs to be done. Remember, both JDU and TDP will want a special category status for their respective states, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Is that something that BJP would want to give? Is there a rethink on the kind of leadership that they have, that they would want to have? And most importantly, even if the NDA government forms the government, which looks like it is possible, although BJP guys are hoping that the party reaches 250, it is almost a certainty that there will be a lot of emphasis on social inclusion and representation, because the UP game seems to have completely gone wrong for them.
Right. All right, as Vasudha was in fact saying that there is an important meeting going at Mr. Nadda's residence. My colleague Vedant is at Mr. Nadda's residence. Vedant, of course, this is now going to be the next important hot center in what happens for the next 24 hours.
That's right. In fact, Rajnath Singh just left Mr. Nadda's residence a short while back. The Home Minister is still inside. That key meeting is still underway. As I was telling you earlier as well, what sources tell us is that there are two aspects to this meeting. As Vasudha is pointing out, the key focus right now is the messaging as far as the allies are concerned. Both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, and key allies in Bihar, including, of course, Jitan Ram Manjhi and Chirag Paswan, have been reached out to. And right now, what sources are telling us is that the focus is on sending out a unified message, as is the standard practice when it comes to the BJP. The Prime Minister's plan is expected to go as per schedule. Soon after the Home Minister leaves, there will be PM route where I'm at right now, and the Prime Minister will be going to the BJP headquarters. That is what sources are telling us, and he will make that quote-unquote victory speech from the BJP headquarters. Karyakartas have already started assembling there at the BJP office in the national capital. So that will go as per plan.
But here, they're muted, but thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us. With that, it is going to be a return to coalition politics, so that's going to be interesting to see for us, Ankit, at least for the next couple of years.
Absolutely. After the landslides of 2014 and 19, it seems the elections are going back to where they started, or where they were, the manner they were in from 1998 onwards. That's Mr. Chugh, Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in celebration mode at the BJP headquarters. We're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side will continue on this big election day here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया, you know,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. The results now completely virtually firmed up. BJP at 241 and the Congress touching the century mark. Seems to be stable but still oscillating a little bit here and there. Of course, the NDA at 296. We believe all preparations are on at the BJP headquarters for Prime Minister Modi to come there in the evening, Rishika.
Well, 7 p.m. is when the Prime Minister will in fact be reaching the BJP headquarters. Meanwhile, Veera, we're also expecting a Congress press conference. Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi likely to address a joint press conference, and that's supposed to happen in about half an hour from now at 5:30. So, a lot of hectic
And as
political...
you mentioned a bit ago, there has been very, very conciliatory messages going to Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar from the Congress as well. Jairam Ramesh has tweeted saying if India is in power.
Lots of phone calls, some being made public, and I'm sure enough and more not being made public as well. The ones that are being made public, of course, is a strong message being sent out right there. We'll get you the top gainers, top losers. There are some big headlines that are coming out of this very fascinating election. But first up, the headlines. The NDA has survived. The opposition has, well, revived. The NDA gets a majority. The BJP falls short of the halfway mark by a mile. India bloc puts up an impressive show. The Congress is crossing, or rather touching, 100. Well, this election has shown the return of the regional parties. The Samajwadi Party has emerged as the third largest party. The TMC practically sweeping in West Bengal. The TDP emerging as kingmaker and Uddhav Sena showing who is the real Sena. Modi cabinet minister speaks to NDTV. Kiren Rijiju says no doubt that the Prime Minister is returning as the PM says Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar.
In politics, in Hindi also you have heard saying, no, Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar.
The TDP wins big in Andhra Pradesh. TDP spectacular show in the polls. Chandrababu Naidu will take oath as the Chief Minister on the 9th of June. All right, well, we'll be playing out for you the Kiren Rijiju interview in just a moment. The first union minister to actually come out and say that, you know, the Prime Minister is indeed going to be the Prime Minister. But before that, quick headlines, lots of quick headlines that are coming in. The BJP is losing in Ayodhya. The candidate, Lalu Singh, has conceded defeat.
You know, I think it's interesting, Rishika. But look, it's a, you know, the BJP, you just mentioned, has fallen short of the 272 mark by a mile.
Yes.
But it's also a mile and a half ahead of the Congress. The Congress number is still between 99 and 100. Remember in 2004, they were at 145 to really form any kind of cohesive, you know, coalition government. So BJP seems to be in pole position, but we will wait and see how the negotiations will play out, which is something we haven't seen over the last decade.
The big upset has been Uttar Pradesh as far as the Saffron party is concerned. So Faizabad there is somewhere where the candidate has now conceded defeat. We know Smriti Irani is lost from Amethi. That's been a win for the Raebareli is a big win for the Congress, and a big upset in the Purvanchal region, which many had thought would be the case. The exit poll numbers clearly didn't pick that up. So Uttar Pradesh is going to be a state that's literally going to be decoded region by region because it has thrown up quite the upset as far as the Saffron party is concerned.
In terms of numbers, the Samajwadi Party may have been the one that's taken the heavy lifting, but I think it's a huge symbolic win for the Congress to take Amethi and Raebareli at the same time.
Well, like I said, the first union minister speaking with NDTV today has posed faith in a Modi-led government. Once again, let's listen in to what Kiren Rijiju has told NDTV.
Mr. Rijiju, sum up for me and my viewers, how do you see the election so far? How do you see the trends that have emerged so far?
Well, in my home state in Arunachal Pradesh, we are completely winning the election as per our expectation. But other states, as being reported by media and the Election Commission website, there seems to be some result or some trend which are totally against what we had expected. But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics, but still Modi's leadership is being cemented, seem to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
So big headline there, Mr. Kiren Rijiju, you are giving us. You are the first union minister who has come out and openly said that Mr. Narendra Modi is becoming the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time. Again, as I said, history being made there. First time, again, after Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's multiple terms, this would be the epoch-making elections. However, Mr. Rijiju, many neutral observers would say that this is at best, and I choose my words carefully here, at best, a mixed bag of a result for you, your party, as in not for you individually, you are scoring a thumping majority, but for your party and the NDA. Would you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju?
See, Nikunj, in a democratic setup, we have to follow the norms, or whatever is being practiced in a democratic system. And in a democracy, the mandate of the people is the guiding principles for all of us to function. In democracy, it is said that voice of the God is same as voice of the people. So voice of the people means voice of the God. We are guided by the people's decision. So whatever result comes, we will humbly accept and then continue to serve the nation. And remember, Nikunj, we will never have a leader like Modi ji again. And from a precarious economic political condition in 2014, India has emerged as a very strong and stable nation. And today the whole global world look up to India for economic stability. And moreover, inside the country, Modi ji has ushered in an era of peace and prosperity for last 10 years. So the same trend will continue in the future. I am absolutely clear and confident that in Modi ji's third term, India will achieve many more milestones, because in the last 6 decades of Congress and their allies rule in India, they reduced India to a poor nation. India's capacity and ability is much more than what the Congress party has reduced India into. So the third term will ensure that India's growth trajectory will get further momentum, and we are looking forward to serve the nation under the leadership of Modi ji. So let us be very clear that Modi ji will serve the nation again as the Prime Minister for the third time.
Mr. Rijiju, it's interesting that you say that you will continue the reforms or the progressive policies of your government in the third term. However, this will now not be a BJP government. As it stands today, as it stands at this moment at least, you are falling well short of a majority. Now, in that case, Mr. Rijiju, NDA will form the government. There's no, I mean, many will say that it will still be a BJP-NDA government. But do remember that coalition politics, which will be the NDA politics, will have its own compulsions. And you, Mr. Rijiju, have been a cabinet minister of some very senior portfolios, law minister, prior to that, junior minister in the Ministry of Home Affairs, the most sensitive ministry in the government. Then now you still hold 2 portfolios concurrently. You know the politics that goes inside a cabinet in running the government. How do you see those challenges coming to the fore and play, Mr. Rijiju?
See, if you look at Modi ji's policy as well as his style of functioning, he believes in sabka saath, sabka vikas. It is only opposition parties who are trying to portray in a different manner. Modi ji always takes everybody along. It is Modi ji who said that it is not the battle for BJP alone, it is the NDA. So from the day one, of course, BJP had its own target, but the whole campaign is the NDA family. So it is Modi ji who has brought the entire NDA family together to ensure that India doesn't lose its momentum. The ability of Modi ji to take everybody along, not only political parties, Modi ji takes along everyone, even those who are not in the political system. They are also widely consulted and their confidence are taken into, and then they run the administration. So Modi ji's philosophy of taking along everybody with the spirit of sabka saath, sabka vikas is the mantra with which India is going forward. So let us not make any mistake by undermining anything out of this result. And we are waiting for the final result to come. Still the counting process is still going on. But we must always believe that the mandate of the people will be always respected, and India will continue to grow under the leadership of Modi ji. And Modi ji has the ability to make the whole country united to deal with any kind of situation. Some people may try to break the country and create divisions and fissures in the society, but Modi ji believes in sabka saath, sabka vikas.
So you think, Mr. Rijiju, that's an interesting point you make. You think, that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas will now also apply to the political allies. Now let me also put you a political question, Mr. Rijiju. और ये सवाल मैं आपसे हिंदी में पूछूंगा क्योंकि हमारे सहयोगी चैनल NDTV इंडिया जो है वो भी आपके साथ में आपको जोड़ना चाहता है अपने साथ में. मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये देखते हुए कि इस समय आपके जो दो बड़े आखिरी मिनट के अलाइज हैं एक तरह से, जैसे कि चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी जिनसे आपका अलायंस ऑलमोस्ट आखिरी हफ्तों में स्टिच हुआ, उसी तरह से नीतीश कुमार जो इंडिया छोड़ के आपके पास आए, दोनों तकरीबन इतने नंबर्स ला रहे हैं जिनको मिलाकर के आपकी सरकार का काम पूरा हो जाएगा. ये अभी की स्थिति है. अभी की स्थिति के बारे में हम बात कर सकते हैं, शाम तक हो सकता है ये स्थिति बदल जाए. ऐसी स्थिति में आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये अलाइज ना होते तो ये चुनाव आपके हाथ से स्लिप भी कर सकता था?
नहीं, ये इस तरह का आंकलन करना सही नहीं है. अभी तो इलेक्शन रिजल्ट अभी तो आया नहीं, अभी तो ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं और जैसे ट्रेंड आते जाएंगे तो नतीजा भी उसके हिसाब से धीरे धीरे आते रहेंगे. लेकिन मेरा इतना कहना है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सारा एनडीए ने चुनाव लड़ा और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को देश ने भरोसा करके फिर से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी देने का कगार पे है. तो इस पे कोई कन्फ्यूजन हम लोगों का मन में नहीं होना चाहिए कि जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने पूरे देश को एकजुट रख करके और हर समाज को साथ में समावित करते हुए सबका साथ सबका विकास के मंत्र से जिस तरीके से 10 साल में एक नई दिशा भारत को दिया है और बहुत मजबूत राष्ट्र के रूप में भारत उभर के आए हैं, तो आगे भी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश और आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे. सब लोग यही चाहेंगे, हम सिर्फ नहीं, हर एक भारतीय यही चाहेंगे कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत एक ताकतवर राष्ट्र के रूप में उभर के आएंगे.
कम से कम आपकी ये बात जो सब भारतीय चाहेंगे, वोट परसेंटेज में जरूर दिखाई दे रही है. बीजेपी और 46% के आसपास के वोट शेयर में जा रही है. हालांकि हमें ये भूलना नहीं चाहिए, पहला चुनाव है जिसमें शायद दोनों बड़े धड़े जो हैं वो 40% से ऊपर वोट लेकर के बैठे हैं इस समय तक. मिस्टर रिजिजू, ये दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग दैट यू से कि एनडीए के एकजुट होने और एनडीए के मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ने पे किसी को शक नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि सारे एनडीए ने मिस्टर मोदी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा. लेकिन ये बात आपके एलाइज भी मानते हैं क्या मिस्टर रिजिजू?
अरे सब इसमें मानने नहीं मानने का बात ही नहीं है ना. इसमें तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही हम चुनाव लड़े हैं और मोदी जी हर एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में जाते हैं तो वो सिर्फ वो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट के लिए नहीं, वो एनडीए कैंडिडेट्स के लिए भी उतना ही मोदी जी प्रचार किया है जितना एक बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट के लिए किया है. इसलिए इसमें कोई कन्फ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए और इसमें कुछ लोग तरह तरह का बातें करने का कोशिश करेंगे, इसमें कोई दम नहीं है क्योंकि एकजुट होकर के एनडीए ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा है. तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का तो कोई मुकाबला तो है नहीं देश में. जो आपका जो इंडी गठबंधन है वो तो अभी से लड़ने लग गया है. वो चुनाव में तो आप देखा है कोई ना पश्चिम बंगाल में साथ है, ना पंजाब में साथ है, ना केरला में साथ है. उनका तो एक कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी गठबंधन है. अब आप केरला में जाके देखिए वो कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट के बीच में कितना मारकाट है. अब बंगाल में जाइए कांग्रेस और तृणमूल के बीच में क्या हालत है. पंजाब में जाके देखिए आम आदमी और कांग्रेस के बीच में कितना गाला गाली चलते हैं. तो उसमें तो कोई अलायंस तो था नहीं, वो तो एक अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस बनाया चुनाव के लिए, सिर्फ कुर्सी के लिए. लेकिन एनडीए तो कुर्सी के लिए नहीं, देश बनाने के लिए चुनाव लड़ा है. इसलिए एनडीए में तो आपने देखा नहीं होगा कहीं भी एनडीए के दलों के बीच में कोई कटास हो, कोई मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग, कोई आपस में तालमेल का कोई कमी तो दिखाई नहीं दिया. लेकिन जो इंडिया गठबंधन जो आप लोग कहते हैं उसमें तो पूरा विरोधाभास है. इसमें तो चुनाव लड़ने से पहले ही वो एक साथ नहीं थे और आगे तो टूट फूट होकर तो वो तो साथ में काम नहीं कर सकते. वो तो जो परिवारवाद को मानने वाले डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज लोग मिलकर के मोदी जी को गिराने का जो कोशिश किया है, देश तो मानेगा नहीं ना. ऐसा परिस्थिति में देश और मजबूत से मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा होंगे. आप आगे देखते रहिए, मोदी जी किसी भी हालत से भारत का तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन के देश को बहुत आगे ले जाएंगे. और
ये इंटरेस्टिंग है मिस्टर रिजिजू दैट यू ब्रिंग मी टू दिस पॉइंट ऑफ डायनेस्टीज इन उत्तर प्रदेश, इन द स्टेट वेयर इट इज सेड दैट डिसाइड्स द पॉलिटिकल फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडिया. Heir of Mr. Mulayam Singh and Samajwadi Party's young leader Akhilesh Yadav has certainly stunned BJP. And you have a state government there. BJP was banking on Ram Temple as well to put wind in its sails. What has gone wrong, Mr. Rijiju? Many people will say that, the Uttar Pradesh results are completely diametrically opposite to what you people were expecting all along.
No, it is difficult to analyze the result right now because it is only the election trend which are coming. Let the result come and party leadership will look into all the things because election is not one time. Election is a continuous process. We have municipal elections, panchayat elections, then Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. So in India, we have a vibrant democracy which keeps on having different kind of elections and it gives different result at different time. But what I'm saying is the fundamental point where NDA has gone to this election with a complete, understanding as a team, whereas the India Alliance, they just formed a group without any kind of understanding or any kind of similarities. They are opportunistic parties coming together for the sake of occupying the power. So there's a huge difference between NDA and the India Alliance. You can't compare. I won't even call India Alliance as a proper formal alliance because they are fighting each other before election, now and the future also.
They are fighting amongst each other and NDA expanded at the last moment. We saw probably the largest number of parties joining NDA before the NDA finally took its latest shape. But Mr. Rijiju, an alliance will remain an alliance and one will have to keep in mind that the alliances perform quite differently from what a single party or single party majority government performs. However, my question to you is slightly different. My question to you, Mr. Rijiju, is that many people, including the pollsters, had written off the regional parties. In the Northeast also, Sikkim saw the massive mandate for a regional party. In the entire country also, we are almost seeing the resurgence of regional parties, be it Andhra, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it some other North Indian states even put together. Do you think that India is now going back to a coalition era? Many neutral observers are saying that this is the return of coalition era. Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju, or would you have differing views on that?
Nikunj, as I had said earlier, before the final result is out, it is difficult for me or for anybody to make a political analysis of the ongoing election result. In a way, different states have different sentiments and different compositions and different political formations. So in some areas, regional parties are strong. In many areas, national parties are strong. But one thing is very clear, that BJP is today the only pan-India national party. Congress is, reduced to a very, insignificant party in many of the states and union territories. So if you see that it's only because of Modi ji's leadership that the party has grown, from north and western centric party to pan-India party now. So I'm very proud as a member of Bharatiya Janata Party that today we have a party and a prime minister under whose leadership the country is standing unitedly and also marching ahead as a proud nation. So let us not mix up about the leadership and some of the regional parties winning some of the seats in the some pockets of our country. But overall, you can ask anybody. It is across the country where people believe that Modi ji is the only national leader today who can fulfill the aspiration of the people of India.
Mr. Rijiju, before I let you go, I know you are a busy man today. You will have to not only track the results of your own constituency, but entire Northeast and then some of your cabinet colleagues as well. Before I let you go, let me ask you one question. one question that is in the mind, or rather topmost in the minds of many, and one question that some people are trying to answer on their own. Do you think this entire slogan of Ab ki baar 400 par somehow was taken into a zone which made it as if there is something completely negative aligned to it, and that boomeranged on your party, Mr. Rijiju?
No, this kind of assessment and this kind of observation may not be true, because the winning and losing of elections are because of many reasons. Many things can be attributed to election victory as well as election loss. But because the expectation was so high, so people may think that, okay, the NDA has not crossed 400. But NDA is winning the election. That is a big thing. In politics, in Hindi also you have heard saying, no, jo jita wo Sikandar. So winning election as a as a true Democrat, as a person, as a citizen of this country, we believe in fighting the election in the true spirit of democracy, and we will go by the mandate of the people. So let us not go into deep analysis of the election right now, because most of the seats are still showing the trend. It's not the final result yet. So let us wait for some more time.
Very much, Mr. Rijiju. Mr. Rijiju says, "Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar," and he says, "Let's wait for a final word on the elections, which will crystallize." Thank you very much, as always, Mr. Rijiju. Kind and nice of you to join NDTV.
Thank you.
Right. We also have Congress Minister in Karnataka, Dinesh Gundu Rao. Rishika, there are two Gandhinagars. One which is Amit Shah's Gandhinagar, the other which is Dinesh Gundu Rao's Gandhinagar Assembly constituency in Bengaluru Central. Not while the Congress has done possibly its best performance since 2004 in Karnataka, Dinesh, not the numbers that you all expected at the end of the day, and the big disappointment is Bengaluru rural losing.
Yeah, of course, we were obviously looking for a slightly bigger number, somewhere in the range of 12 to 15 was what we had realistically thought that we would be able to do. But I think there are a couple of factors. One is, I think the alliance of BJP and JDS has helped each other. And in the old Mysore region especially, since both of them came together, some of these seats we were not able to win because of that alliance. But apart from that, I think overall, if you look at it, it's a good result for the Congress. We have been able to increase our seats. Last time we had won just one. This time we reached 9. And hopefully, this will be it has given us a boost. I'm not saying that we are elated at the result, but we are also, I think, satisfied also. Overall, I think, this has been an election which has been a hard, it's a hard battle. We fought it hard, and we were up against all odds. You know how for the last 10 years the central government has been functioning, and how we had to, turn off. We've been said that it's over. This election is done and dusted. But I think the people of India have given a strong message. They have rejected the authoritarian regime of the Prime Minister Modi, and I think this augurs well for India's democracy, and democracy is going to thrive and survive. I think that's a good thing.
I just want to ask you a quick follow-up question. The numbers as they stand right now, the NDA is falling short of the 300 mark. This is, of course, with health warnings that it's 5:30. We're waiting for the final election commission numbers. But it is the alliances that is really holding the BJP to that number where it's reaching 300. Do you believe, had you played the alliance game better, these alliances could have been propelling the India bloc to a victory today?
Basically having Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu on your side.
Basically.
No, I'm saying what happened with Bihar is a very complicated situation. Why Nitish Ji did it and what are the reasons, I think that has been discussed, and whatever, it's not because of Congress that Nitish Ji left, but for whatever reason, to ask him. But ultimately, all these things can be analyzed at a later stage, I suppose, because yes, Andhra Pradesh, it is essentially what Jagan Reddy has got is what the Congress has got. That is the vote bank that he holds. I think in a way this is good for the Congress in Andhra Pradesh because it opens up Andhra Pradesh for us now, and that vote bank which was captured by Jagan, I think Congress can rework itself now in regaining that vote bank, and I think a good result for Chandrababu Naidu ji. I mean, he's been facing the onslaught of the authoritarianism of Jagan Reddy also in Andhra Pradesh, and people have rejected Jagan Reddy there. So all these things can be discussed, I think, later. But overall, yes, we were expecting more seats in Bihar. We were expecting maybe a few more seats in Madhya Pradesh. And we've done well in the south. Otherwise, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, we've held on. So I think Congress, what was once ruled out, we are back in the fray. We are touching triple figures, and Rahul ji's victory in Uttar Pradesh, and I think this has got one of the messages which I feel is that last 10 years we have seen that there's been a huge divisive kind of politics. What I would say, the message for the people is India and Bharat are one.
Okay.
Don't make it India versus Bharat or Bharat versus India.
I believe
India and
Ankit
Bharat are
also
one.
has a guest joining
let's
him.
work together.
Ankit, thank you
That's
very
a very
much.
important point that you make there, Dinesh. Thanks very much for joining us. Let's go across to Ankit.
All right. In fact, we are being joined at this moment by Mr. Dipender Hooda. He fought the election from Rohtak. Mr. Hooda, first of all, congratulations on your own victory and remarkable performance of the Congress party, not just in Haryana, sir, but all across board. 100 after 10 years for the Congress, at least that's what the numbers suggest.
Thank you. Thank you for your wishes. I'd like to thank all the people of my constituency, Rohtak parliamentary constituency, for showering their blessings on the Congress party and me. At the moment, I am ahead by 3,25,000 votes, and counting is still going on, so our lead may increase. I would also like to thank all the people of Haryana. We have won already 5 seats, 2 seats. Counting is going on. BJP is ahead, but we are still hoping that something may happen there at the last leg of counting. And BJP has won 3 seats. That's the situation in Haryana at the moment. So we are ahead in vote share in Haryana. We are leading on more assembly seats. Out of 90 assembly seats of Haryana, we are leading in 52 seats. We have led in 52 seats. So that just shows you what will happen in the assembly election 2-3 months down the line.
Absolutely.
And I'm also thankful to all the people of India for showing faith in the Congress party.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let me very quickly ask you just one question about Haryana, then about the Hindi heartland, where it's been a remarkable story as far as this election is concerned. For Haryana, like you said, these are indication as far as the Vidhan Sabha election is supposed to come. It's in just 3 months from now. But for the Lok Sabha election, what are the issues that you think have clicked with the people? It was a prestige battle for you as well. You lost the last election. This was a comeback of sorts for you and for your party as well.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm thankful to the people of my constituency. Last time, I had secured 48% votes and I lost the election by 7,000, which was the highest vote share that any opposition party candidate could secure in North India. But still, I lost the election. It was a very narrow election result. So this time, I think, the kind of margin with which people have elected me, I think I'm so thankful that I don't have words. I will always stand with my people till my last breath. I can say that. See, in Haryana, the implication is very simple. Last time, Congress's vote share was 28% in the Lok Sabha. But still, we gave a very close fight in the Vidhan Sabha, which were held 6 months later. We led only in 11 assembly segments out of 90. But still, we managed 31 seats and BJP could only manage 41 seats. This time, our vote share has jumped from 28% to 45%. And we are leading in 52 assembly segments. Already, the Saini government has lost strength in Vidhan Sabha. 3 MLAs during the course of Lok Sabha elections, they withdrew their support from the Saini government and had given their support, letter of support to Shri Bhupender Singh Hooda ji, and the Congress party.
Okay.
So you can, Haryana, this government has already lost confidence in Vidhan Sabha, and today they have also lost confidence of the people, where more people have voted for the Congress party.
The whole
so
Jat versus non-Jat politics that we had seen, or at least the narrative that was built. Do you think now this result, at least, and going forward in the assembly election, that puts a stop to this kind of a politics? Are you getting support from all sections of the society, not from a particular section that the BJP usually charges the Congress with?
People have voted out the politics of BJP, politics of divide and rule. BJP has sought to divide people based on religion, caste, language. People have in Haryana decisively voted against that politics. I myself have 9 assembly segments. Each assembly segment has different caste composition, and I'm leading from all 9. So I think the people have decided that enough is enough as far as this divide and rule cannot go on forever. People also have voted against the arrogance of BJP.
Okay.
ये भाजपा के घमंड को अपनी वोट की चोट से घमंड को तोड़ने का काम लोगों ने किया है।
जी।
भाजपा की जो है जाति धर्म की राजनीति पे वोट की चोट से प्रहार लोगों ने किया। और अगर केंद्र की बात करें, राष्ट्रीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में इसको देखें, तो मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी को, जिन्होंने अंत तक मेहनत करी। जबकि राहुल गांधी जी हमेशा, मैं आपकी व्यक्तिगत बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन ये जो आज मीडिया है जो कहीं ना कहीं भाजपा से प्रभावित होने का जिसपे आरोप लगता रहता है, उस भाजपा से प्रभावित मीडिया के निशाने पे रहे, लेकिन उन्होंने दिन रात मेहनत करी देश के एक छोर से दूसरे छोर तक। वो पहुंचे और 5 साल उन्होंने न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ी। तो आज मैं समझता हूं कि राहुल जी को और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को बहुत-बहुत मैं बधाई भी देना चाहता हूं।
Like you're talking about the national big picture, before I let you go, the remarkable turnaround, at least for the Congress party and the opposition, has been the Hindi heartland states. If you talk about Uttar Pradesh, Haryana has also contributed to that. Though the BJP seems to be coming back with the NDA in part, are you seeing a certainty as far as the BJP is concerned with coming back to the power, or is the Congress still open to business? Is the Congress trying to form the government with these numbers as well?
See, it's a moral defeat for the BJP. आज बीजेपी की नैतिक हार हो चुकी है, और मैं समझता हूं कि राजनीति तो परिस्थितियों का ही खेल है। तो क्या होगा भविष्य के गर्भ में है ये सारे जो प्रश्न आप पूछ रहे हैं। लेकिन आज कांग्रेस की जीत हुई, और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हिंदी पूरे हार्टलैंड में सबसे अगर अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा है तो वो हरियाणा का और उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रदर्शन रहा है। हिंदी पूरे हार्टलैंड में भाजपा से मैं समझता हूँ दोनों प्रदेशों में भाजपा से ऊपर आए हम लोग। तो ये बहुत ही शुभ संकेत है भविष्य के लिए। और मैं आपने जैसा कहा कि एक टर्न अराउंड, और टर्न अराउंड के साथ साथ मैं समझता हूँ इस बात पे भी आत्ममंथन होना चाहिए। ये एग्जिट पोल क्या था, ये जो है हमें धरातल पे जो समझ में आ रही थी वो एग्जिट पोल वालों को क्यों नहीं दिख पा रही थी। ये भी एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लगेगा आने वाले दिनों में। मगर हमें उम्मीद है, देखिए आगे देखें होता है क्या। ये नैतिक हार भाजपा की हो चुकी है। और अब संख्या का जो है राजनीतिक परिस्थितियों का खेल है, और अब संख्या बल के आधार पर आगे बढ़ेगी चर्चा।
Mr. Ruda, thank you so much. Hoping to see you soon in the national capital after, in fact, you are back from Rohtak. Thank you for speaking to us here on NDTV. These are some live visuals which are coming in at this moment from the Congress headquarters. Rahul Gandhi, along with Priyanka Gandhi, all smiles there at this moment, and they have a reason to smile after 10 years. Congress at least touching that 100 mark. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates continue here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुमा केसरी।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेली NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal Enral NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup.
All right, welcome back. In a short while from now, the Congress party is going to be addressing a press conference, Veera, at the Congress headquarters in the national capital. We just had those visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, all smiles, marching into the Congress headquarters. So remains to be seen what they're going to say. But we have Manisha Priyam with us in the studios and RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us as well.
You know, Manisha, and Mr. RP Singh, I think at the end of the day, the number that you're looking at is that 238 of the BJP that's flashing on the screen, and the Congress at 100 right now, and the NDA is at 290. Isn't this, are these the numbers? Which is the more important number for you? The NDA number now or the BJP's number now? I think he's lining himself up right now. Manisha, as you see that number on the screen, 238 and 290, 238 for the BJP, 290, and Congress getting a symbolic touch at 100, but it's dropping to 99 once in a while.
I think now for the Congress, that symbolic 100 will mean just so much. They are right there at the doorsteps of 100. They haven't seen double digits in such a long time, over a decade now. This will be very important for them. But for the Congress, a reassurance that Rahul Gandhi's strategy of being on the streets, raising the issues of people, no matter what, and building what has been called the narrative, that's really paid off. And I believe very much that they've been able to bring in the issues of Samvidhan, Kisan and Naujawan to the center stage of the Hindi heartland politics that had till now been only analyzed within restricted frames of Mandal and Kamandal. So political discussion has moved ahead. These numbers mean so much for India's poor, those of them who are demographically concentrated in the large Hindi heartland states.
Right. It's an important point that you make there.
Speaking of Hindi heartland states, RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, is also with us. RP Singh, a quick reaction from you as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. I think that's the big upset for the BJP. You have some pretty big losses there, including Faizabad, where your candidate has actually conceded defeat. That's where that's the constituency of Ayodhya. Smriti Irani has lost from Amethi. How are you looking at Uttar Pradesh particularly? Is it a big disappointment for you?
Well, we'll analyze it. Results are just come in. Within the next few days, we'll analyze and see what is the real reason. Yes, results are upsetting, but you see it other way around. I mean, see our results in Odisha, see our results in Andhra Pradesh. We have made a strong inroad in Andhra Pradesh. We are going to be part of the government there. We are forming the government in Odisha. So there are negatives and there are positives both in this election. We were known as the party of North. Today we are party of North, East, South, West, all part of the country put together. And we have won a seat in Kerala also. So yes, there are negatives. Yes, Uttar Pradesh has upset us, but there are positives also.
Rabu has brought us good luck, beta.
All right. Well, it's very interesting what you're saying in terms of your successes in the South versus your introspection in the Hindi heartland. So over to Maria now. She has a guest with her.
Senior Congress leader from the state of Uttar Pradesh is joining us live. Salman Khurshid, really appreciate your time. You have reasons to celebrate today, Mr. Khurshid. Certainly the biggest cheer and the biggest numbers for your party and the India bloc is coming from your state of Uttar Pradesh.
Well, certainly, I know, but celebration is a very difficult word. After the experience that we've had for 10 years, to get a sense of respite, get a sense of relief is how I would describe it. Not really a celebration, but of course in the common parlance, we often talk about celebration when we achieve something that hasn't been coming for a long time. So celebration to that extent, yes, but for me, it's more a sense of relief.
Sense of relief, yes. And if we were to look at these numbers, the Congress right now is standing at 100, which means that it's a surprise number. None of the pollsters gave you this number. Would you say that, you know, whatever said and done, it's the opposition that is led by the BJP which is forming the government? But still, you have done a much better performance than many gave you a chance of.
Well, thank you, but I would say that that's a sense of relief as well. Again, that somebody thought that we should be written off completely. We were quite certain that we were going to do much better than what was being described as the outcome of the exit polls. We were on the ground. We had traveled. We had talked to people. And we certainly felt that the situation was much better for us. Of course, there was a little bit of doubt because, you know, we'd been battered so much for the last 10 years that there was a doubt. Is there really possibility that something like this will happen? We often thought about it. But there was determination and there was an enormous amount of enthusiasm that was an outcome of what Mr. Rahul Gandhi's campaign had done, how his yatras had worked for us, and how it had injected a new sort of spirit amongst ordinary people. So all said and done, I think we've got a great deal of what we deserved, and it also brings a mighty challenge on how do we take this forward, because we did very well in 2009 and we lost the initiative in those 5 years. So what exactly is necessary for us to do so that this initiative and the drive that we've got out of this election
All right.
result
Mr. Khurshid, really appreciate your time. In fact, your party president, Mr. Kharge, is speaking at the Congress headquarters. We are going straight to it.
Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करें। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch result क्या रहा on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेदी NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया। और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। यह जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए। मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I am extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, एक मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खड़गे साहब ये आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
हाँ। जयराम जी
राहुल जी, खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया,
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं, वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी, मैं मोहित हूं न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं,
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी की जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं, आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी,
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी,
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया, हो गया।
सर, राहुल जी।
So the Congress press conference is
it's just
over.
Fascinating that Maria, Rahul Gandhi at the first categorically keeping the constitution in front of him as he's speaking, saying this was a battle to save it, not giving a committed answer to whether the Congress will, or the INDIA alliance will make an attempt at forming a government. But then at the number that you're seeing at 100, and the BJP at about 140 seats more than the Congress as the single largest party. Even in 2004, the Congress was at 145. It could be very, very difficult for the Congress to even hope for that.
Yes, and I think there was that optimism, but also a lot of caution on the part of Rahul Gandhi, be it the victory in Amethi of Mr. Sharma, to even, I would say, overall, the press conference of the Congress very unusually measured. Manisha, Priyam?
Yeah, I mean, today they don't have assets in North India. They've lost all their states. They don't have the resources. They don't have the people. So without Sangathan Karyakarta, only with one boy lampooned as a pappu for the last decade,
and Shehzada,
they've, whatever else you want to call it, they've been able to come till here. In Bihar, where I was expecting literally no seats for them, they stand today at 3 seats.
Yes.
I mean, that's surprising, because Bihar was not a place where he was even campaigning much. And Uttar Pradesh itself, the notching up of Amethi, not Raebareli, Amethi is hugely significant. And what has happened, therefore, in a declining BSP
We need to
situation...
cut across to Mamata Banerjee holding a press conference. She's the other star who's had a big win today in West Bengal.
For their good justice. আপনারা ইলেকশন চলাকালীন দেখলেন 15 লক্ষ ওবিসি সার্টিফিকেট বাতিল করে দেওয়া হলো। ইলেকশনের আগের দিন আমাদের অনেক ছেলে মেয়েকে সিবিআই নোটিশ পাঠিয়ে ভয় দেখানো হয়েছে, অনেককে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে। একদিকে এনআইএ, একদিকে সিবিআই, একদিকে ইডি। কি নয়, আমি খুশি মোদিজি সিঙ্গেল লার্জেস্ট মেজরিটি পায়নি। উনি ক্রেডিবিলিটি লস করেছেন। ওনার ইমিডিয়েট প্রধানমন্ত্রী থেকে রেজিগনেশন দেওয়া উচিত, কারণ উনি বলেছিলেন ইসবার 400 পার। আমি কি বলেছিলাম আপনাদের?
Prime Minister Modi has said that he promised that they'll get 400 plus seats in these elections. But do you remember what we said, what the TMC said?
তাকে পায়ে ধরতে হচ্ছে টিডিপি আর পায়ে ধরতে হচ্ছে নীতিশ। বাট এদের আমি খুব ভালো করে চিনি।
I know them very well.
ইন্ডিয়াটাকে ভাঙতে পারবে না, বরঞ্চ যারা ওদের সাথে গেছে ওদের অত্যাচার কতটা চলবে আমি জানি না। 2/3 মেজরিটি নেই, ইচ্ছা মতো আইন পাস আর পার্লামেন্টে হবে না, ইচ্ছা মতো অ্যাট্রসিটিস হবে না।
They'll not be able to do as they will in the parliament anymore because they do not have the absolute majority that the BJP was hoping for.
অখিলেশ আমাকে এখনো বলেছে,
Akhilesh had told me
ওরা সার্টিফিকেট দিচ্ছে না, জেতার পরেও ইলেকশন কমিশন চেষ্টা করছে যাতে বিজেপিকে আলো যদি কিছু সিটে বাড়ানো যায়। এটা তাদের কাছে
Akhilesh Yadav had said that the BJP will not be winning a majority and that would mean that
a long time
they will not be able to do as they please anymore.
দুই হচ্ছে, আমি মনে করি যে আজকে জুডিশিয়ারি তার স্বাধীনতা ফিরে পাক,
I want that the judiciary gets its freedom back.
মিডিয়া তার স্বাধীনতার মতো কাজ করুন।
I hope that the media gets its freedom back too.
चाहती हूँ, मैं अखिलेश को कंग्रेचुलेट किया है, बहुत बढ़िया किया है। आने वाला चुनाव में वही अखिलेश यूपी में जीतेगा। बिहार में जो रिजल्ट दिखाया है अभी तक वो सच नहीं है। तेजस्वी यादव का साथ मेरे को बात हुआ, उन्होंने कहा दीदी अभी बहुत बाकी है काउंटिंग, ये झूठा बोलता है। আমি উদ্ধব ঠাকরেকেও কনগ্রাচুলেট করেছি, শারদ যাদবকেও করেছি, অরবিন্দের স্ত্রীকেও করেছি, আমি কল্পনাকেও করেছি, হেমন্ত সোরেনের স্ত্রীকে। আমি এরকম যতটা পেরেছি, শারদ পাওয়ারকেও করেছি, যতটা পেরেছি যাদের ফোনে পেয়েছি ধরতে। এমনকি রাহুলকেও আমি কংগ্রেস মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছি, যদিও মেবি দে ওয়ার বিজি ফর ইলেকশন, কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত ওরা কারোর সাথে আমাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট করেনি। না করলেও আমাদের কোনো যায় আসে না। আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে, আপনারা অনেক সময় আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করেন। আমি কি বলেছিলাম, তোমাদের 2টো সিট দিচ্ছি, তোমাদের একটাও এমএলএ নেই, 2টো সিটেই জিতে যাবে। আর আমি বলেছিলাম তোমরা ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে অ্যাডজাস্টটা করো সবার সাথে, তাহলে তুমি 100 সিট পাবে। আমার কথাটা মিলেছে কি মেলেনি? किसका गेन हुआ है? देश का गेन हुआ है। हम तो कहा था देश रहने दो, मोदी को जाने दो। बिजनेसमैन के ऊपर इतना टॉर्चर। कल आपने देखा है शेयर मार्केट में क्या हुआ, कौन किया है? बीजेपी किया है। रुपया किसका है? बीजेपी का, जान पहचान का आदमी का है। हम शेयर बाजार नहीं समझते हो कि हम एक कॉमन फैमिली से है, ये मेरे को जानकारी में नहीं है। लेकिन आज इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी, इतना एट्रोसिटीज करने का बाद भी, इतना रुपया खर्चा करने का बाद भी मोदी जी का इतना अहंकार, इतना अमित शाह का अहंकार, इतना बीजेपी का अहंकार, इतना चीफ मिनिस्टर को लेके हर जगह में जैसे वो डाटा सबको थ्रेट किया। हमारा स्टेट में ऑल लीडर को थ्रेट किया फोन में, हमारा स्टेट में हर काउंसिलर को थ्रेट किया, हमारा स्टेट में हर एमएलए को थ्रेट किया। किसी का पास तो रुपया भी भेजा, वो तो हमारा जानकारी में है। 2-3 सीट में वो हम इंक्वायरी करके लेंगे। लेकिन बात ये बड़ा है, इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी इंडिया जीता है और मोदी हारा है। आप देखिए जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा कांड किया है, अयोध्या में हारा है। मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हारा था। मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था, अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहम बात किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है। हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं। हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত করে দাও कि তোমার চরণ দুলার তলে সকল অহংকার হয়ে আমার ডুবাও চোখের জলে। আমাদের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নেই, সবটাই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব। আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি। 2.5 মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না। যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে, বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত, একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একবার লোকসভা, একবার বিধাनसभा, একবার बाई इलेक्शन, तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है। तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है, 147 MP को एक्सपेल करके, वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता। आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो ना, पता नहीं है? जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है। हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हरा दिया है रुपया देके। मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूँगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा। जो जगह में हम जीता उसमें हम जनता को कहेंगे दे आर द मैन ऑफ द मैच। हम आज का चुनाव में इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो रोल है, हम कहने चाहूँगी कि ये बीजेपी का कमीशन का तरह काम किया। दे आर जस्ट लाइक हिज मास्टर वॉइस ऑफ बीजेपी। जो कंप्लेन किया वो काम किया। हम रिकाउंटिंग चाहते हैं तो नहीं देता है। बीजेपी को क्यों दिया रिपोर्ट, हमको क्यों नहीं देते हैं? इसका मतलब यही होता है वो चालाकी से मोदी का सीट और 10 बड़ा बढ़ाने चाहते हैं। लेकिन प्लीज याद रखिए,
Mamata Banerjee as fiery as ever, but let's go across from that winner to the big loser perhaps in South India today, Maria, Jagan Mohan Reddy and the YSRCP. This is what he said a short while ago.
పోరాటాలు చేయడం అంతకన్నా కొత్త కాదు. నా రాజకీయ జీవితం అంతా కూడా ప్రతిపక్షంలోనే గడిపా, ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు తప్ప. పోరాటాలే చేశా. రాజకీయ జీవితంలో ఎవడు చూడని కష్టాలు కూడా అనుభవించా. ఇప్పుడు అంతకన్నా కష్టాలు ఏదైనా పెట్టినా కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాం, సిద్ధంగా ఎదుర్కొంటాం. ఆల్ ది వెరీ బెస్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్లోకి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
A brief press conference there by the outgoing Chief Minister, who has actually tendered his resignation just short while back. He has resigned already.
Yes, Mamata, and he was somebody who, you know, he fixed his date of swearing in and everything else before the results came. They were extremely confident, the YSRCP.
Perhaps misplaced confidence, Jagata, will you say that?
Yeah, I mean, misplaced, yes, and also, you know, I mean, it was quite brewing. You know, I mean, this is something that Andhra was a very clear case, which nobody sort of had any doubt about in the last couple of months. But nobody thought it would get rogered like this.
He never thought that he was going to get swept out like this in terms of it. Manu Sundaram also joins us of the DMK there, Maria, from Chennai. Look, Manu, while it seems to be good in Tamil Nadu, the NDA still has won 1 seat. Overall, the national picture, the DMK was one party which was actually hoping that they would have a shot at power in Delhi again after 10 years. Is that door closed with the numbers that you see on the screen?
Well, unless Veeraraghav, you or somebody in the BJP who are not at all connected to you has letters of support from Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, I think all doors and windows are still open very much. Today, we are still yet very far from final results. We will know probably in another couple of hours, maybe even longer, depending on how close this election goes. But it clearly is a rejection of a single party majority. I think that not even the BJP can deny at the moment. This is a rejection of 2019's mandate. It is, a repudiation of the 2019 mandate. If anything, NDA trends as of now point towards an NDA majority. And I say that with great care and caution because NDA at the moment includes Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu.
But Manu, sorry to interrupt you, butting in. I know the point you're making, but I'm asking you this. Look, the Congress is at 99, the BJP is at 240. In 2004, when you got together, the Congress was at 145. Look, with such a huge margin for the BJP as the single largest party, the best that the INDIA alliance could do is to build itself as a robust opposition.
I think it's a bit premature to decide who's going to be in opposition. Like I said, unless letters of support have been given to the President of India, and that is what the Constitution and Representation of People Act 1951 require, and that is what the Supreme Court under SR Bommai versus Union 1994 also says. Do you have a single party with absolute
moves
majority?
And counter moves of various political parties? Rahul Gandhi's press conference also gave some indications that they could get in touch. But Mr. Naidu is going to come to Delhi tomorrow for the NDA meet. So will Nitish Kumar be traveling. At the moment, we really do not know whether he comes or not. Because let's not forget that Nitish was not there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's nomination ceremony.
It's just, Maria, what Manu is saying is purely an indication of how the allies are thinking as well. I think some of the allies will look at what chance is there, right, Manu? Very quickly on Tamil Nadu before we let you go. On the results in Tamil Nadu itself, the NDA is still about 16% vote share, which is quite a bump in terms of vote share down there in Tamil Nadu. Is that a worry as you head into an assembly election?
It is actually a drop of 3.5% from 2014. So what you're saying is the 10 years of Modi government, Modi-Amit Shah brand of politics has actually resulted in 3.5% drop in the BJP vote share here. The actual BJP alone vote share is about 10.7%. Congress is 10.8%, DMK 26%, and ADMK 21%. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still about the Dravidian parties. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still a place where BJP will never get a toehold. And this has been the story in 2014, 19, and 2024. So after 15 years, essentially, after we complete another 5 years, I don't really see any great change in the BJP's fortunes. And I think the people who projected themselves as BJP's stalwarts and Chanakyas here in Tamil Nadu themselves have tasted defeat today. And I see all of this must be seen in the context of how opposition parties have fought this election with one, if not both hands tied to the back.
Yes.
The Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, the Election Commission, the media.
Understand the big picture, the all India picture. And Sandeep Shastri, even as we wait for the first response from the party which has won, which is the single largest party, and the coalition which has actually crossed the majority mark, we have heard from the opposition sides. We have heard particularly from Rahul Gandhi, who has said that he'll wait for his alliance partners to really come up with whether they would be actually making attempt at government formation. But I think would you say that that's a call that should be taken or not taken? A robust opposition.
Maria, we have had
power is always snatched.
We have had several governments formed which are alliance governments.
Yes.
But remember, it's only 1999 and maybe 2009 when you had a pre-election coalition actually forming the government, and this is only the third time it is happening. That if it happens, it's the third time that a pre-election coalition has got a majority. In all the other occasions, the coalition was formed after the results were announced. After the results were announced. So there is a little more stability in a pre-election coalition because there will have to be a lot of answers to be given if certain key players within the NDA decide to move out of it into another alliance immediately after the results are announced. So in that sense, being a pre-election coalition, there is a little more stability in terms of numbers.
And also the single largest party at 240.
80% of the seats.
By a mile and a half. Sanjay Pugalia also joins us, Editor-in-Chief. Sanjay, those numbers on your screen, we had the DMK reacting, you heard the Congress speaking out, we haven't still heard from the BJP. How do you see those numbers on the screen?
If we keep our opinion aside and look at very neat, clean, cold fact, then it is a historic win of the incumbent. With simple majority, NDA will be back in power. This is a hat-trick by a Prime Minister Modi-led government. And that is the biggest important message of this mandate, that Indian democracy is thriving and vibrant and robust, where you are seeing such a mandate, such a great election. I actually, rather than speaking more, I have come and joined this panel when I saw these three wise people here, which is Sugata, Sandeep and Manisha. I thought I should come and get some insights from them. And I want to ask Sugata, how does he sees this mandate? Is it not a historic mandate? If it is, how?
It is a historic mandate. Nobody can dispute the fact that it is a third term. It's, he has already been in power for 10 years. There should have been much more anti-incumbency, should have been routed out, swept out of the power. But that has not happened. If you still look at the numbers that are trickling in, BJP is the single biggest bloc at 240. And Congress is 140 seats behind. So in that sense, and with, as Shastriji just mentioned, in terms of a coalition, it is a pre-poll coalition. So you made seat arrangements, you fought without putting up your candidates. So there is also a kind of obligation on the part of the coalition partner to remain faithful to the original alliance. Otherwise, it will start creating problems. Say, for instance, even a very small party like JDS in Karnataka, if it's tomorrow starts switching back into the Congress fold, I think there'll be a backlash there. They'll be completely gone. Their 13-14% that remains will also be wiped out. So similarly, I think Nitish did a somersault quite recently. I mean, even if Nitish wants to go back, will Lalan Singh want to go back? Now, that's the kind of question that props up inside a political party like the JDU.
So another theory that is doing round, what if Mr. X or Y switch sides? Do you think it is possible, Sandeep ji? Because my understanding is NDA, BJP is much more pragmatic and accommodative in managing coalition partners. History tells you that. And see the flexibility and the sharpness of the current BJP leadership. They formed these three alliances: Deve Gowda, Nitish Kumar and Naidu at the fag end of their term. So they understood something. They had a strategy in mind. What if things go wrong? What is my plan B? And these three new alliances has helped BJP where BJP is today. Sandeep ji.
Yeah. And as you say, of the three alliances, two of the alliances you are the senior partner and one you are the junior partner. And the aim of all the three alliances was to challenge the opponent who had the potential of doing better in the Lok Sabha election when it was to be held, and they succeeded in that particular mission in all the three cases. Now, given the fact that as of now, the BJP accounts for 80% of the NDA, the number of seats it has accounts for 80% of the NDA, this would be an alliance which is very different from previous alliances. We have had previous coalition governments where the largest party or the party from which the Prime Minister came was like a first among equals among all the parties. Now this coalition, when it is formed in terms of if it were to come to power, would be a coalition with a dominant partner and other junior partners as part of the coalition. Now, it will depend on the political dexterity of the leadership as to how they assuage the sentiments which there will be of the junior partners maybe a Bihar package, maybe a special
Status for
benefit to Andhra where they are being government is being formed. So all that would be part of that negotiation that goes on.
One more question before Veera and Maria starts having some more conversation on the same topic is this to Manisha ji. What is the message from greatest Indian democracy today? Under a Modi-led government, this election happened and adversaries were talking about Loktantra ko khatra hai and Samvidhan ko khatra hai. Should we not acknowledge the fact that a Modi-led India has delivered such a pure mandate, such a pure election?
So thanks very much, Sanjay ji. And also I've been traditionally asked the woman question for asking me a politics question and a democracy question. My firm answer is that from this election, the first thanks goes out to the Honorable Supreme Court of India, but even more to the Election Commission that has held the faith and trust. People of this country repose their faith in the Election Commission of India and want to deeply thank the Election Commission for having held our faith and trust even in troubled moments. That's very clear. Now let me also make a few political comments, and which is that undoubtedly the BJP has come back as the largest party and numbers. And I did over the last 15 days or so hear some political consultants or the others say things like brand Modi has gone down, etc. My fieldwork in the poorest areas of Bihar have told me, and these are even in seats where the BJP is not winning, poor women have responded by saying that they have benefited from Jan Dhan, from Ujjwala. So today, the victors and the near victors, all of them may hear that the India's poorest electorate and the women on the margins are not rejecting leaders that they trust has delivered to them. Even Nitish Kumar, for example, much maligned for his political moves. They were all contingent and strategic moves. Now he's trusted by the women of India, and he's proved and performed and proven that the hypothesis about him that the JDU will not deliver is absolutely wrong. All the cadaver netas of the RJD today will believe the BJP today believe and understand that they owe their victory to Nitish Kumar and a coalition of the poor who are also called Pichdas. I think we should drop that name. We should call them the Samans. I would like to also say that the important chief ministers, Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform chief ministers. Chandrababu Naidu, a much-loved boy, a globalizer, brought in investments. When the Telugu-speaking
CEO of Andhra.
CEO of Andhra Pradesh. Also, Nitish Kumar, a much-loved political leader for a pro-poor but industry and investment-led climate. Remember, roads and electricity required investments. So the poor can also see a development model. And I think two globalizers, two development leaders by the side of a prime minister who believes in a policy reform-led governance model. It may be very different.
They would appear to be a more natural ally.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, another point is that I think it will be good and gracious on the part of the Congress to now at least finally clarify that Indian democracy is well and working and not manipulated and the EVMs are rigged. You know, until yesterday they were saying all that. Let's be gracious on their part to openly say and send out a message to the world that we are up and alive and kicking.
Let's take that across to Saifuddin Soz.
Well, Saifuddin Soz isn't here. This is Salman Soz. Your guest coordinator should know.
Saifuddin Soz's father, no?
Salman, go ahead.
So, I think you people in this studio may be living in an alternate universe. As far as we are concerned, this election has a resounding message, which is basically a rejection of brand Modi. If you cannot see it, I cannot blame you. But from where we sit, this is an election that before this election, nobody in your studio or nobody in the country gave the opposition any chance. Opinion polls were talking about, this is pre-election, opinion polls were talking about the Prime Minister and the Alliance, the NDA, getting 360, 370 seats. And as the first phase came along, things shifted, things changed, because the reality, the ground reality was totally different. This whole narrative that the Prime Minister is all-conquering and invincible, brand Modi is incredible, global leadership, etc. it basically met resistance by the people who said, we will not let you talk about 400 par.
Okay.
The people who said that
नहीं,
you
लेकिन
come to us.
I have a point, sir. Salman bhai.
Sanjay bhai, let me finish. You
Salman
spoke
bhai.
for all this time. I've been very patient. I waited for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Salman bhai, one sec. Just one simple question. I am a great admirer of your oratorial skills and your wisdom. Simple question is, these are not the reference point of discussion that who projected what, who predicted what. Simple question is, you haven't got the mandate. The mandate is of continuity for NDA. Do you admit that?
Absolutely not. This is not. In fact, this is a significant defeat for the BJP. This is more significant than 2004. Let me explain to you why. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee did not exercise the kind of scorched earth politics that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, routinely engaged in. For God's sake, they arrested 2 sitting chief ministers. The kind of control of media, the kind of money
Salman,
that this party has,
I
more
think
money than probably
today
the
is a
Elections
day.
are over. Elections are over.
Today is a day.
No,
the opposition, particularly the Congress, which is sitting at 99, has reasons to celebrate the institutions of India, the Election Commission of India, to talk about how robust is our democracy. Democracy is not in khatra. संविधान खतरे में नहीं है. So आज आपको बोलना चाहिए कि democracy safe है.
I'm sorry, you have to let me speak.
Yes.
Because I waited for all you people. You spoke, let me speak. Because there are 5-6 of you, let me speak. The point is, this election has been in some ways won despite the election commission that is appointed by the BJP. Not according to the directions of the Supreme Court.
Salman, I'm going to come back to you just for a moment.
No. The issue is, Salman bhai, the issue is,
in Uttar Pradesh,
Congress has done, Salman bhai, Congress has done well. Look, Congress has done well. We at NDTV do not get into the shouting match. Congress has done well. We congratulate you, but elections are over. Please do not rant. Learn from your party president, Mr. Kharge. Show some decency in congratulating the Indian electorate.
Sanjay bhai, in Uttar Pradesh, the highest vote margin of any candidate belongs to Rahul Gandhi, and the Prime Minister has a margin of 150,000 votes. If that is not rejection of brand Modi, what is?
Okay, then are you staking claim tomorrow? Are you staking claim
we
tomorrow?
Will be talking.
What is the narrative you are building? No, Mr. Salman. Mr. Salman Sos, is Congress Party in India going to stake its claim to form the government tomorrow?
Why are you so upset? Tomorrow, the Congress Party and the India Alliance are going to meet, and we're going to chalk out our strategy. People of the country have spoken. Let the final results come out. All of you have to be patient, but this is a bigger defeat for the BJP than it was in 2004. The political implication of this election is incredibly important and much more significant.
Yes,
and
we'll
I
certainly read all the political implications and perspective of this elections, because we have esteemed analysts here in the studio. I can bring in Uma now. Uma, we just heard from Jagan Reddy. There was a lot of confidence in his camp. Now he has conceded and has also tendered his resignation. We are being told that Mr. Naidu is expected in Delhi tomorrow to participate in the NDA meet which is going to take place.
Yes, indeed. The outgoing Chief Minister has had a press conference, and he has in fact said that he is quite clueless about why this happened, and he listed out all the welfare measures and doles to different segments of the population. So the big political lesson perhaps from Andhra Pradesh for the rest of the country and for the political parties across the country is that you cannot have only a welfare and dole-centric government, and that is not going to yield you the kind of electoral dividends that you would hope the would come if you are going to be focused on that. Chandrababu Naidu is the other big story because he's won a spectacular win for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh, winning 136 out of the 144 seats that he has contested. And in a sense, Janasena and Pawan Kalyan have done even better with a 100% strike rate, 21 out of 21 assembly seats it would appear, and 2 out of the 2 parliament seats as well, and managing to bring in the BJP as well in a state where they otherwise perhaps would not have had any seats at all. Yes, there was speculation through the day about whether Naidu will be kingmaker or whether he himself can in fact be Prime Minister. He has been kingmaker in the past.
My producer is saying that there is a big breaking news coming in. We will finally be seeing the first images of the Prime Minister, who is expected at the BJP headquarters at 7:45 when he will be addressing the party karyakartas, the BJP workers. It's been a tradition which has been followed at the BJP, at the new BJP ever since the new BJP headquarters at DDU, which is the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, was set up. Nikunj, it's going to be an important day for the party, an important hour when the Prime Minister addresses his party workers.
Well, Maria, we are just putting out this information because there was a lot of prevarication and talk about the fact that the Prime Minister or the BJP is going to have a celebratory function today. It has just been confirmed by the advanced security team of the Prime Minister that Prime Minister will reach the BJP headquarters at 7:45 p.m. today. So the ritual carries on. The Prime Minister will indeed address the BJP Karyakartas workers, as you said. And timing is also now confirmed. In nearly 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister, in nearly an hour from now, the Prime Minister would be actually at the BJP headquarters. Obviously, the entire BJP bloc would accompany him. In the message from the podium, what the Prime Minister is going to say will obviously list the future roadmap of the BJP's political action plan as the day of the counting draws to a close. So I'm reconfirming for our viewers once all over again at 7:45 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at BJP's headquarters addressing and giving his thoughts out on the counting day performance of BJP and the NDA. Maria?
Yes, Nikunj, because the message is of continuity, the mandate is of continuity, and the man of the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters at 7:45. What will be his big message? I would ask all the panelists to make some kind of second guess. Beginning with you, Sanjay sir. What is the big message which is coming from the Prime Minister? What do you anticipate at 7:45?
I generally don't get to read long notes, but I did read Prime Minister's notes from Kanyakumari when he went there for meditation. I recommend our political observers to read that note. He has made some very interesting remark that how he sees the future. You will find a reflection of that in today's speech. He will be underlining the historicity of this mandate. The third time a government in a country like India, where you have to handle hundreds of challenges in terms of people's aspiration. Mr. Modi has been given the mandate of continuity of this government. The mandate today in Lok Sabha is for the BJP and NDA, not for the opposition, which is very clear. So this is a mandate of continuity. And then, of course, I am expecting him to talk about how he has got this mandate and what he plans to do going ahead. I do not think Mr. Modi will be worrying too much about the local and state level factor because, as I said in the beginning, Maria, look at the importance of this mandate. In this chaotic democracy called India, a regime is getting third time clear mandate. What is the third time clear mandate? Is 272 for the pre-poll alliance, whichever that alliance is. So NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power. This is a mandate of continuity, and this is what Mr. Modi is going to focus on, that for him it will be a business as usual. And of course, he will underline that now the next task is going for a very, very accelerated growth path. And that is what I am expecting him to say.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word also, because you interviewed the Prime Minister. In that interview, he talked about almost, gave the entire governance roadmap of Modi 3.0. You have a fair idea of how the things will take shape in the next few weeks and months. Do you think Mr. Modi will be talking about states, their roles, And particularly, let's not forget, sir, Odisha is going to be a big victory for the BJP. They're forming the government there.
Definitely, this point did not get much discussed, that victory in Odisha is emphatic and BJP has done pretty well there. Andhra Alliance worked very well for them. As far as the next agenda is concerned, I am very confident. How much he will elaborate today, I do not know. But cooperative federalism, working with coalition, and going for high growth are going to be his catchphrases.
Right.
Cooperative federalism, working for high growth, scope, scale. I think these are the 3 S that he shared with you when he gave that interview to you. So thank you so much for joining us, Sandeep Shastri, Shaugato, and also Manisha Priyam. Thank you, Sanjay sir, for being with us in the studio. We are slipping into a short break, but this remains our top focus here on NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the man of the moment, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters. Let's not forget, history has been made today, and Mr. Modi will be talking about the scale of this victory of the BJP.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड एलेक्सा स्विच ऑन द फैन ओरिएंट BLDC फैन द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस
इलेक्शन मींस NDTV
चुनाव मतलब NDTV
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV
निर्वाचन माने NDTV
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV निर्वाचन माने NDTV निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV
चुनाव मतलब NDTV
तीर्दल एनरोल NDTV
चूंटणी એટલે NDTV
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result क्या रहा? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result क्या रहा? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result क्या रहा? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result क्या रहा on NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड
हाय टीजी क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैन्युलर हो जाती है और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो यस यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows laptop भी होते हैं, उसमें भी आपको inbuilt एक Defender का option मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी antivirus की ज़रूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is...
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screen, firming up. We expect Prime Minister Modi to reach the BJP office soon, but we'll also play that picture from Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party, really perhaps one of the big winners today in UP. Dimple Yadav there, holding her victory certificate. That's another fascinating story within story of this Indian election, Uttar Pradesh, and the reversals for the BJP there. Then you have Congress, you have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi showing the victory sign there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, had a press conference a short while ago saying they'll meet the India Allies tomorrow to decide future course of action. But for the moment, let's go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is there at the BJP headquarters. Vasudha, take us through what's happening there. Take us through what's happening there, Vasudha.
I can't hear you.
Well, those are the pictures from the BJP headquarters there. The BJP claiming victory there. NDA at 291. The BJP by itself at 238. Down 65. Below. That's those pictures there from the BJP headquarters there in New Delhi. We can't go through to Vasudha right now. I think she's in the midst of all that noise. We'll try and go back to her in just a bit from now. 7:45, we believe the Prime Minister will reach that BJP office soon. So the BJP declaring a victory of the results. We'll take a short break. On the other side, much more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
चल हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनरोल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हावेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनरोल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
A parent's favorite question to school kids. Result kya raha? An investor's favorite question to a startup. Result kya raha? Everyone's favorite question on a day of a cricket match. Result kya raha? India loves results, but this counting day, don't just know the result, understand it. Catch India's most important result out on June 4th on NDTV 24/7. Watch Result Kya Raha on NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन के कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and it's been a very exciting and interesting day for those of us who follow politics and elections, and the results weren't quite what the exit polls had predicted, but as you can see on your screens there, the NDA 291. So yes, Narendra Modi is going to form that record equaling third term. He's going to have that third consecutive term.
But the BJP's numbers there below 240. The opposition INDIA Alliance are going to meet tomorrow. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu will be key newsmakers as well. The Prime Minister expected, as Gargi mentioned, at the BJP headquarters in a bit from now.
Exactly. That's right, around 7:45. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. And the Congress addresses a media conference after their exceedingly good show. And Congress chief says that this is a moral loss for the Prime Minister. Mallikarjun Kharge says the credit goes to Rahul Gandhi.
ये जो रिजल्ट है ये जनता की जीत है. स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है.
Gets that majority, but the BJP falls short. The India bloc puts up an impressive show. The India bloc getting 233.
Not one to waste time, the BJP moving to form the new government. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister call up Chandrababu Naidu while BJP leaders go in a huddle at BJP President JP Nadda's house. The big upset, or rather the great showing has been, or great surprise has been the Samajwadi Party, which has stunned with its best ever showing. The BJP retains the heartland but stumbles in Uttar Pradesh. And Amethi also the big talking point with the Congress worker Kishori Lal. They're beating Union Minister Smriti Irani, who had the title of Giant Slayer. So now Kishori Lal, the Giant Slayer, Smriti Irani concedes defeat.
जो चुनाव जीते उन्हें मेरी ओर से बधाई। मैं आशा करती हूं कि हमने जितनी निष्ठा के साथ गांव-गांव जाकर जनता की सेवा की, उसी प्रकार से अमेठी की सेवा होती रहेगी।
And in Maharashtra, new allies drag the BJP down. The Ma Vikas Aghadi steals the march, and Pawar Senior trashes any rumors of talks with Naidu and Nitish. That buzz had already begun.
Right, so all those headlines, all the news playing out here, right here on NDTV, and as I said, all the big faces with their reactions coming up to that results. Slowly, you had Jagan Mohan Reddy, Mamata Banerjee, all of them reacting. Different states, different results
right.
that's down there.
And we're going to take a look at those results, also some of the surprises, how, the Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party did, also down south, the BJP opening its account in Kerala. But first, let's take a look at what was said at the press conference just a short while ago. The Congress addressing that press conference and starting with Mallikarjun Kharge talking about that the results, this victory belongs to the people.
ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की।
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion. कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
Right, that was the reactions at that press conference. We'll try and go and analyze this a bit more as we go along, and also pick up the big newsmakers coming in at the moment. But Manisha Priyam here with us in the studio wanted a quick word on Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, you've got the, for the moment the number is 8 for the BJP, 3 for the JMM, 2 for the INC. So that's up 3 seats for the UPA when compared to what it was in 2019.
3 plus 2, the JMM and the...
They were 2 last time.
Yeah, absolutely, 2 up. But the important part is that, you know, the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister Arjun Munda, very respected, very important Chief Minister and leader of the tribal area, and he fights the election from Khuti, which is where Birsa Munda has led his life and has gone to school. Now that Ulgulan has been lost by the BJP. A lot of the other tribal seats, this 3 plus 2 that you see, the wins of the India Alliance come from the tribal seats, and that's an important lesson going out to the BJP. Second election round now in the State Assembly for the Jharkhand Assembly, and now in the Lok Sabha, tribal seats having slipped out of the hands, despite a very invigorated Babulal Marandi, Arjun Munda combination tribal leadership of the BJP. So that's a very important lesson
And that's
here.
interesting because there was anti-incumbency, against him, and then he got jailed, and it seems to have, sparked
But
that
there's also
sympathy.
something called the Patalgadi movement. The BJP had tried the whole agenda of having a non-tribal chief minister for Jharkhand, which could lead to a BJP model of governance and development, wherein there would be land acquisition, etc. That's something the tribals resisted, and you saw that they were voted out.
It's important that you make that. Ashok Gehlot is speaking.
Already,
We believe.
heard
Let's
he's
cut
done
across
well,
to
but
that.
yes, he's, there you can see from the hospital bed.
That's right.
केंद्र में सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश करने जितना, चूंकि अब तक तो इतने सहयोगी और आप सबकी कांग्रेस की सीटें मिलाकर इतनी नहीं हुई, तो क्या दावा पेश करेंगे आप लोग?
देखिए, बात तो खड़गे साहब और राहुल जी कह चुके हैं, कोई भी फैसला होगा ओपन रखा, सब ऑप्शन को ओपन रखे, तो फैसले होंगे वो कल जो मीटिंग होगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की, उन सब पार्टनर से बात करके विश्वास में लेकर फैसले होंगे।
कुछ सीटें और आपकी बढ़े, उसको लेकर भी चर्चा?
Interesting,
That's a
Veera,
fascinating
because
state, right?
no, he has a
Garg?
slip disc, so we were told that's why he's not, coming out. We're not seeing him out and
But
about.
he's still from the hospital bed, sending a message that we'll all decide tomorrow.
In this moment of the Congress having done, much better than expected, and we
That's
have
right.
Mahima Singh and Tom Vadikan also joining us. Mahima Singh, first you, and I know this is the question I think was asked at the press conference, and again Mr. Gehlot said, but yes, a lot of speculation about whether the India bloc is going to, make that bid for forming the numbers, whether, phone calls are being made, something Sharad Pawar also actually denied.
Jai Hind. First of all, we thank the people of India for having shown their trust in the constitutional values, having stood up to the occasion to safeguard the democracy, the constitutional values, and ousted and weakened the power the tyranny, power of tyranny that was being brought in this country by the BJP. The people have not given mandate to a single party. And I think, you see, there are possibilities, manifold indeed. And as Rahul Gandhi ji has indicated, it is to be seen tomorrow after all our partners meet. Of course, as Jairam Ramesh ji indicated earlier, some partners of the NDA also have been in touch with us. So let's wait and watch in the next couple of days what is to unfold. But one thing is for sure, tyranny has been defeated, Man Ki Baat, Modi ki guarantee has been defeated. It is the true power of the people of this country that has thrived over the power of, the negative power of hatred and divisiveness.
Tom Vadikan, as I get a response from you for that comment, your home state is possibly one of the few states where the BJP can smile today because you made entry into Kerala.
Well, the green shoots are all over the place, and if you see the vote, the number of votes what we got in Trivandrum, I mean it's extraordinary. It's never happened, and the difference in Alathur was about 5,000 votes. So I think it's the beginning of, I think, a good journey. Now, overall, I would only like to comment that this reminds me of a sociological text by M.N. Srinivasan called Continuity and Change. The data presented before us by the People's Court is essentially for continuity and change.
Okay.
Continuity for the present government to continue.
I'm sorry to butt in, sir, but I'll have to go across to the Congress headquarters where my colleague Sunil Prabhu is waiting. Sunil, we just heard Ashok Gehlot speak from his hospital bed. I believe you have Sachin Pilot with you.
That's right. Ashok Gehlot's son has lost Vaibhav Gehlot by nearly 2 lakh votes, and somebody who's also been campaigning in the state of Rajasthan and been, very responsible for a number of those victories. Sachin Pilot, many congratulations. How do you look at the verdict?
Thank you very much. I think the takeaway from the counting and the results so far is quite clear. It's that the governance provided by the BJP-ND for the last 10 years has not got a thumbs up from the people. The numbers, the coalition, government formation, what will happen, the next few days will tell. But the real takeaway is that the sense of arrogance that seeped into the ruling party and the way in which people have voted clearly shows that there's a pushback, and despite getting some numbers, it is not what was claimed. You see, the bar was set so high, 300 par, 400 par, 500 par, and ultimately what happened was that in the strongholds, there's been a strong pushback by the voters. So this election was fought on issues for the people, and the Congress and the India Alliance was clearly focused on enunciating those issues, not the religious issues, not the fear-mongering, and not the unparliamentary language being used, but focus on farmers, young people, jobs, inflation, real issues of this country. And people have actually, I think, given us the response that we were expecting. Like I said, tomorrow I think the India Alliance partners will meet and take a call on what the future course of action should be. But just the numbers so far indicate that the kind of management and the kind of exit polls that were projected and the kinds of narrative that was being thrust upon the people, that's been clearly not accepted by the majority of people.
And do you think somewhere down the line the Congress as well as the India Alliance should try to form government, even though the numbers are not completely entirely for you at this stage?
I think it's too early to comment on those things because we fought this election as a coalition. So it's wrong for any one party to speak out of line. I think once the leaders meet tomorrow and take a considered view as to what the numbers are, what is required to be done, we will do that. Whatever may be the outcome of that discussion tomorrow. But today, just since the morning, what we've witnessed really is, I think, the sort of complacency that we were seeing is not something people of India like. They prefer humility than arrogance, and they prefer delivery and sort of connect. And in India, what we saw in the last few years, that the gap between the rich and poor kept increasing. The misuse of agencies, bundling of chief ministers into prisons, the real misuse of government machinery and undermining of institutions, really important issue. And people genuinely, I think, were quite right in thinking that if you give someone too much power or some party too much leeway, they will try and then misuse it. And I think that message has resounded in the results so far.
Some would say, sir, that a person like you, I mean, after the Gandhis, you were most sought after, and this is I verified with the Congress headquarters, that, for being most sought after across India for campaigning. What do you feel really ensured? Is it that, the index of opposition unity? Because this is in many ways an unexpected victory in the way, things that...
According to media channels, but all of us for the last few months knew that, when you start doing excessive stuff, people don't like that. And I must tell you, when Mr. Gandhi did his walk across, the length and breadth of this country, the kinds of interactions he'd had and the kind of response we saw, and the connect with the people and enthusiasm, the workers were enthusiastic. And what really works is on the polling day, your Congress party worker, are they enthused or not? And just to set an example, in states where people were thinking BJP will get 100% seats, they're less than half. So it's a clear indication. And I think someone somewhere should take moral responsibility for what has transpired today. I think the campaign that Mr. Gandhi did, Mr. Kharge did, Priyanka ji, of course. So we all worked hard. All of us worked hard. But I think our campaign, our manifesto, and to be honest with you, during the entire campaign, no one knew what the BJP manifesto says. It was the Congress manifesto, for whatever reason, became talk of the town because they were real people's issues. So the campaign, the narrative, the hard work that leaders and the workers put in, and I think the opposition coming together itself, sent a very strong message to people that there is an alternative, right? And I think the kind of attacks that were made on leaders, agencies were misused, parties were broken, all that, I think this election results so far indicates that all of that is not acceptable to the wise voters of this country.
One final question about Rajasthan. How do you view that victory in the sense, it's not really a thing, you just got 10 or 11 seats.
We're leading 11
seats. Yeah, so that's clearly an indication that things haven't gone well for the BJP because they didn't put Vasundhara. Is it beyond that, or what? How do you look at it?
I think there are multiple reasons, but in Rajasthan and also in Haryana, the Congress party has done well. We fought a very good election. Our candidate selections were very good. And even though, like
you all work together also.
We all work together. I think this is a much larger election. It's not about individuals. But Rajasthan, our campaign and the new government that's been there for 4, 5, 6 months really left no impression on the people. And all the promises made, etc. As you know, Rajasthan, we win one election, we lose one election. Alternate karte hain hum log wahan pe. But this time, despite having a new government, I think they were not able to. There are multiple power centers and pulls and pressures. But the Congress selection of candidates, our campaigning, the issue that we took up, Agniveer, farmers' issues, they are really important issues to people in the Hindi heartland. And the results in Rajasthan show that.
So here you have it, Sachin Pilot, who has really helped the Congress party, apart from the Gandhis, campaigning across the length and breadth of this country, being able, speaking to us and explaining to us what are the issues, not yet committing on whether they'll came for that government formation, but India Alliance partners will definitely be working through the night to try to get coalition, many people to be part of that alliance.
But what's the sense you're picking up, Sunil? Because one of the, from when you heard Rahul Gandhi in the press conference, he turned around and said, this was a battle to protect the constitution we did. You have some of the allies pushing it, but at 100, Sunil, and BJP at 240, 238, 240, it's still a mile and a half away from single party majority. Even in 2004, the Congress was at 145. What's the sense you're picking up? Is it really working towards that, or is this just a way to say that we want to keep the cohesive alliance going as a strong opposition, so we will consult our partners before deciding?
I think they're trying to keep the coalition partners together. 130. If you talk about 2004, it was 145, 138. At that time, here, of course, you're right, 240 to 100. But please remember, the Congress party, for the first time in independent India, has only contested in 328 seats. And after that, 2 had already been given to Surat as well as Indore, where you saw what has happened. So it's in that backdrop that the index of opposition unity is very different, and that is the pre-poll alliance has really been able to do wonders in terms of working, especially as Sachin pointed out, in Rajasthan as well as, of course, in Uttar Pradesh.
Sorry, Sunil, if you have still Sachin Pilot with you, just one quick question. Is the choice between a strong opposition vis-a-vis a weak and unstable government, is that the choice that the Congress has to make now?
Sachin, there's a question from the studio. Would you prefer a weak government or a strong opposition? Because, if you have a coalition, if the India Alliance does forge an alliance, it's going to be, back to UPA 1 without that full numbers. You don't